Hi guys, welcome to your YouTube channel, your great family. This book has several volumes. I made a playlist of 10 videos for this book. In this video, I will read to you 3. A Quantum Model of Personal Development, The Rush of the Morning Stars. Enjoy your time. Let's go. The Rush of the Morning Stars, New Zealand Quantum Model of Personal Development. 2 2nd edition, editions Exergue 27, Rue des Grands Augustins 750,006, Paris. Transurfing. 11, Chapter 3. Why our soul and your 71 spirit man possesses a formidable power, which is sometimes called psychic energy. Everyone has magic abilities, but they were buried deep within. Apparently, you don't have to look very far to unlock your inner reserve and potential. L'Merveilleux is just around the corner, but the men don't notice it. Summary 10. The Wind of Intention. 71. The Navigation of the Soul. 74. The Inner Magician. 77. The Mirage. 80. The Guardian Angel. 85. A Box for the Soul. 87. Frey. 91. The Unit of the Soul and Spirit. 94. Sound Snapshots. 101. The Window in the Space of Variance. 103. Picture. 106. Waking Up in a Dream. 11. Space of Dreams. 14. The Magical Power of Intention. 20. The External Intention. 24. The Scenario of the Game. 33. Playing by your rules. 34. Purifying the intention. 45. Illusion. 48. Distortion of reality. 50. Positive shots. 54. Expanding your comfort zone. 56. Viewing the goal. 60. Viewing the process. 63. The transfer chains. 66. Chapter 2. Clichés. 48. Why don't desires get fulfilled and dreams don't come true? In order to bring what you want into your reality, you need to know how to place an order. From this chapter and beyond, you will receive specific and practical recommendations for manifesting your commands into reality. These are the first steps of a magician. Forward. Chapter 1. Intention. Where do dreams come from? Are they simply the product of human imagination? What do reality and dreams have in common? The curtain rises, revealing the secrets of the ancient magicians who built the Egyptian pyramids and other similar structures. Preface. How to choose your business. 112. How to impose the molds. 116. The goals of others. 118. Breaking down stereotypes. 123. Your goals. 127. Your doors. 133. Intent. 138. Realization. 140. Inspired. 146. Reviving the goals. 149. Notes. The Francophone Transurfing Center. 157. 156. Chapter 4. Goals and Gates. 112. Each person has his own path on which he will find true happiness. But how to find this path? You are about to find out? And since your desires do not always correspond to your possibilities, how are you going to achieve the goal you have set for yourself? you will realize for yourself that your possibilities are limited only by your intention. By breaking the locks of stereotypes, you open the doors to what previously seemed inaccessible to you. Preface together, we have adapted the Russian Transurfing personal development seminars to our European mentality. The Russian mentality is not afraid to be very confrontational, and we have added benevolence to it. Together, again, we gave a first course of seminars between December 2009 and March 2010, which had an incredible effect on the participants. In a traffic accident, a crazy drug, which left him no chance. During my many support coaching sessions, I am surprised to find that my interlocutors have a very precise idea of everything they do not want and paradoxically gratify me with a long silence, a sign of deep reflection. As soon as I ask them the question, what is your goal in life? Who do you want to be in your life? Very often, the goal that these people set for themselves is not their goal, but an inspired goal so as not to faced with this type of drama. We are all endowed with free will, which allows us to choose our response, our emotional reaction, our interpretation. From my point of view, I had a visit from a pretty fairy, who brought us all a very nice gift with transurfing in the French-speaking world, and which, when the baby arrived, simply said to me, Here he is. I'll leave him to you. Take good care of him. Was Danya the manifestation of external intention according to the transurfing model? Our complicity was wonderful to experience, both in seminars and during conferences. So I continued our project. I finished the translation of the second volume that you are about to read, continued to develop the Transurfing Center in Belgium, France, Switzerland, and soon in Canada, organizing conferences and seminars with the aim of making known this powerful model of self-knowledge according to the quantum approach. And then, 3 days before receiving the first copy of the first volume, Danya died. The first volume of Transurfing, The Space of Variance, lays the foundations of the transurfing model developed by the Russian quantum physicist Vadim Zeland. He already brings very concrete concepts, supported by images and metaphors that have a powerful effect on the reader, allowing him to visualize and above all to feel how some of his unconscious thoughts have a decisive effect on his life, its reality. In the first volume of Transurfing, The Space of Variations, I had the pleasure of co-writing this foreword with Danya Isikovich, Russian coach certified by the original Transurfing Center in St. Petersburg. The two of us translated this book. We spent hours and hours together, during which Danya taught me and made me practice the whole transurfing model, up and down. This second volume of Transurfing, The Rustling of the Morning Stars, immediately takes you into a dimension that is both deeper and even more pragmatic, since it is essentially oriented towards defining the goal that each of you sets for yourself in your life, if you have clearly defined your true purpose. Beyond the transurfing model and the glowing comments from readers on the transurfing site, I am very sensitive to the growing links that are being woven between the most recent scientific discoveries and personal development. By listening to all these messages, you are likely to see only what you do not want and to choose a goal that is not the one in which your individuality expresses itself. Conversely, your true purpose allows your soul, your deep inner personality, to express itself, to realize itself in this world. Translator, speaker and coach Transurfing, derived from quantum physics, offers a completely complementary and challenging vision of the neuroscience model proposed by Dr. Jacques Freiden. The comparison between the neolimbic and the prefrontal, two decision-making centers of the brain, respectively seats of the mental and the intuition, and the spirit and the soul in the transurfing model, brings me everyday essential elements in my understanding of who I am. This second volume also poses the principle barely sketched in the first volume of the external intention. This external intention is constantly at work. Unconsciously directed, it brings you most of the time a reality which you do not want, or with which you are satisfied, a bit like a comfort zone from which you do not leave, even if it is not that comfortable. Transurfing the years, everything is linked. We are all part of the same world, of the same space of variance which underlies the interaction of all the components of the universe down to the subatomic, energetic level. The evolution of our civilization towards self-knowledge allows me the most magnificent ideas about our future. Consciously directed, this external intention brings you constructive and often unexpected elements on the way to your goal and allows you to reach it more easily, by spending infinitely less energy than if you had to concretize everything yourself in this world. It is this external intention that is at work when your environment suddenly brings you a certain number of consecutive satisfactions. Not say imposed by the pendulums, always very active since we live in a world of pendulums. I am deeply happy to be able to share with you this incredible transurfing model, which is the subject of 5 volumes. So you still have 3 more to discover, during a nice trip that I look forward to experiencing every morning in your company. During this 2nd volume, you will understand what differentiates your real goal from the one imposed on you. You are going to decipher all the subtle mechanisms that your environment implements to make you believe that to be happy, you have to, you must. You are obliged to do like this or like that. And if you do it differently, be careful, it won't work. You'll break your face, it can't be done ... etc. Olivier Maslot. Forward indeed, subjugating reality to your will is something rather difficult to do. It is true that sacred vows and bold dreams are difficult to achieve as long as you follow commonly accepted rules and standards. We know well how futile and vain intentions to change yourself, or to change the world around you. This book will open up a very strange world to you, where everyday reality appears in an unusual form. Many important vital questions are discussed there from a quite unexpected point of view. But what's most striking is not this atypical new reality, but rather the fact that you can control this reality. Transurfing brings you a fundamentally different way of thinking and acting so that you get what you want. Not forcing, but actually getting what you want. Not changing yourself, but returning to yourself. Transurfing is a reality check technique, and it's a very strange one. The main idea of transurfing is based on the principle that there is such a thing as the space of variance, in which all possible scenarios of all possible events are stored. The number of variants is infinite, as is the multiplicity of possibilities for locating a point on a coordinate grid. Everything that was, is and will be is recorded in the space of variance. A person's thought energy is, under certain circumstances, capable of materializing a particular sector of the variant space. With transurfing, you don't have to reach the goal, on the contrary it comes true, and mainly by itself. It may seem unbelievable just from any ordinary worldview. We will have to break down the wall of established stereotypes and false boundaries. A potential possibility materializes in reality like the reflection in the mirror of variance. Both men and women are capable of shaping their reality. But for this they must follow certain rules. The human mind tries to influence the reflection without any luck, whereas it is the image itself which must be changed. What is this picture? How do you change it? How do you hold this strange mirror? Transurfing gives the answers to all these questions. And only one thing remains unanswered: what is hiding behind the mirror? Each of us is in one way or another plagued by circumstances. Desires remain unfulfilled, dreams do not come true, and yet our worst fears, as misfortune wills, come true. Can't all of this really be otherwise? Turn around, it's possible. And you will discover how it is possible. Despite their fabulous nature, the ideas that are presented in this book have already been confirmed by practice. Those who have practiced transurfing have experienced amazement bordering on ecstasy. The world around the transurfer, in an incredible way, simply changes before his eyes. It is no longer a question of virtual mysticism but, instead, of a controllable reality. Your possibilities are limited only by your intention. Where do dreams come from? Are they simply the product of human imagination? What do reality and dreams have in common? The curtain rises, revealing the secrets of the ancient magicians who built the Egyptian pyramids and other similar structures. Chapter 1: The Intention. Wake up in a dream. In this chapter, we get closer to solving the observer riddle. Why are we able to choose whatever we want, and how should we do it? One of the clues to this enigma is found in a phenomenon called dreaming. A person spends a third of his time sleeping and dreaming. Everything that happens to him in this border area has remained under a veil of secrecy. Unfortunately, scientific research in this area offers little explanation. Philosophical interpretations also go from one extreme to the other. Some say that dreams are only illusions. Others say that our life itself is nothing but a dream. Who is right? In the structure of the transurfing model, no one is right. But let's not rush. By remembering their dreams, adults are aware that in fact nothing happened to them. Their minds interpret dreams as fantasies that fall into place somewhere when people are resting. The human mind is content with such an explanation. It is well known that children up to the age of 4 cannot tell the difference between dream and reality when they were awake. They believe dreams take place in the same world as the rest of their lives. At this age, waking up in the middle of a completely terrified nightmare, a child thinks the monsters are still in the room. And any attempt on the part of the parents to explain to the child that it was just a dream fails in terms of the desired effect. However, a child's mind gradually forms and becomes accustomed to the idea that dreams are not real. We have already talked about how our mind organizes any new information that comes to it with abstract labels. And he does it willingly and extremely quickly. But imagine this: it takes 4 years to then convince your mind that dreams aren't real. It is the only idea that the mind finds difficult to accept. We don't remember what happens until the age of 4. Therefore, we cannot have witnessed the perplexity experienced by our spirit when it awoke from its dream. You must ask yourself the question that has just been stated at least 10 times a day. But sometimes, with luck, a miracle happens and we realize that we are sleeping while sleeping. It happens most of the time when we dream of something particularly incredible, or when a nightmare becomes quite poisonous. Therefore, the mind regains control and we think about what to do next. In this case, the unconscious dream becomes conscious, lucid dreaming. In a lucid dream, the dreamer takes part in the virtual game, but at the same time he is aware of the fact that it is only a dream. If you have never experienced this phenomenon and this is the first time you are hearing about it, have no doubt, it is not a figment of the imagination. Many books are devoted to lucid dreaming, and there are enthusiasts around the world who practice it regularly. As you will discover, asking yourself this question at least 10 times a day is rather difficult. You will simply forget about it. To achieve a meaningful result, you must have a strong desire for a lucid dream to occur. Depending on how powerful your intention is, lucid dreaming will happen to you within days or maybe months. A sound clock, if you have one at home, can be useful in this case. During the day, whenever the clock strikes, turn to your observer. He can then ask you if you are sleeping or not. The sound of the clock then turns into an anchor, like a hook that clings to your consciousness. And if you hear the clock while you dream, you will titillate your observer but don't you want to try? Yes, it is possible to intentionally lucid dream, although to do so you have to train your mind to ask the question, is this actually a dream happening? It's not hard to do, if you really want to experience lucid dreaming. The process of educating your mind is simple, but requires that attention be focused on a goal. But even now, every day, the moment our mind disconnects, it continues to fall wholeheartedly into the same trap. When we sleep, it would not occur to us to examine with a critical eye the events that arise. And even when we wake up, we are amazed at how real the dreams seem to be. The virtual reality of a dream sculpts itself in a naturally striking way. Although the weirdest things happen in our dreams most of the time, we perceive them as ordinary. This ability is based on the tendency of the mind to find explanations for everything. If we should notice or experience anything out of the ordinary, we are always ready to rationalize it. Again, we are not used to questioning the reality of events when we are awake and conscious. So even in our dreams we automatically interpret everything as something obvious. Our mind is used to controlling situations. But there remains a question, which always passes through this control without any supervision: does this in fact happen? This is precisely why our mind keeps falling into the trap of dreaming. Your inner observer will help you with this task. Order him to constantly pester you with the question, are you sleeping or not? You must answer this question with maximum awareness for real control to take place and not just a routine procedure. Wake up, look around and assess the situation. Is everything as it should be, or is there something suspicious? With enough determination, you should soon wake up in your own dream. When an undesirable situation occurs in your dream, you can easily change it using a little bit of willpower. For example, you are having a nightmare, someone is following you, and you can get out of it. If you believe that what happens to you in a dream is real, getting rid of the follower will be a real problem. But if you realize that you are only dreaming, it is very likely that you will need to wake up, and despite some difficulties, you will succeed in most cases. There is, however, a more effective and interesting way to get rid of a bad dream. As soon as you realize that what you are experiencing is only a dream, just look at the pursuer and think, go away. Get out, disappear, leave. The spinner will disappear immediately. You can even send him into the air and make him perform jumps just by thinking about it. Habit, and it will awaken your spirit. You may find other hooks that you can hear while you sleep. Don't link the question to signals you won't hear in your sleep. For example, if you link your question to a ringing phone, then you won't be able to ask yourself the question in your sleep, unless you dream of a ringing phone. Why do you have to do this? Above all, and at the very least, it is interesting and fun when your dream does not just happen to you, but when you play an active and conscious part in the virtual game. This is not, however, science fiction about virtual reality. No computer can compete with what you are able to do in a lucid dream. And you can do whatever comes to your mind. In his dream, a person is able to fully control everything that happens there by fulfilling two simple conditions. First, she must realize that this is only a dream. Second, she must know that he or she can do whatever she wants. For example, you wake up in your dream and you want to fly. It's extremely simple, because you only need the intention to do it. Here the difference between desire and intention becomes quite apparent. Merely wishing to rise into the air will get you nowhere, and it doesn't matter whether you are awake or dreaming. Take for example the desire to raise your arm. You tell yourself that you want to raise your arm. Yet you are not doing it yet. And then you just raise your arm. Your desire has turned into action. You don't think of a way to raise your arm, you just do it. It works the same way in your dreams. Easily find yourself in the air using pure intention, and fly wherever you want. Now back to your nightmare with the follower. You must now understand that wishing to see it disappear will not bring you anything. When you are basically, the idea is to create the habit of constantly asking yourself if what is happening around you is true or not. Don't answer the question automatically, do it consciously. For many lucid dreamers, the factors that raise awareness are the recognition of anomalies, inconsistencies, and strange things in the dream. In most cases, such things go unnoticed and are perceived by the dreamer as quite normal. This is exactly why you must learn to critically assess every situation and answer the question consciously. The space of dreams. If you can remember your dream, try to define the direction in which you lie when you sleep. The best alternative is to sleep with your head to the north. Don't look west, it's not good for your health. I can't really explain why this is so, but it has to do with the Earth's magnetic field. Try sleeping with your head to the north, and you will soon find that your dreams will become more interesting and colorful. Taking as our goal the explanation of the riddle of the observer, we must answer two questions. Why is everything possible in a lucid dream? And why do dreams seem to be so real? In a lucid dream, just like in an unconscious dream, you are able to see images very clearly, down to the smallest detail. Sometimes dreams can even surpass reality in the brilliance of colors and the finesse of shapes. The hypothesis exists that our brain generates these images and that when we sleep, our brain perceives the images from our dreams as real as when we are awake. It's actually just a hypothesis. So far, no one has been able to prove that this is how things happen in reality. The transurfing model interprets the phenomenon of dreams and completely the answer to any question beginning with, "In my dream, can I?" will be positive. You can date whoever you want, living or dead, do whatever you want with the objects or any other actor that appears in your dream. You can fly to other planets, solve problems, make music, rehearse, travel, etc. Hard drugs, compared to all that, are child's play. In addition, you run no risk. You can report any information you dream of. Only one thing is impossible: to bring a material object from your dream back to reality. In any case, I know nothing of such a phenomenon. If lucid dreams aren't coming or you don't want to explore this topic, don't worry. Lucid dreaming plays a small part in the practice of transurfing, but you can do just fine without it. Moreover, there is a hidden threat in lucid dreaming. "Oh great," you will say, "first you interest us in it, then you threaten us. Anyway, I have no choice." Lucid dreaming is a secret door to the unknown. It would be irresponsible of me not to warn you of the danger that might lurk behind the door. You will soon know what this danger really is. Plagued by fear, your thoughts race through all the possible alternatives of how things might turn out, and those very thoughts instantly become real. You are involved in a game where the rules are dictated by someone or something other than you. And even if you realized it was just a dream, you won't be able to do anything but regain control of things. As long as you play the role of a passive victim, you are trapped in the game. It doesn't matter that the game was created by your own imagination. At this point, you are a slave to your imagination. You are afraid and you run away, because you have chosen to play this role. Still, if you stop and decide you want to switch roles with your follower, they'll happily agree and start running away from you. Can you imagine the comedy of the situation? I would even say that our brain is incapable of generating a virtual reality as complete as in our dreams. Is it easy to close your eyes and mentally picture invented images just as naturally as you would if you were dreaming? Don't fool yourself with flimsy arguments that when your brain is off, it acquires the ability to more clearly perceive the images it creates. Somehow our minds can remember the address of the correct sector of space. If you have to remember something, your mind turns to your soul, and the soul in turn turns to the corresponding sector. Yet either our soul isn't doing a very good job attuning to it, or our mind is struggling to different. The subconscious imagines nothing of itself. In fact, it is directly connected to the space of variance, which contains all the information. If our memories and dreams are only a reproduction of what is written in the neurons, then how many of these cells are there in our head? In the structure of transurfing, neurons are not considered as carriers of information like the bytes of a computer. The brain does not contain exact information, but something that looks like addresses information in variance space. In all possibility, our brain can store a limited amount of data. Yet, despite the fact that our brain is a perfect biological system, it is not able to store everything we can recall from memory. As already mentioned, our mind is incapable of creating anything fundamentally new. He is only able to put old bricks together to make a new house. Our mind has a primitive knowledge of these bricks and how to put them together. It keeps the additional details on paper or any other information carrier. All other information comes to mind from the space of variance, to the soul. In a way, the mind in the transurfing model appears as a rather primitive system, whose activity can be technically simulated, and that is what scientists are trying to do nowadays. Attempts to create artificial intelligence have remained unsuccessful so far. The mind somehow is able to understand itself, but it is currently unable to understand the nature of the soul. The secret of a living creature's intellect is the unity and interaction between the spirit and soul of that living creature. So far, The efforts of cybernetic scientists have converged on creating a model of the thought process that takes place in the real human mind. But maybe one day someone will think of making a machine that can tune into the space of variance and get information from it, just like our soul does. Look closely at a random object, then close your eyes and try to imagine that same object. Even if you possess an extraordinary gift of vision, you will not be able to see the object with your eyes closed as you would if you had your eyes open. The visual representation of the object from your mind is nothing but a low-quality photograph. Imagine that the brain registers this photograph as a particular pattern of neuronal activity. Despite the number of neurons in our brain, there will never be enough to remind you of all the stored photographic memories. Remembering addresses, or soul and mind can't agree on these things. Anyway, the practical result is that we have what we have. Memory is not perfect. As you remember, the sectors of the variant space contain different variations of scenarios and settings. The scenery consists of both inanimate environment and living creatures. If you have seen your relatives and friends in one of your dreams, you may have noticed that they are not quite like in real life. They may have a different hairstyle, strange clothes, and maybe even have a different personality. Virtual characters in the variant space can behave in unusual and bizarre ways. You recognize your friends in your dream. You understand that they are your friends, but at the same time you feel that there is something not quite right about them. You will immediately realize that you are you, but your face will have changed. The fact is that the way a person looks at himself corresponds to the sector in which the person is. Depending on the distance of the virtual sector viewed from the sector where you are, which has come true and which is now your reality, your physical appearance will change to greater or lesser degrees. The environment will also change depending on the distance of the virtual sector from the real one. You see your city, but it doesn't seem right. The same streets and houses appear to you in a particular way. You are perplexed, as if you were hallucinating. If in your dream your soul has deviated strongly from its true sector, then you may find yourself in a completely unfamiliar environment. You will see landscapes and people that do not exist in real life. Everything lives in its own virtual life in this sector. And what is your role in this life? Everything that happens here is intangible. Your role is just as virtual as the virtual reality you are in. Yet, at the same time, it is not an illusion. Nevertheless, our soul is able to attune randomly to sectors of variant space that have not yet materialized, and these are the images we see when we dream. Here is the exact reason why this boundary space is so real. This is how the plurality of forms in the space of variance appears. The decorations of the distinct sectors differ from each other. The events we actually see are realized variants. In our dreams, we are led to see some areas that have not yet come true. Dreams are not illusions in the ordinary sense of the word. The mind does not imagine dreams, but it actually sees them. If, during the dream, you are lucky enough to see your own reflection in a mirror, you will probably be unpleasantly surprised or frightened. The face in the mirror would not be the one you are used to seeing through a real mirror. It is well known that in a dream a person can perceive images as if out of this world. For example, he could see all the details of an architectural construction, and it is quite obvious that this person could never have encountered anything like this before. If the dream is only an imitation of the reality created by our mind, then where do these images come from that have never been seen before? At this time, there are two options. Either the variant of your person exists in this sector, or it does not. If your person exists, will you be able to meet your double? This is a very difficult question, which I am unable to answer at the moment. It's a bit like your soul playing the part that's written in the script for this sector. The fact that the dreamer sees his face in a mirror as if it belongs to someone else argues in favor of the above assumption. I can only say one thing with certainty: the dream is not an illusion. That scares you a little, doesn't it? Every night we all travel through the space of variance, and then we live through a virtual life. This virtual life has no tangible physical basis, and yet it is real. Yet, No one can guarantee that the area you saw in your dream is actually close to your current lifeline. In reality, your soul is quite capable of sensing upcoming events. The most reliable sign is the emotional comfort state of your soul. When you are awake, your soul shows the state it is in relation to the current lifeline or in relation to the next turn in the stream of variance. Other signs are also related to the sector currently realized and to its adjacent sectors. There remains a question that interests us. If information in variance space is stored in a static state, like a reel of film on a shelf, then why do we see motion in our dreams and take part in it? A virtual game? All events are stored simultaneously in this information field. Next question. If the dream is not a figment of your imagination, then who decides what your dream scenario should be? The scenario is in the what can be said about the interpretation and meaning of dreams? The answer might surprise you. You are probably assuming that, in light of everything mentioned in this book, dreams have every right to be harbingers of future events. However, and specifically in the light of all that has been previously mentioned, dreams in transurfing cannot be considered as the kind of signs as we have described them in the previous chapter. Yet when you dream, only God knows where the soul wanders. It could be everywhere, so you can't rely on the information it gives you. Everything that has happened and will happen is already in the field. So why does the soul, when flying through the space of variations, see movements of life and not static images? It may be that our perception works in such a way that we are only able to perceive the movement of a film reel. Or perhaps that is the quality of space, and it only appears to us as a stream of variance. If our soul flies along the sectors, then it sees the movements. So where does your soul go when you dream? Where does she travel in time, the past, the present, or the future? Dreams show us what could have been in the past or in the future. We know the past. The future in the variance space is too diverse. So there is no guarantee that we will see a next sector in our dream that is going to happen soon. Adjacent sectors, in fact, have similar scenarios and settings. Everything about the dream space contains more questions than answers. Sectors of the variance space. While the spirit sleeps, the soul can travel through variance space in any way it desires. Sometimes our mind sleeps so soundly that we don't remember our dreams. No one knows what happens to the soul when the spirit sleeps. In real life, everyone's behavior is controlled by the mind. So when the mind looks at dreams, it plays the role of a passive observer. He does not control the situation, but assumes that everything is just as it should be. The events that take place in a dream may conflict with usual beliefs, and this is because your mind control is weaker when you are dreaming. All sorts of absurd and strange things happen to you in a dream. Incredible visions appear before your eyes and the laws of physics no longer work. Incredible things can happen in a lucid dream just as much. After all, your mind understands that this is just a fantasy, and therefore can allow all the nonsense. The journey of the soul in the space of variance is not burdened by the inertia of material objects. This is why dreams are so flexible. The ordered scenario is carried out immediately. And what happens in real life? Pretty much the same. The only thing that differs is the speed with which the scenario turns into reality. Everything happens according to the scenario that is in a particular sector. As soon as your soul jumps into this sector, the events of this sector develop in accordance with the expectations, fears and ideas held by your soul and your spirit in real life. Expectations and fears come true immediately. For example, if someone, who in your mind is conjuring up a problem, appears, then the problem scenario occurs. Even if the smallest thought of someone following you flashes through your mind, a monster will start chasing you in your dream. Now you see why anything is possible in a dream. A dream is the journey of the soul in the variance space, and you can find all the scenarios in the variance space. Here is why in a lucid dream, you are able to intentionally change the scenario of your dream. In fact, the scenario does not change, it is chosen by your intention. As soon as the intention to reverse roles with your persecutor enters your mind, your soul switches to a sector with a reverse scenario. And here is the mechanism of the lucid dream. The scenario is chosen by the intention. This happens because your soul instantly tunes into the variation that just passed through your mind. Your soul will choose a variant of the scenario that matches your thoughts and expectations. The movements of the soul in the space of variance take place at the very moment when thoughts and expectations pass through your head. Thoughts and expectations are actually the force that unwinds the film reel. If the mind realizes that it can control what happens, it begins to formulate desires, for example the desire to fly through the air. This thought, which quickly flashed in your mind, becomes an intention in your soul. The intention is the moving force that transfers the dreamer to the sector with the corresponding scenario. If the brain could be made to stop working, then the viewed image would be motionless and frozen. But the thoughts do not stop and are constantly spinning in our heads. In real life, events develop according to the same laws as those that take place in a dream. However, they do not happen at lightning speed, because the material realization of the variance has a certain degree of inertia. From this point of view, the statement that our life is a dream is not correct, but at the same time it is not devoid of logic. I have already illustrated how thoughts are able to shape the events that occur in someone's life. Moreover, as I have already mentioned, there is a certain danger associated with the practice of lucid dreaming. We know that ancient magicians, having fully mastered the art of dreaming, intentionally left for other worlds never to return. Their physical bodies have also disappeared from this world. Either the ancient magicians were too reckless or they knew what they were doing too well. In our time, every year there are tens of thousands of people who disappear without a trace. They simply vanish. There are even alien abduction theories. I can't say anything, of course, but it's just possible that they won't come back from their dreams. After all, a soul can fly in a realized sector, even in an unconscious state. What's on our mind now is what we'll get sooner or later. No one can know if your soul would be able to return. The physical body can even be left behind, and in this case death would simply be found to be. It is possible that those who practice lucid dreaming will tell you that there is nothing dangerous. Yet they are probably unaware that they are walking on a razor's edge. No one can guarantee that they will come back from a lucid dream. While your soul is flying in unrealized sectors, there is no danger. But what do you think might happen if your soul accidentally reaches a realized sector of space? The assumption is that you could materialize in this sector. We are all used to the idea that fantasies can't hurt us. However, as you can see, this assumption contains a threat. Lucid dreaming is more dangerous in this sense, because your mind might, upon feeling this infinite freedom, relax its caution and fly off into the heavens God knows where. Your thoughts are energy radiations at the frequency of a particular lifeline. In real life, the transfer to this line of life is slowed down by the various material factors. A realized sector of space compared to an unrealized sector would appear sticky as bitumen compared to water. The material manifestation of the potential variant occurs with a delay. There are no inert obstacles in a dream, and here the transfer between sectors is realized immediately. What if it was a fact? At this point, you have to grasp the obvious that led me to start talking about dreams and dreaming. In order to master our destiny, it is crucial for us to understand how our thoughts carry us from one area to another and why not all of our desires come true. Yet to examine this question, you don't have to get involved in lucid dreaming at all. Our goal is to be able to choose a scenario when we are awake. It is much more important to learn how to wake up in real life than in virtual life. I would not bring up the subject of astral travel in the material world. This is another mechanism at work. The subject has nothing to do with transurfing and it is an equally dangerous matter. Generally speaking, dreams are only indirectly related to transurfing. Our task is not to flee from the cruel reality in the border zone of the dream world, but to make our current reality more comfortable. We have established that our thoughts and desires direct our movements in the space of variations. In a dream, our movement is not slowed down by the inertia of material realization. The smallest puff of thought instantly transports the dreamer to a sector of space. In a completed sector, things do not happen so quickly because of the heavy inertia of the material. Yet the same principle works in our current reality. Our thoughts have a direct influence on the course of events in our lives. The world you will find yourself in can be either heaven or hell compared to ours. The location of this world is equally unknown. It may be millions of light years from our Earth, just like in your cup of coffee. This world could be very far away, and at the same time it could be already, but in another dimension. As mentioned in Volume I, infinity extends indefinitely, only if you look straight ahead. However, it does not matter whether this parallel world is very far or very close, since it is very easy to get lost in it and very difficult to come back. You don't need to be afraid of dreams, but they shouldn't be taken lightly either. If you feel any discomfort in your soul when we talk about lucid dreaming, then you don't have to do it at all. The feeling in your gut tells you if something is dangerous for you or not. Your soul is a better detector of impending trouble than your mind. So dreaming without the interference of the mind is safer. And if you've decided to try lucid dreaming after all, be mindful and alert in your dream. Don't push it, and maintain maximum awareness of what's going on. Just like in real life, feel at home, but remember you are just a guest. Arrived during sleep. My goal is not to scare you. Just keep in mind that a dream is not an illusion. While having a lucid dream, you might be tempted to goof around a bit. After all, you could do whatever you want and walk away without hurting anyone. You could also simply fly and explore other worlds. Everything is permitted as long as your soul is in an unrealized virtual sector. And therein lies the danger. There is no guarantee that your soul will not land in a sector that has already materialized. Your mind wouldn't even be able to realize right away that virtual reality has turned into physical reality. Do not fall into the illusion that our world is the only one in the universe. The space of variance is infinite, and there are, of course, many realized sectors, inhabited by all possible living creatures. The magic power of intent? But only formally. In reality, this contradiction is only apparent. We come to explain why trying to visualize the object of desire is often unsuccessful. As you know, the first obvious reason has to do with the excessive potentials we create when we try to achieve the expected. In fact, there is nothing contradictory there. And it has nothing to do with the fact that you think before you act. People are used to paying attention to the consequences of their actions, because their actions are very present, on the surface. The consequences of thoughts are much less obvious. This is related to the action of balancing forces. We have already seen instances where the activity of the balancing forces backfires on the person's intention. In her expectation of getting something, she gets the exact opposite. The greater the excess potential, the further from its original desire will be its reality. She can find an explanation for the strange behavior of the world. Still, she tries to convince herself that either she did something the wrong way, or that's the way the world works, and desires only come true with the greatest difficulty. Yet another typical mistake that many people make is trying to get everything right away. If you have set many goals which are in no way connected together, then all of your mental energy will be wasted in vain. The current of variance will not let you swim in all directions at the same time. It seems that there is actually a contradiction in Transurfing's model. On the one hand, it is said that our thoughts modify the energy that passes through us. This energy transfers people to the lifeline that corresponds to their thoughts. In other words, as you know, thoughts transfer us to sectors of space with corresponding scenarios and settings. This is exactly how things happen in a dream. Then, on the other hand, it appears that our thoughts don't matter so much in reality, because we can get what we want by just thinking about it. No matter how hard you think about what you want, lying on a sofa, a transfer to another lifeline will not happen, even if you take into account the inertia of material realization. That's exactly it. The pragmatic reader will come alive. I must act. Thoughts and all sorts of transferences have absolutely nothing to do with it. And he will be absolutely right. Oh, really? King asked the reader with irony in his voice, this same reader who is however not bewildered in the marvels of this strange transurfing model. Until then, I thought that it was not my thoughts but my actions that determined the course of my life. And now, of course, I have been initiated. The important thing is not what you do but what you think. The second reason is the inertia of the material realization of the variance. Very often we fail to reach our goal because we are not persistent enough in our effort towards it. Many goals simply don't have time to come true, especially when you quickly cool down from the goal and give up in the hopeless cases. You can even probably remember situations in your life when you got what you wanted but with a delay, when you had already lost hope and forgotten the requests you had made. Tuning in on a specific area will be of greater effect, since all your efforts will be directed towards a concrete goal. We will come back to this question in the next chapter. We will roughly define intention as the determination to have and to act. It is actually very difficult to explain what intention is. We don't ask how to move our arms and legs, nor do we remember that we were once unable to walk. In the same way, a person does not yet know exactly what to do the first time he gets on a bicycle. But even when she has learned to ride a bicycle, she will not be. None of the harmful factors mentioned above exist in a dream. Excessive potentials are not in our way, inertia does not interfere, and even our mind is rested from the daily struggle to achieve goals. Yet even in our dreams, not all desires manage to come true. Those who practice lucid dreaming know that not all small thoughts transfer the dreamer to a corresponding sector. But then, what stands in the way? You now understand that thoughts by themselves mean little in tuning into a sector of variance space. Thoughts are but the foam on the crest of the waves. Your intention comes true, not your desires. The answer is very simple, yet fundamental. There are no obstacles. And it has a bit to do with our current thoughts. The secret is that it is not the desire itself which brings the realization, it is the orientation towards the desire which makes it possible to realize it. Let's look again at the example where you raise your arm. You want your arm to go up. Desire has formed in your thoughts. You are aware that you want to raise your arm. Does your desire raise your arm? No. Your desire by itself does not create any action. Your arm will only go up when your thoughts of your desire have done their job, and the only thing left is the determination to act. Perhaps it is the determination to act that raises your arm? That's not it either. You've made the final decision to raise your arm, but it's not moving. What raises your arm then? How would we define what happens after determination? This is where we become aware that our mind is unable to clearly explain to us what intention really is. Our definition of intention as the determination to have and to act only gives us an introduction to the power that is actually responsible for all action. The only thing left for us to do is to take note of the following fact: an arm rises not with desire or determination, but with intention. I introduced the label determination only to make this all easier to understand. But you, of course, are able to feel, without necessarily speaking, that you possess a certain force which causes your muscles to contract. It's not your exact thoughts about the desired object that make things happen, but something else instead, something that's hard to put into words. This power is behind the scenes, while the play of thoughts occurs on stage. And yet, this power has the last word. You have, of course, already understood that I am talking about intention. So far, the mind has failed to find a suitable definition for intent, through all of its labels and files. Not able to explain as she does. Intention is a very vague quality. It is difficult to obtain, but can just as easily be lost. For example, someone who is paralyzed has completely lost the power of intention. The desire to move his leg is present, but the ability to translate this desire into action is absent. There are well-known cases where paralyzed individuals begin to walk under the influence of hypnosis or by the action of a miraculous cure. The intention returned to them. Imagine the situation where the Earth asks the Sun for permission to transfer to another orbit. Absurd, isn't it? It's just as absurd as approaching someone or something with a request, unless it's a human being. Intention in action naturally dissolves the excess potential that has been created by your desire. This happens without the interference of balancing forces. When you want so, a desire alone will not get you anywhere. For example, the greater the desire, the stronger the counteraction of the balancing forces. Note this, the desire is directed to the goal itself, but the intention is directed to the process of reaching that goal. The desire is realized by creating an excessive potential from the wish to achieve the goal. Intention is realized through action. The intention does not ask whether the goal is attainable or not. The decision has already been made, so all that remains is to act. If you want to fly in your dream, and you are wondering if it is possible or not, you are not going anywhere. To fly, you simply need to go into the air, using intent. Choosing a scenario in a dream is not done with desire, but with a constant intention to achieve the object of a desire. You do not contemplate and you do not desire. Quite simply, you have and you act. The only thing that makes sense is to have the intention to choose. You choose your own destiny. If the parameters of your radiation correspond to your choice and at the same time no law has been flouted, then you will get what you want. A choice is not a request, it is your determination to have and to act. We have already mentioned the uselessness of a desire. What happens when you ask for something? There is nothing to say about this. It is of no use to ask anything from the guardian angel, from Almighty God, or from any other power. The laws of the universe are absolutely dispassionate. Nobody needs your laments, feelings of pain and moans. Gratitude? Yes, because gratitude is inherently close to unconditional love. True gratitude is the radiation of creative energy. The excessive potential for requests is the exact opposite. It is a delay. It concentrates the energy on a single point. Complaints, requests and demands are the product of pendulums, designed to harvest people's energy. Thoughts that are phrased as "give me" and "I want" automatically create excessive potentials. You don't have what you ask for, but you try to bring it back to you with your thoughts. Intention does not create excessive potential, because the energy of potential created by desire is expended in action. Desire and action are united by intention. Asking a higher power or whatever is completely absurd. It's like you go shopping and ask the employee for the goods without paying for them. You can ask people, within reason of course, if they are willing to help you. Everything else in this world is based on objective laws, not on the desire to help someone. External intent. The concept of external intention is closely related to the model of variance. External. Solve a problem, take action. When you ask yourself if the problem is difficult, you create an excessive potential and at the same time you release energy towards a pendulum. When you act, you realize the energy of intention. There is a Russian proverb that says, "The eyes are afraid, but the hands do the work." As you realize your intention, trust the flow of variations, the problem will resolve itself. All manipulations of time, space and matter that cannot be explained logically tend to be related to magic or paranormal phenomena. And these phenomena, in fact, show us the external intention at work. Expectations, worries, excessive thoughts and desires will only drain your energy. Intention in action will not only expend the energy of potential, it will also bring it into the energetic membrane of the person. You can find evidence of this in the learning example. Cramming before exams takes a lot of effort and doesn't pay off in return. Yet, on the other hand, when you study actively, that is, when you do exercises and solve problems, not only is it not exhausting, but this way of studying brings you both inspiration and satisfaction. Internal intention is incapable of transforming an apple tree that you see on your way into a pear tree. The external intention does not transform one thing into another either. Instead, she chooses a path with pear trees instead of apple trees in the variant space. and completes the transfer. This is how an apple tree is replaced by a pear tree. In fact, nothing happens to the apple tree. It's just an exchange. External intention is directed to the process of choosing a lifeline in the space of variance. Intention is therefore the driving force that realizes sectors in the space of variance. But there is a question: why do our fears also come true? Can we also consider them as part of our intention? It's the same in real life and in dreams. We are constantly tormented by variance with the scenarios of our fears, worries, dislikes and hatreds. After all, if I don't want something, I don't intend to have it, right? Yet we still get what we actively don't want. So are we going to conclude that the direction of our desires doesn't really matter? The key to this problem is hidden in an even more secret and powerful force, the name of which is the intention. Intention is a combination of desire and action. Everyone is familiar with the intention of doing something with their own power. It is the internal intention. It is much more difficult to extend the action of intention to the surrounding world. It is the external intention. With the help of external intention, you can direct the world. To be more precise, you'll be able to choose how the world around you will behave. You will be able to determine the scenario and the sets. 1. The external intention manifests itself in: if Muhammad does not go towards the mountain, it is the mountain which comes to Muhammad. And you thought it was just a joke? The activities of the external intention do not necessarily end in paranormal phenomena. We are constantly faced with the results of the actions of external intention in everyday life. Our fears and worst expectations in particular are realized by external intention. But since the external intention in this case operates independently of our will, the material realization moves in the space of the variance from one line to another. The pen is on a table. With the power of your intention, you imagine how it begins to move. Your intention scans the sectors of space where the pen has other new locations. If your mental radiation is of adequate strength, the pen will gradually materialize at the new locations in real space. At the same time, it is a separate layer of the pen which moves while all the other layers, including the layer of the observer, remain static. It is not the object itself that moves, but rather the realization of the object in the space of variance. The irrational always engenders a particular fear. People who have seen UFOs experience a similar kind of fear and amazement. The unexplained phenomenon is so far from the reality we are used to that we don't want to believe it's possible. And yet, it is so incredibly audacious in reality that it provokes awe. No power is really capable of transforming one object into another by a magical process. The internal intention is turned towards the action, but its capacities are rather limited. You won't be surprised if you can get the pen to move at all. Almost everyone has very little supernatural power. It's not that you have low energy, but it's just that it's very hard for you to believe that such a thing is possible, and it's very difficult to evoke pure intention in this that concerns you. People gifted in telepathy do not move objects. They possess a unique ability to direct their energy with the power of intention to move material realization in the space of variations. If you try to move a pen with your mind, it won't move. But if you have the firm intention to imagine it moving, it might. Suppose you are able to move the pen. In any case, mediums manage to demonstrate what appear to be results. What I am about to tell you may seem strange to you. In fact, the pen does not move. And at the same time, if you manage to move the pen, it would not be an illusion. In the first case, you try to move the pen with your mental energy. There is obviously not enough energy to move the material object. In the second case, you slide along a lifeline, where the pen has different locations. Anything related to external intent is usually considered mysticism, magic or, at best, unexplained phenomena, the testimonies and evidence of these being stored on shelves. Dusty. The standard worldview totally rejects this sort of thing. Do you perceive the difference? We are unaware of how all this happens. It is much more difficult to control external intention than to control internal intention. The first two options are related to the activity of the internal intention, but the third option stages the action of the external intention. The external intent only chooses the necessary variant. It should be obvious to you by now that flying through a closed window is an example of internal intent. External intention, on the other hand, is a transfer to a lifeline where the window opens. One can exert superhuman effort trying to move the pen with the power of one's mind. Alternatively, one can scan the variant space with different pen locations using a single external intent. Suppose you are certain that you will not find a parking space at the supermarket on the day before Christmas. Your internal intention exclaims, "Where would you find a parking space right now? After all, everyone is busy shopping." External intent, on the other hand, assumes that you are driving to the supermarket and at the same time a parking space becomes available just for you. It is not because the external intention firmly and without discontinuity believes in such a possibility, it simply, unconditionally and without any passion takes what is due to it. Imagine landing on an island and encountering barbarians. From now on, your life depends on your behavior. First option, you are a victim. You apologize, bring gifts, justify yourself and ask for favors. In this case, your fate is to be eaten. The fly that bumps into the glass when there is an open window nearby has an internal intention. What do you think the external intent would be for this fly? There's an obvious answer: fly through the open window, but that's not it. If the fly flew back and looked around, it would notice the open window and the closed window. The fly would simply have a broader perspective of reality. External intention in its pure form opens wide the window before the fly. Second option, you are the conqueror. You assault, attack and try to subjugate others. Your fate is either to conquer or to perish. Third option, you introduce yourself to the leader. You stretch out your hand, like an almighty hand, and people obey you. If you have no doubts about your power, then others will also think that it cannot be otherwise. Internal intention has to do with any attempt to influence the world around you on wanting the same lifeline. Everything that is possible within the limits of a separate sector in the space of variance is described by the well-known natural laws and finds its place in the material view of the world. External intention relates to attempts to choose a lifeline on which the desire is fulfilled. Your mental radiations are attuned with the lifeline on which you are the leader. You have almost certainly heard of the Holy Grail. Many actively sought him, even representatives of the Third Reich. There are always legends for such objects which supposedly grant strength and power. These are naive illusions. No object is capable of giving power. Fetishes, spells, and other things have no power on their own. The power is in the external intention of those who use these objects. The paraphernalia is only able to help the subconscious move to a certain magnitude, by activating the underdeveloped and dormant seeds of external intention. Ancient civilizations reached such levels of perfection that they could do so without magical rituals. Of course, possessing such power created an extremely strong excess potential. Therefore, civilizations like Atlantis, which had unlocked the secrets of external intent, were steadily destroyed by the balancing forces. Pieces of this esoteric knowledge have reached our time in the form of magical practices, the purpose of which is to restore what has been lost. External intention is something that is created in improvisation, just like enlightenment. It is useless to try to prepare for the external intention. All magical rituals are intended to summon one's own external intention. But a ritual is only a preparation for magic, a theatrical prelude, a setting. Imagine that you were flying over a cliff in your dream, and in order not to crash into the ground, you had to muster the intention to levitate. You don't have time to prepare or to make a wish. Just intend to fly and it will happen. Spells and magical attributes are only useful for awakening the power that each person possesses, but cannot manage to use. But people haven't completely deviated from the external intent. It's just that their outer intent is firmly blocked. All that is usually thought of as magic is nothing but people trying to work with the external intention. For centuries, alchemists have been trying unsuccessfully to find the philosopher's stone that would turn any object into gold. Many complicated books, difficult to understand, are devoted to alchemy. But in reality, as the legend says, the secret of the philosopher's stone lies in a few lines, carved into an emerald plate, the so-called emerald table. Why all these books? They were probably written to understand these few lines. Believing that certain things have magical power gives an impulse that awakens the external intention. Unfortunately, the ability to control external intent is virtually non-existent in modern humans. People have even made a point of completely forgetting the fact that they ever had this ability. Only in ancient legends is this information vaguely mentioned. Today, you don't even have to bother to prove that the Egyptian pyramids or similar constructions were built with the help of external intention. We will accept all possible and imaginable hypotheses except this one. It seems to me that the builders of the pyramids would be very amused to hear that their descendants, who believe that their ancestors belonged to a backward civilization, go backwards in their attempts to unravel their mystery within the limits of internal intention. However, these are only weak and superficial attempts that go down the wrong road, that of internal intention. The essence of force and power, external intent, remains a mystery. External intention focuses on how the goal achieves itself. The external intention obeys a radically different rule. The circumstances are such that, or it appears that, the difference is enormous. In the first case, you are in fact acting on the world so that it yields to you. In the second case, you take the position of an external observer. Everything happens according to your will, but everything somehow happens by itself. You don't change things, instead you choose them. Stealing in a dream occurs as a result of the specific formula. It appears that I steal, not I insist on stealing. The internal intention wants to reach the goal directly, without taking into account the obstacles. Pendulums are responsible for the preference of the development of internal intention and the loss of external intention in people. And that's simply because they feed on the energy of internal intention. Controlling external intention is only possible when you are completely independent of pendulums. One could say that in this case they have won a definite victory in the battle against man. External intention is not a race to the goal. The goal is already in your pocket. The external intention simply allows the goal to come true on its own. At the same time, it is implied that you have a strong belief that a variant of the realized goal already exists and you just have to choose it. The goal is achieved by the internal intention, while the external intention chooses the goal. External intention is oriented towards the process of independent goal achievement. That the goal will be achieved is beyond doubt and not subject to discussion. So we know that the nature of goal-directed mental energy can manifest itself in three different ways: desire, internal intention, and external intention. One could describe the internal intention with the following formula: I insist that. In order to distinguish between your internal and your external intention to the work, use a two-sided comparison that looks like this. You are trying to get something from the world. It gives you what you want. You fight for a place in the sun. The world opens its arms to you. You try to pass through a closed door. The door opens by itself, right in front of you. You try to force your way through a wall. The wall comes apart in front of you. You are now trying to make certain events happen in your life. They happen on their own. Basically, using the inner intention, you are trying to change your realization in relation to the variant space, and the outer intention changes the variant space in such a way that your realization moves to the right place. Do you see the difference? The result is the same, but the paths to it are radically different. Desire focuses attention on the goal itself. As you can see, desire has no power. You can think about the goal and desire it as you want, but nothing will change for that. Internal intention focuses on the process of movement toward the goal. It already works but takes a lot of effort. The external intention is inexorably, nonchalantly, objectively and inevitably moving the goal towards its realization. 2. If your actions can be described using the second part of these similes, then you have captured the external intent. When you struggle, you try to push your realization into the variant space, but when you choose, the variant space moves in your direction. Obviously, the space of variance will not move on its own relative to your realization. For this to happen, you need to do some actions. Yet these actions are outside the bounds of ordinary and general conceptions. Throughout this book, I will give examples of the differences in approaches to internal and external intent. External intention is a cornerstone of transurfing. Within external intent lies the key to the observer riddle, which is why you don't have to fight this world, but instead choose what you want. It is because we are unable to achieve or do anything without having any intention. And there is no intention without faith. While you are dreaming, the dormant mind may still admit that flying is possible, but when you are awake, flying is something inconceivable to your mind, no matter how much you try to persuade it. There must be knowledge, not just faith. Faith suggests the possibility of doubt. You have no doubts. There is nothing impossible for the external intention. You can even fly in real life or, say, walk on water, if you had the external intent of Christ. No physical law would be broken. The fact is that physical laws operate in only one area apart from material realization. The activity of external intention appears in the movement of realization along different sectors in the space of variance. Within the limits of the realized sector, flying is impossible. To fly, you will have to counteract the Earth's gravity, and this is the work of internal intention, which requires a certain amount of energy to be expended to overcome gravity. Free flight, both in dreams and in real life, is not your actual movement in physical space, but rather a change in the location of your realization. In other words, your body materializes at new points in material space in a certain direction. We wouldn't even be able to take a step if we didn't believe it was possible. But you won't be able to convince your mind, at least in its normal state, that you can fly in real life just as you can in a dream. It would also be possible to say that you are not flying in the space of yourself, but the space is moving in relation to you and in accordance with your choice of external intention. That's most likely not the most correct way to put it, but we won't go any further into the theory of relativity. We can only guess how it all actually happens. Yogis in India, during the process of meditation, make sure to lift their body off the ground. I personally do not know of any other trustworthy manifestation of levitation. It is possible that their intention is barely sufficient to grant variance to the movement, where the body stands still in the air. Considering the immense abilities of yogis in comparison to ordinary people, you can probably imagine the difficulty in bending external intention to your will. To fly, you must have unqualified faith that it is possible to do. Why did Christ say the following in such a simple and peremptory way, "According to your faith be it to you"? I'm afraid to disappoint some readers by saying that I know of no exercise that develops and strengthens external intention. The purpose of such exercises might be something like this: gathering intention to have intention. The only option that can allow one to understand more deeply the nature of external intention is to practice lucid dreaming. In real life, however, I can offer, instead of exercises, the practice of lucid living. This does not mean practicing, but living through external intention. Reality differs from a dream simply by the inertia of material realization in the space of variance. Everything else is identical. In this context of external intention, an interesting question arises: what is hypnosis? I cannot say for sure whether hypnosis is the product of internal or external intention. There is clearly not enough mental energy to move even the lightest object with the power of internal intention. However, this energy is quite sufficient to allow the transfer of various suggestions from one person to another. People demonstrate highly marked abilities to direct a rather powerful flow of energy. If the current is modified by certain thoughts, then the person for whom this current is intended will experience the suggestion effect. I hope you don't think that the hypnotist operates only through the means of a magnetic gaze or random arm movements. Especially since energetically influencing someone does not always require visual or auditory contact. Yet, as far as I know, hypnosis mostly works at close range. It is then natural to think that hypnosis is a product of transference of mental energy, which is produced by internal intention. In cases where hypnosis works at a great distance, external intention undeniably plays the main role, unless there are other mechanisms at work. The essence of transurfing is actually the opposite, rejecting the internal intention, and in order to experience external intent, you must free yourself from procrusts of habitual conceptions and feelings. The mind exists within the narrow confines of the conventional worldview. Escaping beyond these limits is difficult because such escape can only be achieved with the help of external intention. The mind will not give up its positions so easily. So it becomes a vicious circle. You need external intent to grasp the external intent. This is the main difficulty. That the apple you just dropped will fall to the ground, right? You don't believe what's going to happen, you just know it. The pure external intention is free from all doubt, and therefore from faith. If, in order to fly in a dream, a hint of external intention is sufficient, on the other hand, in the world of inert material realization, the intention must be absolutely pure. But do not be upset by the impossibility of obtaining the pure intention. To achieve your goal, all you need is quite a second-class intention. It will just take some time for the inert realization to, strictly speaking, unfold. You might ask a question: if we can control external intent, then what can we trust? Obviously, you probably won't be able to move blocks that weigh several tons. But the inertia of the material world can be overcome over time. The most common and conventional ways of achieving goals are based on internal intention. Use the external intent instead. External intent awakens at the exact moment your consciousness and subconsciousness sync. However, this kind of external intention is not directed towards what you need. It would not even be accurate to speak of the direction of your intention. If the internal intention has an exact direction, to escape the undesirable, on the other hand, the external intention probably does not indicate a direction, but a green light for the realization of whatever it is on which the soul and the spirit have agreed. And they agree on one thing: the evaluation of an event. Whether it's a coveted or unwanted event, it doesn't matter. The external intention notes the unanimity of soul and spirit, and simply chooses the corresponding sector in the space of variance. We are going to set more down-to-earth types of goals. Levitation is the greatest manifestation of pure external intention. But the power of external intent is so great that even the smallest bit of external intent would be enough to achieve impressive results. In everyday life, external intention works regardless of your will, and this often causes a detrimental effect. For example, external intent can manifest through the realization of your worst fears. You want to get rid of it with all your heart. The spirit is frightened, the soul even more so. The mind feels disgust. The soul is not averse to disgust either. The spirit hates, the soul hates even more. The soul and the spirit are totally united. Your consciousness is totally merged and coordinated with your subconscious in a specifically narrow segment. It is easy for you to move your fingers, a little harder to move your toes, and even harder to move your ears, and quite impossible to move your internal organs. The external intention is even less developed. To unite the conscious and the subconscious with the intention of lifting off the ground and flying is so difficult that it is considered practically impossible. The internal intention is oriented to escape the undesirable. All those things that bother you, that you fear and hate, hit your nerves. It is difficult to draw a line between the end of internal intention and the beginning of external intention. Internal intention transforms into external intention when your consciousness is united, coordinated and merged with the subconscious. This limit is imperceptible. It is comparable to the feeling of free fall, or the feeling when you first successfully ride a bicycle. But it is probably best explained with the feeling of flying in your dream. when you intentionally soar into the air. Unfortunately, in life, the soul and the spirit are mostly united over the non-acceptance of something. The realization of our worst fears is therefore the most characteristic illustration of the activity of external intention. People usually have only a vague idea of what they want with all their hearts, but they know very well what we have already discussed: situations where a person gets what he does not want. On the one hand, the things that you fear, hate and seek to flee pursue you. This happens because your mental radiations, grounded to an undesirable event, transfer you to the sector where this event is. But on the other hand, you don't intend to have what you don't want, do you? Where then is the work of intention in such a situation? It's not as easy as Aladdin's lamp, but there are some very useful methods to put the mechanism of external intention into motion. Often a mysterious knowledge is surrounded by detours and omissions. Yet everyone knows that he who reasons clearly speaks clearly. And if someone who has this mysterious knowledge wants to show that he knows something extraordinary, something that he is supposed to tell only his students in secret so that no one hears, while at other times he expresses himself ambiguously in evasive phrases, so most likely this guru himself does not have a clear idea of what the core of his knowledge is. Thus, the external intention is able to act in spite of your will. Mastering this major force is difficult, but you can make it work for you, not against you. We should devote ourselves to the solution of this particular problem. We already know what we should do in order to escape any harmful effects of external intention, not to create excessive potential and to reject negativity. It remains for us to discuss what we must do to bring the external intention to serve our purpose. Much of the information above may still be confusing for you. This is really a difficult subject to grasp, since the external intention cannot be described in words. Yet you will soon have a clear picture of it. I do not wish to confuse you in order to continue to interest you, as the followers of certain schools and spiritual movements like to do. Everything you need to know is in this book. You will learn from your own experience everything you need to know about the how-to, if you put the principles of transurfing into practice. No special exercise or training is required. There is nothing mystical or secret about transurfing. We will not try to obtain an absolute intention which would be able to send the body in the air. If I knew how to do it, then we wouldn't have anything to review. There is the space of variance, there is the possibility of choice. To choose your variant, period. Our task is to learn how to achieve a goal using our own abilities. Even with all the limits of our abilities, transurfing brings knowledge capable of awakening powers that we do not use. And for that to happen, one must not exhaust oneself with meditations, exercises, lucid dreams and other mystical practices that can make you lose your mind. Transurfing's model seems to be, of course, amazing. It is very difficult to believe in all this. Nevertheless, if you would only reconsider the views on life to which you have become accustomed, you would be able to obtain what before seemed unattainable to you. Soon, you will see for yourself, you can make the external intent actually work for you. That they really want to avoid. To bring the external intention under your will, it is necessary to achieve agreement between the soul and the spirit on the positive aspirations, and to discard all negative thoughts. You already know the harmful effect a negative attitude can have on your life. When you express dissatisfaction or refusal, you are subject to the action of the balancing forces. You develop a dependency on the destructive pendulums and you direct your mental radiations towards negative sectors of the body. Space. External intention, modeled from negativity, makes negativity your reality. The game scenario: this is what happens in a dream. A quick thought that someone has aggressive dispositions towards you passes through your mind, and this thought immediately materializes. This person begins to threaten you. But as soon as the vein from your vantage point turns to the other side, the enemy immediately turns into a friend. A kitten behaves exactly the same way in front of a mirror. Its mood swings from aggressive to friendly. He sees a subject in front of him and then begins to assess what he might expect from such a guy. At first, his attitude is neutral, he is curious. But now he raises his paw, his assessment immediately tilts to the side of potential danger. The kitten stands on end, attacking and defending. Then he jumps back and sees his own face. Funny. His mood changes in-game. After that, he does it all again. Thus, the cat dynamically adjusts its own scenario. At one point he attacks his image in the mirror, and then suddenly friendship replaces aggression. Once again, we're back to dreams and daydreams. Dreams are very plastic, so serve as excellent demonstration models for understanding the mechanics behind external intention. We have already seen that the nature of dreams is in many ways similar to real life. Everything that happens in a dream is the result of a game that occurs in connection with a scenario chosen by our soul. When the mind sleeps, we visualize dreams, but we don't remember them. In such a case, the soul travels through the space of variance without any control. Where does the soul wander in such moments? No one knows. All of our conscious memories are under the control of the mind. The dreams we remember happen when our mind is dormant. At such times, mind control is weaker, so the mind plays the role of a passive observer. The mind doesn't imagine anything at all, and it doesn't think it sees anything that isn't there. The mind perceives all that the soul sees in the unrealized sectors of the space of variance. Change happens instantly. We don't even notice it. The expression on your face immediately changes as soon as you glance in the mirror. In an unconscious dream, the spirit does not overpower the soul in its control. The mind watches a movie, just as a viewer would. And at the same time, the mind examines everything it sees, and these experiences are transmitted to the soul. The soul then immediately tunes to the sector that corresponds to the expectations. This way, the scenario actively changes as events unfold. Scenery and characters instantly adjust to match ever-changing storylines. In fact, the imagination is involved in a dream, but it functions only as a generator of ideas. In an unconscious dream, you correct your script the same way. The kitten is unaware that he is looking at his image in the mirror, and you are unaware that you are looking at a dream. But do you know that we all look in the mirror with a different facial expression than we usually have? This is because we developed the habit of doing so early on and because The mirror is an example of a dynamic adjustment of a scenario. Only there. It is the internal intention which acts. However, when you dream, it is the external intention that is responsible for this same action. When you wake up, you see your reflection in the mirror and immediately change your facial expression according to your expectations. Your facial expression is changed by your internal intention. A person sees a game in his dream, while his external intention, without regard to his will, chooses the behavioral scenario of the surrounding world in accordance with his sensations and expectations. I add that when you have an unconscious dream, the soul is free to choose any sector of the space of variance. Most of these sectors will never happen, since the events that occur in these sectors are irrational and therefore require a lot of energy. God alone knows how the soul chooses its dreams. The behavior of people in your dreams is entirely determined by your ideas of how they might behave themselves. An idea is only the first impulse. Everything else is done by external intention. Your behavior in your dreams is determined by internal intention. Everything else obeys your external intention, whether you like it or not. As you remember, internal intention tries to affect the external world directly, whereas external intention allows the external world to happen in accordance with your intention. No matter how frivolously the soul chooses its dreams, the spirit sees them and adjusts the scenario in accordance with its feelings and expectations. As we have already clarified, our worst fears and all those things we try to avoid come true very in a dream. Events occur only according to a scenario that you can conceive. Nothing can happen beyond your comprehension. This explains the low proportion of reviews on everything that happens in dreams. Even the most absurd things are taken at face value by the dreamer, and this because that person is the writer and director of his own dreams. Not that absurdities would be normal, but their possibility is accepted by the subconscious. After all, the rational mind is dormant when you are dreaming, and therefore the subconscious can quite allow various and amazing things to happen. Throughout your life, a lot of external information, but also information from your fantasies and your imagination pass through your brain. Want to appear in a certain way. If someone says to a child, "Look in the mirror," your face doesn't look pretty at all when you're crying. The expression on the child's face will suddenly change. The older ones also look at their image in the mirror with a certain expectation. For example, "I love myself. What do I look like?" Apostrophe. "I don't like myself," or something else. But in any case, the appearance of a person's face immediately adjusts. Some of this information is rejected by the rational mind as faulty or unreal. Yet this part does not go away. Even if the rejected information is in a cellar with a padlock, the subconscious still has access to it. Moreover, the subconscious has no reason to throw this information on the bad heap. Therefore, when it is time to dream, the soul tiptoes to the cellar and begins to secretly try out the various absurd scenarios, hiding from the mind. So your dream scenarios are determined by your expectations. The worst fears or expectations undoubtedly come true in a dream. In real life, you're also more likely to get what you're afraid of and don't want. Having a low critical level on everything that happens when you are awake gives rise to phenomena such as hypnosis and trance. For example, gypsy hypnosis is based on 3 yeses. A person answers 3 questions with yes, and he has the illusion that all things are as they should be. She is no longer on her guard and it is as if she were falling asleep. Her ability to critically assess the situation plummets. A number of people literally sleep when they are on their feet, doing things automatically, things that they are used to doing every day. It concerns those people in particular who perform the same routines day after day. External intention works despite the will of the mind. By using its will, the mind is able to operate the internal intention. External intent, however, does not obey commands. It manifests its own choice, as a product of the agreement between your soul and your spirit. When you dream, the mind doesn't even have the ability to understand that the external intent is at work, because it's no longer in control. When you talk to someone, you sleep soundly. When you immerse yourself in a game, you obviously understand what is going on, but you are unable to assess the situation or act objectively. This is because in fact you are not watching the game from the outside, but taking part in it. It is well known that the football fan is famous for criticizing players who make mistakes. And what if that fan ends up on the football field? All people act in a certain way unconsciously. If a person is not telling the truth, his eyes tend to turn to the right. His arms make involuntary and uncontrolled movements. Things aren't much better in real life, because the dreaming, in a sense, continues when you're awake. This person is totally under the power of the game in which she is an actress. A person might be involved in the most absurd and senseless game in a dream. The game totally absorbs the dreamer, and he does not realize how absurd everything really is. In real life, the same thing happens, to a greater or lesser extent. If a group of people work in a highly specialized field, then it frequently happens that opinions, vocabulary and actions are formed which might seem totally absurd and unnatural to an outsider. Easily. In this case, the external intention is working against your will and to your detriment. The state of hypnotic suggestion is the extreme level of the waking sleeper. Everyone, in some way, continues to sleep in reality to some degree or another. Now you can wake up and say, "I am aware of what I am doing and what is happening at this very moment." But as soon as you're distracted by a person, problem, or event, you jump back into the game and go back to sleep. And you sleep while you're on stage and you play your role voluntarily. You will wake up on your way back down to the room and smack your watcher. They can be groups of people who share the same interests or ideas, such as professional or religious groups. The game by your rules in an unconscious dream. The dream simply happens to you. The external intention acts regardless of your will and there is nothing you can do about it. In a lucid or conscious dream, You come back down from the stage to the room and deliberately work out the script. None at the external intention bends to your will. In fact, it simply does nothing against it. In this case, your spirit gives freedom to the soul and obtains the agreement of the soul in return. The unity of soul and spirit awakens external intention. In the following chapters we will talk about how to get this unity on the way to your goal. In real life, the level of consciousness is higher than in a dream. This is quite sufficient to control the internal intention. External intention, however, requires a higher level of consciousness. It's the same in real life as it is in a lucid dream. To take control of the external intention, you have to wake up. While you're in the room, you will continue to play your part, saying the necessary words, doing what is wanted, obeying the rules. Only now will you be playing consciously, and that means playing in a detached way. You rent yourself out and reasonably assess what is going on. As you can see, the external intention does not appear as the result of your will, but as a product of the unity between soul and spirit. The internal intention, your will, must only focus on achieving this unity. In this sense, external intention is not a product of your will and you act in a dream just as you are used to acting in real life. As everything is possible in a dream, it would be much more effective to use the external intention. You could calmly turn towards the enemy and with a tiny bit of willpower imagine that person self-destructing or turning into, say, a frog. In this case, you're not really trying to turn him into a frog. Trying to influence the external world is the work of internal intention. You imagine that person transforming. In other words, you allow such a variant to exist. The internal intention only focuses on imagining such a situation, allowing a scenario like this. If your mind fully allows events to develop in this way, then the soul will have no objection either. The unity of your soul and your spirit gives rise to the external intention, and realizes the chosen scenario. What would you do if someone attacked you in your dream? There are 4 options for internal intent: flee, fight, wake up, or realize you are awake. Resisting an attack or backing down in a dream is a primary action of internal intention. If you are attacked and you try to defend yourself and resist the attack, then everything will be basically the same as in real life, that is according to the usual model. There is a script in your consciousness that describes how a brawl should go. For example, if you are used to losing, then you will lose. Your dream will move through the space of variance in accordance with this scenario. A dream is not under any control when it is unconscious, the dream just happens. Most of your actions are relatively unconscious when you are dreaming but also when you are awake. To be oblivious to what is happening is to experience a situation as something determinable, and as something caused by external factors. Most of the time, you are unable to influence these factors to any significant degree due to a lack of power or means. If you hold such an opinion, then your life is constantly under the influence of other people or the vicissitudes of fate. In this sense, reality also happens to you. The rules of the game are not set by you, but by the outside world. One way or another, operates beyond your control. But for the external intent to appear, it is necessary to realize that you can control the scenario. Consciousness is a vital condition if you want the external intention to work for you. The observer is always in service in the background. He doesn't interfere, but takes notes and remains highly aware of everything going on. Remember this mechanism when immersing yourself in similar issues. For example, a colleague comes to you and tells you that certain tasks need to be done. If this is somehow a problem for you, then your first reaction will be to worry, or even to feel depressed. Several scenarios of how things might turn out instantly flash through your head. This is hard work to do. How will I be able to finish it? Oh, I really don't want it. What a difficult and restless life I live. If I don't do well, your level of sensitivity to the influence of others and the influence of destructive pendulums is inversely proportional to your awareness. In a dream, many people act like zombies. If you are chased in a nightmare, you run away and can't do anything about it. The screenplay is yours, but you gave it to another production manager. You are held captive by your own ideas about the possibilities for the event to develop. There are your ideas, but they dictate their will, so you are certainly an actor, but also a victim. To take control of your dreams, as well as your life, you must switch from the role of participant to the role of observer. While doing so, don't stop participating in the role playing the game, and continue doing your character just like before. But your inner observer must always be active. It's as if you hire yourself out as an actor and at the same time watch your own performance and that of others in a detached way, like a spectator sitting in the room. In a passive dream, the observer is out of order, and there is only the actor. You are totally absorbed in your character and do not see the situation from the outside. Don't get too deep into your role. It is crucial to keep internal and external importance to a minimum. Always have your spotter ready. Even if the external intention were to be ignored, your ability to control the situation is directly proportional to your awareness. In a dream, your level of consciousness is low, so a dream is something that happens to you. If you have, however, realized that you are sleeping, the whole situation is under your control. You do what you want. And it happens because you have allowed the pendulums to hypnotize you and force you to play their problem game. By knowingly playing out the problem scenario, you have coordinated your soul and mind to your anxiety, and so the external intent immediately shifts you to the problematic lifeline. Fine, and what do you want yourself? You probably want everything to resolve nicely and smoothly. If you think there will always be a complex problem that requires a lot of effort, then you don't need to worry. There is a simple solution to every complex problem. This situation is on the vaudeville lifeline. To transfer yourself onto this lifeline, you will only need the intention to imagine that everything is working this way. This is not difficult at all, since feelings such as fear, despair, dissatisfaction, worry and anxiety can easily overwhelm us. And what caused them above all? Importance. You were lured into a game or put to sleep simply because you rated the game as important in itself and important to you. It is both of internal and external importance. Once you apply this method, you will be pleasantly surprised. This work, then, etc. It is like this. At this moment, you are involved in the game. You're under the influence of the pendulums or, seen differently, you fall asleep. You are now like an obedient child, easily taken by the hand and led into a room where a difficult and overwhelming task already awaits. Now imagine another way these events might develop. Someone approaches you with a problem. Wake up and tell yourself that you are not sleeping and that you can decide for yourself whether the first push of a pendulum is going to turn into a problem or not. This is the first condition for taking control of the situation. You now only have to fulfill the second condition, to have the intention to cause the pendulum to fail. Even when you don't know what lies next, decide for yourself in advance to see the situation as a trifle. The main thing is to prevent anyone or anything from taking you by the hand and leading you somewhere else. Don't take offensive action, don't say no, don't try to run away from the situation and, most importantly, don't get angry. Just calmly and simply listen to the person and what they want what you do. It is recommended to nod on the surface and say yes, even if inside you should remain an outside observer, not a participant. It is the role of a spectator who plays a character and can be compared to a football coach who plays on the field. The results can be amazing in nature. Either way, your problem will be solved very easily. Maybe it will be dropped, or will it be someone else's responsibility? After all, there simply aren't any complex issues on the vaudeville lifeline. You have no power over the external intent, but by using the method above, you act so that A, you will not direct the external intent against you, and B, you will have a chance that you are now on a lifeline where this is really the case. Being detached in this case doesn't mean you have to be distracted. It is even the opposite. Having the situation under control implies attention and total clarity of thought. Staying on the sideline means being aware that you are the one who sets the rules of the game and you decide whether this game will end in tragedy or sketch comedy. It would be a mistake to interpret consciousness as a desire to establish control over the surrounding world. The mind is used to going its own way, trying to change the course of events, in other words, to fight against the current. If you have descended into the room, you may be tempted to change the scenario by force, to try to impose your will on the actors. Such behavior has nothing to do with transurfing, since it relies entirely on the internal intention to fight against the current. Remind yourself again and again that you have to move with the flow of variations. Awareness is not control but observation. Control is only to avoid wallowing in negativity, and instead to imagine a pleasant scenario. Let it into your life and accept it wholeheartedly. Don't impose your script on the world. At the same time, remember to trust the current variance. If the soul and the spirit are sufficiently united in their vaudeville attitude towards the problem, then you will achieve amazing results that you never dreamed of before. Consider the possibility that the world allows this particular variant to happen. Allow yourself to have this variant. You will stop fighting the world, and only when your mind and soul are unified will you be able to choose. The external intention works for your own benefit. Circumstances can be very different or even unfavorable for you personally. However, taking a position such as this will significantly increase your chances of winning. The higher the level of your consciousness when you awaken, the more effective you will be in mastering your destiny. You are no longer a puppet. I just have to warn you against the temptation to imagine yourself being the puppeteer. You realize that such an attitude would upset the balance, and you would certainly get a knock on the nose once the first signs of smugness or, pardon God, resentment towards others appeared. You will never gain complete and absolute control over everything that happens. Not even in your dreams. Remember, you only have the right to choose, not to change. Feel like home, but remember you are just a guest. You should also keep in mind the following: when renting out, act with the utmost care. To have a vaudeville attitude toward an issue is not to be lazy or careless, but rather to have a reasonable assessment of importance. Let us go back to that assignment you received in the previous chapter. The roles of claimant, offended and warrior do not suit us. What role would transurfing give to someone who wants to be the master of their own life in the game called life? It should be obvious to you now that this is the role of the observer. The role of the observer is, moreover, much more interesting than the role of the performer. As you know, commanders, chiefs and other leaders have a more active life position than ordinary executors. Leaders are more observant than someone who has to complete tasks. Their status requires them to be more awake compared to the ordinary worker, who can sleep while reluctantly doing what they demanded. By assuming the position of observer, you will immediately feel a burst of energy. Your stamina will also increase, since you no longer have to be depressed by raising willpower. Of someone else, to instead create your own destiny. Being in charge of your destiny is not a burden, it is freedom. The more we sleep while we are awake, the more mistakes we make. To reality. The desire to flee from the impending reality forces the ostrich to hide its head in the sand. This tendency shows through in a man's attempts to isolate himself from the world. I see nothing. I hear nothing. I want nothing, so leave me alone. It is impossible to take complete shelter and fall asleep. Then, this person involuntarily tries to repress his perceptions, thus lowering his level of consciousness. For example, a non-aggressive and harmless person tries to protect himself from an inevitable blow. But she is unable to parry this blow, because her consciousness is blocked by fear and her reactions are slowed down, as if her eyes were full of clouds. Anger clouds a person's understanding in the same way. The person is completely immersed in the game and no longer sees or hears anything. Hence the expression, anger makes you blind. The secret of so-called intelligent people lies in their conscience. Clarity of mind is determined by the level of consciousness. Some people think clearly and are able to articulate their thoughts clearly, others have a mess in their heads. Sharp intelligence on the one hand and stupidity on the other are not degrees of intellectual development, they are different levels of consciousness. Stupidity is rather a psychological shield that protects a person from unwanted information. I don't want to know anything. Leave me alone. A sharp mind is the exact opposite: openness, curiosity, the desire to obtain and process information. I want to know everything. Stupidity is sometimes the product of slow-wittedness. Each of the qualities can develop during childhood. For example, when parents, teachers or others force the child to study something while subjecting him to strong psychological pressure. The fly that bumps against the glass is sleeping just as soundly. Immersing yourself in a game does not allow you to have a broad and objective view of things. The obsession with the game narrows your field of perception and puts you in front of a screen. Yet when a person makes mistakes because of his gambling obsession, he later wonders, "Where was my head?" As if she had been living in illusion. Even on the 1st of April, April Fool's Day, when the person knows that someone might play a joke on him, he still falls into the trap. Isn't that sleeping away? To a varying degree, unconsciousness occurs when a person is unwilling to face. Man differs from animals, not by his intelligence but more by his degree of consciousness. Animals are more in a sleeping state. Their behavior is essentially determined by innate stereotyped scenarios, which appear in the form of instinct and reflexes. The animals actually act as if they were acting out a play, following a script that cannot be changed. A person is, in this sense, more awake. She is naturally more aware of herself as an individual and her place in this world. And yet, a person's level of consciousness is still very low. The man plays his game, still remaining on the stage. He is completely absorbed in this game. So we've established that the unity of soul and spirit creates the outer intent, and awareness gives you a chance to make the outer intent serve your interests. In a dream, the unity of the soul and the spirit is achieved very easily simply by the fact that the soul is freed from the authoritarian control of the spirit. In a lucid dream, there is a control, but it only serves to adjust the scenario. Everything else, even beyond common sense, is permitted. The mind agrees to accept all possible wonders in a dream. There is a scene from Andersen's fairy tale The Bouquet where the princess, convinced that she is seeing a dream, agrees to walk on the roof with a soldier. In the same way, the mind allows anything to happen, but in real life, your mind desperately clings once again to its habitual view of the world. Fear and anger are extreme manifestations of unconsciousness. The pendulums all around us try to calm our vigilance gently to put us to sleep. Consciousness also helps you draw intuitive information from the subconscious. This can be done if you catch yourself thinking, "Why do I suddenly have the urge to do this?" The voice of the soul is very soft and barely audible. The spirit responds by shouting, "Be still. I know very well what I want and what I have to do." You must cultivate the habit of always listening to the rustle of the morning stars. When you're half aware of what's going on, it's nearly impossible to remind yourself at the right time to pay attention and listen to what your inner voice is telling you. Even if from the first moment of the morning you have decided to listen to the voice of your soul, you will not be able to remember it when you really need to, if you are sleeping. It is not so easy to achieve unity of soul and spirit beyond our common sense. Common sense is the prison of our existence, and it will not be easy to break free from it. We can love esoteric teaching and mysticism, be in the clouds, believe in the incredible. But there is always room for doubt in these beliefs. The mind may pretend, but in reality it knows that the apples fall to the ground after all. This is why it is so difficult to subjugate external intention completely to one's own will. Yet you can discover through practice that awareness radically increases your chances of success. Maximum consciousness is obtained on the condition that your observer always remains present in your mind. It provides an objective assessment of what's going on, keeps track of who benefits from such play, and observes closely, so you won't be pulled into the game like an articulated puppet. It is crucial that you keep in mind at all times the following: are you sleeping or not? You can practice lucid dreaming, if it doesn't scare you too much. But the dream will go away, and everyday life will return. Wouldn't it be better to practice a lucid life? As you see, such an alternative gives you the opportunity to organize your layer of the advertising. For example, has a zombifying effect, exploiting the fact that people spend most of their time half-aware of what is going on around them. Consciousness, like a clear perception of the surrounding reality, only appears in those moments when circumstances trigger a little adrenaline. That's why it's so hard to do something as simple as waking up in a dream and thinking, "Hey, guys, stop fooling me. It's only a dream, and since it's my dream, I'm the master here, and you're not." 4. World just the way you like it. It is your choice to do so. There is still a difference between a wish and an intention. A wish does not exclude the probability of not coming true. If we want something that is hard to get, then we want it even more. Desiring and wishing always create excessive potential. Desire by itself is already a potential by definition. When something is not somewhere, mental energy is activated to attract that thing to that place. The intention does not believe in it or does not wish it, it simply acts. Man is used to getting everything using internal intention. If you have a direct influence on the world, then it will react instantly. It is quite simple and clear. But the world does not give so easily. You have to make efforts, protect your interests, fight and make your way. Yet you're offered a different tactic here, denying an active attack, which suggests that the world itself is opening its arms to you. Obviously, such a futile approach clouds your mind. The phrase "if you really want something, you're sure to get it" works quite the opposite when you're hyper-anxious to get something and are desperately trying to get it. Get what you want. Anxiety occurs because you are not entirely convinced that your wishes will come true. Compare the following two attitudes. The first, I really want to get what I want. It's a question of life or death. I must have it, no matter if I leave feathers in it. I will put all my effort into it. And now, the second. Well, okay. I have decided that I will get what I want. I want it after all. So where is the problem? I shall have it, and so it is. It is not difficult to know which of these two positions will be the winner. External intention is a power that is both immense and incomprehensible. And yet, you have seen how vague and elusive it can be. External intent has something to do with controlling while rejecting all control at the same time. It is the will to act and the rejection of any pressure created by the will. It is the determination to have and the refusal to make efforts to obtain something. It's all of those things at the same time. For the mind, it is something new and unusual. The balance is disturbed by the potentials of importance. As you know, the more important the goal, the more difficult it will be to achieve it. Pure intention never creates excessive potential. The intention assumes that everything is already decided. I have simply decided that this is how it will be. It's almost a real fact. It is a serene knowing that this is exactly the way things will be. For example, I plan to go to the newsagent and buy a magazine. At this moment already, there is no desire in this situation. The desire was there until I decided to take action. The probability that the desire will not be fulfilled, so how will you achieve balance and combine determination to achieve with rejection of direct influence? The question suggests it by itself. You must maintain the balance of intention, which means wanting without desiring, being interested without worrying, striving without being carried away, and acting without insisting. Purify the intent. Is very thin, and even if it were, it wouldn't be a disaster. This is why the intention in this situation is totally free from desire, and here it is also free from excessive potential. External intention cannot be obtained by using internal intention, no matter how strong it is. External intention is external to you, hence the name. What is this thing after all? I've no idea. I'm not afraid to admit it. It is very difficult to talk about intention within the definitions that our mind works with. You and I can only attest to a few manifestations of external intent. It appears once soul and spirit agree on something. As soon as this condition is met, A kind of resonance is created between the radiations of the mental energy and this external force, which catches us and transfers us towards a corresponding sector. Thus, there are two elements on the way to the goal: desire and faith. More specifically, a strong desire to achieve the goal no matter what, and struggles with doubts about the possibility of its achievement. The more you desire the goal, the more your doubt will weigh on a positive outcome. Doubt, in turn, further increases the value of the object of a desire. We've already shown that desire doesn't help, it just gets in the way. The mind, having obtained the intention, unthinkingly throws itself into war. The importance of purpose is what compels the mind to shake up the world in this way. To get a little closer to the external intent, you have to lower the importance. External intent has nothing in common with internal intent in its efforts to affect the surrounding world. This is how desire affects the representation of lifelines. I want to have it, but I'm afraid of not having it. So I think about failure, because it's important to me. And I radiate energy at the frequency of those lifelines that include failure in their script. Intention works in exactly the opposite way. I know I will get what I need. For me, this question is already solved. So I radiate energy at the frequency of those lines where I already have what I want. But the importance of your purpose in turn creates a desire to find your path, whatever it is, and to do so by influencing the world, using internal intention. The mental energy of desire is goal-oriented, while the intention energy is oriented to the process of goal attainment. When a person wants something, they create excitement in the energetic representation of the world around them. This excitation causes the action of the balancing forces. But when this person is just walking down the street to get the newspaper, there is no longer any heterogeneity in the energetic representation of the world. External intent is the force that essentially allows transurfing to occur. In other words, the external intention allows transference between lifelines, or the movement of material realization between sectors of the variant space. Why does this force exist, and where does it come from? It is just as absurd to ask this question as to ask why God exists, or to ponder whether there is a connection between God and external intention. No one knows. The most important for us, the secret of a granted wish, is that one must say no to a desire, and replace it with the intention, which is the determination to have and to act. Here we have the second vital condition for gaining external intent, demeaning and rejecting the desire to achieve a goal. This sounds, of course, like a paradox, since to reach a goal, you have to give up the desire to reach that goal. We understand all about internal intention, since we are accustomed to acting only within its limits. We have defined intention as the determination to have and to act. The difference between an external intention and internal intention is found in the first and second part of this definition. If the internal intention is the determination to act, then the external intention is rather the determination to have. You have the determination to fall, take your momentum and fall. You are determined to find yourself on the ground, let yourself go and give in to Earth's gravity. The external intention indicates that the realization has the ability to move through sectors of the variant space. In the same way, gravity shows the possibility of falling from the roof. While you are standing on the roof, nothing happens, despite the fact that gravity is present. But as soon as you take a step forward, that is to say, as soon as you access gravity, it grabs you and throws you on the ground. You should have no desire, only pure intention. In order to achieve this, you don't have to demean internal or external importance. There is a very simple and very effective remedy against importance: to accept failure in advance. Until you do that, you will not be rid of a desire. To access the external intention, you have to get the agreement between your soul and your spirit. This can only be done when the importance is present. Importance gives rise to doubt and becomes an obstacle in the way of agreement. The spirit desires, but the soul resists. The soul is striving for something, but the mind is in doubt and does not allow it. Importance projects the mind onto a closed window, while the soul sees the open window right next to it. The soul asks for something it really wants, with all its heart, but importance keeps the mind tangled in a web of common sense. Eventually, unity is achieved when both soul and spirit agree on what they don't want, and thereby the external intention attempts to bring you the goods you don't want, don't need. The lack of coordination between the efforts of the soul and the spirit is determined by the fact that the spirit is under the power of the harmful thoughts and the artificial aims imposed on us by the pendulums. The pendulums, once again, manipulate us with these same strings of importance. Is that this force exists, and we can only rejoice in the fact that we can use this force, just as we are happy because the sun is shining. The process for clearing the intention of desire can be achieved by applying the following formula. You think about how you can achieve a certain goal. If you feel doubt, it means you have a desire. You are concerned about whether you have the necessary qualities and the opportunities to achieve this goal. It means that you have a desire. You think the goal will be achieved. Again, you have a desire. You must will and act without desiring. The intention to raise an arm to scratch your head is an example of the intention that has been cleansed of excessive potential. Once failure is accepted, don't think about either failure or success at all, but just keep walking towards the goal. Move towards the goal as you would towards the newsagent to buy a magazine. You will find luck in your pocket, and if you don't find any there, you won't feel sad. Have the intention to reach the goal and accept your defeat in advance. Run the scenario of a possible defeat in your head 2 or 3 times. Think about what you'll do if you can't reach your goal. Look for other options and insurance. After all, life won't end there, will it? Accessing the outer intent does not mean that you have to let go of the inner intent and sit on your hands, waiting for your soul and spirit concord to occur. Nothing prevents you from reaching your goal using the usual means. Rejecting desire and letting go of importance will have a positive effect on the results achieved through active internal intention. But now you have the chance to draw far greater strength from external intent. It allows you to reach what previously seemed unattainable to you. Just don't rehash the failure scenario over and over again. It's something to do once, and it's to free yourself from the need to necessarily reach the goal the way you imagined it. In fact, knowing how the goal is going to be achieved is beyond you. We will come back to this question a little later. When you cleanse the intention of all desire, don't lose the intention itself. If it didn't work this time, it will work the next time, if you didn't kill yourself due to your bad luck. Abstract. External intention is the focus of attention on the fact that the goal is self-fulfilling. In real life, the dream continues to a varying degree, even when you are awake. The goal is reached by the internal intention, but it is chosen by the external intention. In a conscious dream, the mind is able to control the scenario of the game. Internal intention is striving to have a direct impact on the world. To gain control over the external intention, you must wake up. As long as you are unaware of your reality, it is out of control, it just happens. The external intention gives the green light to an independent realization of the goal. Dreaming is a virtual journey of the soul in the space of variations. Dreams cannot be interpreted as signs. The laws of science only work in a single isolated sector of the space of variance. If a soul arrives on a realized sector of the space of variance, it may never return. It is not your desire that comes true but your intention, which is the determination to have and to act. The work of external intention is the movement between the different sectors of the space of variance. External intention is the unity of soul and spirit. Desire is the concentration of attention on the goal itself. The role of imagination in a dream is only to generate ideas. Soul and spirit are united in their negative expectations, so these are easily realized. Internal intention is the concentration of attention on the process of our movement towards the goal. Internal intention is the determination to act. Attention is achieved when you are detached from the game. In order to lower the importance of your goal, you must accept in advance to suffer failure. In order to choose the right scenario, You have to imagine that this is how it will be. Your control should only be directed to allow the desired scenario to come into your life. It is necessary to be detached when participating in any kind of play, as if you were an active spectator. The external intention is the force that achieves transurfing. Having accepted failure, don't spend any more time thinking about it and just start moving towards your goal. Awareness is not the same as control. Consciousness is observation. The external intention is the determination to have. Detachment involves attention as well as complete clarity of mind. Transurfing pays great attention to the interpretation of illusions that are the product of our imagination. There are many things that people call illusion, such as dreams, hallucinations, inadequate perceptions of reality, and ultimately, reality itself. If one were to leave aside the inadequate perception of reality, then seeing another reality would not be the product of the mind's fantasies. Dreams and hallucinations are, roughly speaking, the different journeys that the soul makes in the space of variance. An illusory perception of reality is not the product of the imagination, but rather a perception of areas which have not manifested in physical reality. Definitely, the whole world is not an illusion. The person who dares to pretend that all he perceives is only an illusion thinks too much of himself. And why does man allow himself to affirm that he is capable of understanding and explaining all that is? The only thing accessible to man is to become acquainted with some uniformities of this world and to witness some examples of their manifestations. Some manifestations of this world have no rational explanation. The man, on the one hand, admits his inability to find an explanation, and declares that whatever he saw was an illusion. Yet, on the other hand, he immediately exaggerates his mind's abilities by saying that it imagined or synthesized that particular illusion. A person under the influence of strong narcotics or alcohol loses control of their consciousness, just as they would in a dream. Then the subconscious tunes into places in the variant space that have not yet been realized. The body of this person is in the sector of material realization, in our material world, while his perception walks in a virtual sector which is displaced in relation to the sector clichés. Chapter 2 Illusions. Why are desires not fulfilled and dreams not realized? In order to bring what you want into your reality, you need to know how to place an order. From this chapter and beyond, you will receive specific and practical recommendations for manifesting your commands into reality. These are the first steps of a magician. You deserve all the best. A psychiatrist once told the story of a woman who had a pathological desire to have a perfect husband and children. Using transurfing terminology, the importance of a family was off the charts for this poor soul. Subsequently, she married a man who abused her and mocked her cruelly. She was unable to give birth to children. Real life became unbearable to her, and she soon entered an institution. Doctors try to treat such patients, but many of them are happy beings in this particular state where illusions are much more pleasant than cruel reality. In reality, these are not illusions at all, they were unrealized sectors, which exist and are just as real as the material sector. This is exactly how people with mental disorders perceive a different and unrealized sector, while their body is still in the sector of material realization. Their perception is attuned to a specific sector of the variant space, where there may not only be another setting but another scenario and even different roles to play. The mentally ill are not all sick in the traditional sense of illness. They don't imagine themselves to be Napoleon or other obnoxious individuals. They actually experience the variation they claim to experience. They see this variant in space sector. There are all possible variants in there, but a mentally ill person picks the variant that suits his inclination more. When the conflict between his soul and his spirit reaches a peak and the soul, exhausted, is no longer able to bear the terrible reality, his perception then tunes to a virtual and unrealized sector. At the same time, the person in question is physically alive in the material sector. She no longer perceived the sector of material realization. Her body was in the material world, but her perception was in accord with a virtual sector, in which she was the wife of an English lord, had children, and was perfectly happy. From the perspective of other people, she lived in our world while her perception had tuned into a virtual sector. Realized. A person in such a state can walk along familiar streets, among normal houses, but he sees everything in a completely different way. The people and the environment around don't seem right. The sets have changed. You get a reality that is half dream and half reality. So why doesn't the virtual sector of a mentally ill person come true? As previously mentioned, achieving variation occurs when energy is modulated by a person's thoughts, in total unity of soul and spirit. Obviously, there is no such unity in the case of a mental disorder. Or, the movement between the virtual and physical sectors is too large, and therefore requires an enormous amount of energy to be realized. For example, a new Napoleon in our time would be an exceedingly extraordinary event, and therefore, falls well short of the mainstream of distortion of reality. A person is not only able to see another reality, but is also able to experience reality with distorted vision. A person's perception relies heavily on the information imprinted on him in childhood. The following famous experiment with 2 cats can be used as an example. 2 newborn kittens were placed in 2 separate and visually different environments. One was placed in an environment devoid of any lines or vertical objects. The other was placed in an environment where there were no horizontal lines or objects. Man is incapable of being perfectly objective when he perceives the world around him. It's the same as putting a shot in a video projector and watching it. Light, ordinary and constant, is transformed into an image on the screen by passing through the film. So if your perception was the screen, the light would be the world around us, and the snapshot would be our view of the world, the representation of our understanding of the world. After a while, the kittens were put in an ordinary room. The former was constantly running after chair legs, vertical lines didn't exist for him. In contrast, the other kitten had no idea of horizontal things, and kept rolling down the stairs. Each person's view of themselves and others is far removed from reality, and it is our clichés that bring this distortion. For example, some personal flaws worry you because it seems to you that others don't like it either. So, by communicating with other people, you put in your projector the cliché of the complex of the imperfect and you see everything, and of course, the mind is capable of imagining and having fantasies, but only within the narrow confines of its previous experiences. Likely variance. Or maybe there are other reasons that we don't know that prevent the virtual sectors of a mentally ill person from realizing. The spirit is able to build a new house model using the old stones. Where is the limit between perceiving another reality and imagination? It's not a straight, well-drawn line, but that's not so important for our purposes. The only important thing is how a person's internal beliefs influence their perception of reality and what effect that may have on that person's life. You are about to discover what underlies a distorted perception of reality and how a distortion of reality can affect current reality. Distorted through this complex. Physical appearance can only be judged, thus, have a meaning attached to it, by potential partners. That's a very small percentage of the population. Others couldn't care less about your appearance? You do not believe me? So ask the most respectable judge, yourself, how much do you care about the appearance of other people who aren't in your pool of potential mates? Most of the time, you never wonder if someone is attractive or not. People around you think the same, or think nothing at all, about you. You can be sure it is, even if you consider yourself awful. Ugliness produces an impression only the first time you meet someone. Afterwards, you don't notice the ugliness anymore, just like people don't pay attention to the scenery they've grown accustomed to. Clichés distort your thoughts about what others think of you. A cliché is a distorted representation of reality. A cliché is something that exists in your head, but is absent in other people's. For example, you don't think you're quite attractive. It doesn't really bother you, so there's no distortion. Everything is as it should be. However, it's not about what you think of your appearance, but rather what kind of influence the shot has on your life. If you are bored with your personal appearance, then you create the following cliché in your head: I am ugly, and you look at the world around you through this cliché, as though through a filter. We can consider such a way of seeing things as a cliché since it only relates to your thoughts. Suppose at this moment you are bothered by the way you are dressed. You may even feel like others are noticing and looking at you with mockery or resentment. But there is no such thought in the minds of people around you. These thoughts are only present in your mind, in the form of a cliché that distorts reality. Every person is, by definition, 90% busy thinking about themselves, just like you are. So, suppose you've put a cliché about your unattractive appearance in your mind. You perceive everything that emanates from other people, the looks, the gestures, the facial expressions, the words, through your shot. What will you see? A friendly smile turns into a grin. A person's joyous laughter will turn into jubilant amusement at your expense. Two people are whispering to each other. They are gossiping about you. Someone glares at you. He or she glared at you. Someone makes a face because their stomach hurts. Oh my God, what did they think of you? And finally, any compliment will turn into mockery. Yet no one actually had such thoughts. It's only in your head, it's your own. Even when you are being interviewed for a job, you can be sure that the interviewer is more concerned with how best to perform their role. Clichés work in two ways. On the one hand, they distort a person's notion of their place in the world and what others think of them. On the other hand, they distort his conception of the outside world. What constitutes a cliché? What movie contains the snapshot? Everyone is particularly inclined to see the qualities of their shots in others. For example, a person does not like some features inherent in his character. She tries to hide them far from herself, so that she no longer sees them. But there's no hiding an unattractive cliché. It sits in your head and does its job. So there is created in that person's mind the illusion that others think and act much as he himself does. And if there are personal characteristics that she doesn't like in herself, then she tends to see the same in others. In other words, she will project her characteristics onto other people. Importance. We come back to it once more. You worry about your appearance? It's so important to you. The cliché is in your head and not in other people's heads, unless it's important to them too. One person's ugliness becomes commonplace scenery for other people, because it is not meaningful to them. Ugliness is important only to the person who looks unusual. Cliché. Projections take shape when personal discontent, which has found its way into the subconscious, reflects on other people. The person does not want to blame himself for his bad shots, so tends to see the same bad shots in others. People are often happy to blame others for things they don't like themselves. Your behavior will be determined in relation to your thoughts about your unattractiveness, and you will actually make yourself unattractive. Your arms will start to move unnaturally, and you won't know where to put them. Your face will be distorted with a strained expression. All your intelligent thoughts will suddenly disappear, and your low self-esteem will begin its totalitarian reign. And finally, the cliché that is in your imagination will come true in practice. And you probably did the same thing, without realizing it. This does not mean, of course, that if a person blames someone for something, he automatically possesses the same characteristic. However, this happens very often. Do some observation yourself. The position of the observer in the role play will allow you to easily spot the person who is trying to direct their projections towards you. If someone is falsely accusing you, or trying to attribute to you qualifications that are completely foreign to you, then try to ask yourself this question: this person who accuses you may have the same characteristics that they were trying to project onto the others? More often than not, that will be exactly the case. Because if you don't have any of those qualifications, then the person who blames you for them has a cliché in their head that projects that image. Clichés arise when you attach excessive value to what others think of you. If you do not know for sure what other people think of you, and at the same time it is very important to you, then you can be 100% certain that there is an associated cliché planted in your head. A cliché is the product of the imagination, and in this sense it could be considered an illusion. Nevertheless, such an illusion has an active effect on a person's life. This is the case when the external intention acts destructively, against the will of one's mind, which turns the unusual appearance into ugliness. Put only a positive and colored shot and you will find that it works, just like the negative. Show yourself the positive aspects of yourself, and people will perceive you the same way. This is another positive quality of the cliché, which can and should be used. And all of this continues until a person stops placing a high value on the cliché or until they change to create a positive cliché. As soon as the importance is gone, the negative cliché loses its basis. It dissolves and stops working. The famous painter Henri de Toulouse-Lautrec broke both legs when he was young, and remained handicapped all his life. As Lautrec grew up, he was very troubled by his mutilation. As the years passed, his physical handicap became more and more apparent, and this tormented him even more. In the end, his worry about his imperfection peaked, and Lautrec was forced to accept the inevitable. He stopped paying attention to his malformation and started living again. As soon as he got rid of the importance, the cliché ceased to exist and luck began to smile on Lautrec. He was very popular with women, not to mention that he was very successful in implementing his talent. He was, by the way, one of the founders of the famous Moulin Rouge cabaret in Paris, and women were very fond of him. And not only for his painting, as you understand. Its appearance is different, and nothing more. It's the cliché of importance. A negative cliché usually gives birth to the unity of soul and spirit. As you understand, the external intent in this case works smoothly. She grabs the owner of the negative and transfers him to an area where the negative manifests to its highest potential. The transfer does not happen all at once, but rather gradually. The transfer lasts as long as the snapshot is in that person's head. Because of the importance, she sketches a few strokes on her negatives, and they become sharper and sharper, to finally shine in all their glory. If a person does not like being overweight, he gains even more weight. His birthmark bothers him, it grows still wider, she feels inferior. She receives more and more signs to confirm it. She is disturbed by her lack of attraction. This lack is getting worse. She is tormented by the feeling of guilt. The punishment falls upon her. Positive snapshot. When you create negative clichés, you focus your attention on what you don't like, what you would like to hide. Your task now is to switch your attention to the traits you like about yourself, or the traits you wish you had. As demonstrated above, it is not possible to hide your faults, but if you want to, you can easily emphasize and develop your virtues. Draw yourself as you wish to see yourself. It won't lie to you since it will be a conscious game. You lied to yourself when you fought against your flaws, thinking that you could hide them or destroy them with your internal intention. Create a snapshot of yourself in which you shine in all your glory. Love yourself in this shot and heal it, adding more and more details to the shot. First, you need to take inventory and uncover your negative shots. A snapshot does not contain a static image. It may be the perception of you, moving with grace and confidence, elegantly dressed, with aristocratic mannerisms you possess, the way you shine with your intellect, radiate charm, how you gain favors from other people, easily solve problems, etc. Now put the cliché in your head, and go for it. A positive cliché, like a negative, will have a direct influence on your actions and behaviors. Ask yourself, what don't I like about myself? What qualities in me am I trying to hide or reject? Clichés are created unconsciously. Now wake up and consciously look at your negative shots. In a conscious state, you will be able to discover them easily. You need to throw that garbage out of your head. Involuntarily and even unconsciously, you will adjust to the cliché. How do you do it? You can't just get rid of it. It's not like shaving off a beard. If you fight against them, they are even more present. You just need to deprive the shots of the foundations on which they rest, in other words, your attention and the value you give them. You need to shift your focus from negative to positive. Never mind everything that has bothered you before, and stop fighting yourself. Turn away from all your flaws and instead shift your attention to your qualities, those you have and those you would like to have. But the biggest workload will be done by the external intention, in accordance with the image on the snapshot. Is it important to hide your flaws? These are the basics of negative shots. Is it important for you to make a good impression? This will be the basis of a positive shot. Everything stays in its place. The only thing that has changed is the direction of your attention, your importance. It will mean that your soul agrees with your spirit. It will happen for sure. After all, you want it with your soul and your spirit. While the spirit is trying to turn the cliché into reality, deep in your soul, you are still aware that this is all a game in disguise. And if you continue to stare at the image of the cliché methodically and systematically, the soul will get used to it and eventually agree to consider the cliché an integral part of itself. Positive snaps are particularly effective and quick when you're about to meet new people, who currently have no idea who you are. It can be an interview, a contest, a reception or something like that. Go ahead, put the desired cliché in your head, and don't worry about anything. Don't forget the image in the snapshot, keep it in mind all the time. Allow yourself the luxury of being rid of all hesitation and doubt, like what if it didn't work out? After all, having cast away all your doubts, you have nothing to lose. If your determination to have is enough, you will achieve the maximum and sometimes even the most incredible success. Keep in mind that external intent is incapable of allowing the cliché to happen instantly. It does so gradually. Positive clichés can be made not only with regard to your personality, but also with regard to the world around you. Such clichés, as you can see, getting the desired result is not so difficult. It's just the determination to have. Snapshot images can be attached to any traits or qualities you think you lack. Still, you have to be aware of the degree of realism there is to manifesting this particular cliché in the real world. Don't draw the perfect picture too quickly. It's best to start with something you can actually achieve. In time, you will be able to claim a higher level. Keep reproducing the image you have created in your thoughts until the cliché dissolves. What does that mean? As time passes, the cliché will practically become a part of you, and at that point will no longer be a cliché. When you get what you want, it doesn't matter to you anymore. The importance will disappear and the cliché will dissolve, since its mission will have been accomplished. At no time should you copy the image of people who you think have the necessary qualities. Your copy should be yours and only yours, not a stranger's copy. We will discuss this in more detail in the next chapter. But for now, let's just note that every characteristic has its replacement which, as it stands, will suit you better. Courage can be replaced by determination, beauty by charm, strength by dexterity, being a skilled speaker by the ability to listen, intellectuality by conscience, physical perfection by confidence. By having set realistic and achievable goals, you give external intent a chance to respond more quickly to your commands and spring into action to complete the most difficult tasks. Expand your comfort zone. If you remember, we already discussed this subject, transmitting positive energy in the chapter The Wave of Success. No matter how you look at it, it's worth, above all, being open to all that is positive, and ignoring all that is negative. You stop in front of the works on display that you like and walk with indifference in front of those that you don't like. From this perspective, the world differs from an exposition in that negativity will pursue you if you don't walk past it with indifference. Positivity, on the other hand, will always be with you, as long as you are happy to accept it. However, are you ready to let yourself become it? People generally think that fame or power is the lot of those who have been chosen. It may seem to you that positive shots are a bit like glasses, the lenses of which are colored pink. Despite popular opinion, the notion of seeing life in pink was invented by pessimists, not optimists. The pessimists are, in a pragmatic way, afraid of seeing everything in pink, and didactically warn the optimists of the danger that this can entail. Such pragmatism is nothing but a negative cliché. A pessimist does not dare to allow himself the luxury of having, and therefore receives proportionally. But who designates these chosen ones? Above all, the chosen ones designate themselves, and only then are they distinguished from all the others. If you dream of something but aren't ready to allow yourself to have it, you won't get it. You shouldn't worry too much that a positive cliché also distorts reality. In most cases, such a distortion is insignificant, since the internal control still plays its role. The distortion that a positive shot causes can only do good, unless, of course, you imagine yourself to be Napoleon. It is good to do everything in moderation and to keep excessive potentials in mind. With their distortion, negative clichés have an infinitely more harmful impact on a person's life. But deformation is not the main thing. The biggest characteristic of clichés is that external intent causes them to slowly but surely manifest into reality. A homeless man is standing in the street. He is looking through a window at a Christmas table in someone else's house. Is he ready to allow himself to sit at the table and eat? Of course, if invited, he will. Entering the house and sitting down at the table is the ease of action, that is, the internal intention. But who would invite him? And he totally understands that. The Christmas table is the layer of the world that belongs to someone else. Is he ready to let all positive thoughts out and keep negative ones out? Let's say you have the ambitious desire to become a star or a millionaire. Suppose you want to be a rich man or woman. But are you ready to receive such a gift from fate? Of course, if someone wanted to get rid of an extra million, each of us would take it without hesitation. And wealth wouldn't destroy our lives, as people try to show in uplifting films. But I'm not talking about that. Are you ready to take that million? You're probably thinking I'm saying we gotta make that million, right? Again, that's not it. Are you ready to simply make a choice? To allow you to how to believe it and let yourself be fooled? First of all, let's draw a line between the internal and external intention domains in the phrase be willing to allow yourself to have something. You have to get used to the idea that you will achieve your goal. If you want to become a rich person, but at the same time you dread going into fancy shops, then nothing will happen. If you feel even the slightest discomfort in a luxury boutique, then you are not ready to allow yourself to own expensive items. People who work in such shops are able to instantly tell whether the person who has just walked in is a potential buyer, or just a nosy guy with an empty wallet. A buyer behaves as if the place belongs to him. He is calm, confident, and dignified. He is aware that he has the right to choose. The curious, enthusiastic, but poor, behaves like an uninvited guest. He acts forced, tense and timid. He feels the saleswoman's appraising eye and almost apologizes for entering such a prestigious establishment. It creates a large bouquet of excessive potential along with envy, jealousy, feeling pathetic, nervousness and dissatisfaction. All this happens because he not only does not allow himself to have the financial possibilities, but also because he considers that he does not deserve to own expensive objects. After all, your soul understands everything that spirit literally tells it, and spirit says the same thing over and over again. All these things are not for us. We are poor, and therefore we have to make do with more modest things. A person who is used to thinking and acting within the limits of meaning allow yourself to be rich with all this luxury. You are truly rich with all the best. Solely for the sake of keeping you in check, pendulums make you believe that everyone should know their place. Be bold, enter the luxurious boutiques and view the exhibits like a master, not a servant in a wealthy household. It is, of course, useless to practice auto-suggestion to convince yourself that you can buy objects in a luxury store. To have such a table at home, in the couch of his world? No, the homeless person knows he has no house, no money, no way to earn it. External intention will not give him anything, because as long as he is within the limits of common sense, he is not ready to have. You can't deceive yourself, and you don't even have to. Internal intention requires a determination to act, which is the determination to have money. But since there is nowhere to find money, your mind states a pragmatic verdict. When you act within the limits of the internal intention, you get nothing. That's for sure. Everyone is free to choose what he or she wants, but few believe that they will receive freely. No matter what I tell you, you still don't quite believe freedom of choice is real, do you? Our life confirms the opposite to us, because all people are under the influence of the pendulums. But even if you have freed yourself from the influence of the pendulums, the freedom of choice is still beyond your comfort zone. It's too implausible to have the right to choose in the world of pendulums. External intent will not fall on you like manna from heaven. Where would it come from if you're not ready to let yourself get it? External intention involves the determination to have, in other words, to see yourself as rich and to know that you are the one making the choice. Not to believe or think you are rich, but to know it as a fact. It's too amazing. In your heart, you don't believe that a dream too difficult to accomplish is just a matter of personal choice. But positive shots will help bring the incredible into your comfort zone. Deep in your soul, you still have doubts that your wishes can nevertheless come true. Even if you are ready to act to fulfill your desires, it will not be enough. When you don't believe in it, then you don't allow yourself to consider yourself worthy of being rich, or you simply doubt that your desires can come true. Once you stop feeling inner discomfort at the idea that all dreams are attainable, your hesitations vanish, and your faith turns into knowledge. Your soul agrees with your spirit, and this when you have the determination to have. Now, these people who have become stars or millionaires are not different from you in skills or qualities, but they were different in the fact that they allow themselves to have what they want. You must allow yourself to have. This state can be compared to the feeling you had when you were able to ride a bicycle for the first time. Common tends to cut in the rush, I just can't have it, period. What else could I say? And you don't have to convince yourself that you can buy an expensive product when your wallet in your pocket is empty. It's not really on point. Trying to convince your soul of anything is absurd. After all, she doesn't reason, she knows. A soul can only be trained. The doubts, hesitations and disputes had disappeared. The only thing left was silent clarity, knowledge. Feelings of clarity without words, of knowing something without having to believe it, of confidence without hesitation, are the state of oneness between soul and spirit. When you are in such a state, you feel part of the unspoken force that directs the universe. This force attracts you and transfers you towards the sector or the things, for which your heart and your spirit agree, are carried out. Work on the details, draw new features on the image of your dreams. If you feel even the most fleeting sense of dread towards the world of your dreams, get rid of it. It is your world, and there is nothing unattainable for you in your world. Internal or external importance will be an obstacle on your way to unity between soul and spirit. Your dream world should be a happy place, but at the same time it should be an ordinary place, in the sense that if you have something, then for you it's in the order of things, it's normal. In order to grant you don't look at the picture as an external observer, immerse yourself in it, at least virtually. But remember that if you imagine the shot as a movie on a screen, it won't be very effective in achieving the goal. You have to act out the scenes in your mind, feel like an active participant in those scenes and not like a spectator in the cinema. No matter what you do, always play the cliché in your mind. Must get used to the new comfort zone. That's why you need snapshots. With the help of clichés, the unity between soul and spirit is achieved little by little. This fortress can only be conquered after a long siege. Create the shot of your dreams in your head and keep it consciously all the time. Go back to the picture you drew over and over again. Take an active interest in anything related to your dream topic. Enter all the necessary information. Give it a chance to break into your world layer. It's great if you have the opportunity to play the cliché in real life, even if only formally. For example, you could practice choosing those luxury boutiques we talked about. Don't think about money and don't look at prices. Your goal is not the money, but what could be bought with it. Just turn around, smell the taste, choose, calmly and simply look at things and enjoy them. Let all these things enter you. Don't look at them as if they're an unattainable luxury, but rather as if they're something you're about to buy. Act as if you are the master. Let the seller think you are a buyer. Play the role of a careful buyer, as long as it's not the role of an arrogant buyer. By leaving those things within you, you tune into those lifelines where those things will be yours. You don't have to worry about how these things will become yours. If you have the determination to have, the outer intention will find a way you never thought of. Just don't think after that it was an accident, coincidence or rare occurrence. I do not remember who said the following: chance is perhaps the pseudonym of God when he does not want to sign 5. You can think of something else, but the snapshot image must be in the background. Playing the cliché must become a habit. A snap will only yield results if played consistently and for a long time. Visualize goal. They didn't consider themselves unworthy, and it never occurred to them to feel guilty in a fancy store. They had the determination to have, so the outer, dispassionate intent gave them what they wanted. This is how it happens. And you tell me that such things are inconceivable. The ways to achieve goals according to transurfing are beyond the boundaries of usual reasoning and ready-made ideas. The closest method to the practice of transurfing to achieve a goal is the visualization of the goal. Basically, you imagine what you desire in as much detail as possible, and then hold that image in your head at all times. We can demonstrate the determination to have by using the example of this new generation of Russian millionaires who were more numerous than the millionaires of the developed countries. In the late 1980s, during the perestroika period in Russia, slow-witted politicians believed that the socialist economy would instantly turn into a market economy if everything was privatized. Those who found themselves behind the manger at the right time became rich immediately, and without much effort. Everything that had belonged to the government during the socialist period, including oil, gas, diamonds and all other natural, industrial and intellectual resources, now belonged to a handful of oligarchs. What belonged to everyone was now the property of a certain oligarchy. She didn't need to do business like real millionaires, who had to work for their millions. Those closest to the manger had only to stretch out their hands and grunt, "Mine," and to formalize it by a legal act. Why were these goods that belonged to everyone now the property of an oligarchy? This period is, of course, unique in Russia. But there are many smart and talented people who were close to the riches of Russia, and yet most of them ended up empty-handed. Those who allowed themselves to have had been able to attract what was in front of them. The new rich had no feelings of guilt, remorse, doubt or inferiority. The common global approach sees visualization as a waste of time. In fact, the one who follows the path will arrive at the end, and not the one who daydreams. But, regardless of the way things are, a mental representation of the goal is of equal decisive importance in the process of reaching the goal, and you already know why this is so. The walker will achieve an average result and will live just like the others, contributing to the triumph of common sense. The pilgrim who has a corresponding lifeline, you should feel like you already have what you want. It's not self-deception, because you play this role in a conscious state. I'm personally not happy with such a property, and you probably might be either. However, I would like to reassure you, the visualization in transurfing is quite different from what is commonly implied by this word. Transurfing visualization really works and with full guarantees. Everything is upside down in transurfing, if you look at it from a common sense perspective. Just as the same can be said about common sense from transurfing's point of view. If you don't want to live like everyone else, if you don't want to settle for average results, if you strive for everything in your life in giant format, then you are an adventurer. A transurfing adventurer is not chosen by fate, rather, fate is their choice. There are visualization methods that are simple and others that are rather difficult, They have varying success rates. Some things work and some don't. We will have to find out why visualizing a definite goal does not always produce results. Even the active participant in esotericism and non-traditional psychology cannot rely on it 100%. His background: the methods of transurfing will obtain results that common sense persists in cataloging in notions such as chance, coincidences, or even the chosen one of luck. The second group is the film. I don't mean cinematography, but rather a film made from your desires and your thoughts. Projecting the movie in your head is an intentional process, and it's the only difference from just dreaming about something. There is the intention to have and to act, and one of the actions is to visualize the desire manifested by watching the film. How is it going? For example, you want to have a house and you imagine it that way, and this for every detail. In accordance with you have seen this more than once, and soon you will discover other remarkable things. Known types of visualization can be classified into 3 groups. The first group, dreams. From a practical point of view, it is the weakest and least reliable of the sorts of visualization. It won't hurt you to dream, but it's practically ineffective. Dreams don't come true. Sweet dreamers usually have no serious claim to the manifestation of their dreams. It just seems like they would like their dreams to come true. But deep inside, they either don't believe their dreams could come true, or they have no intention of having or acting. Daydreamers consider their dreams to be as distant as the stars. When someone alludes to castles in the sky, these dreamers close their shells. Like oysters. Don't touch my dreams. If one were to give a clear definition of the purpose of dreamers, then it would be nothing but the process of dreaming itself. You will get everything you want if you work hard to shake the monolith of your common sense. Now, that doesn't mean you have to fly off into the clouds. It means its exact opposite, to come back to earth, because common sense is the one in the clouds. The rules. You have a very clear or nearly clear picture in your head of what a house would look like, and you carry that picture around in your head throughout the day. When working with a cliché, you have to keep in mind the following. First, if you have cooled off from your goal, the cliché will dissolve, and you will have to force yourself to work with it, which, as you understand, the visualization represents a snapshot. Such a snap will expand your comfort zone and will undoubtedly show up over time. But no one knows when that will happen. You may have to wait a long time. It all depends on how you work with this shot. If you only played with it a little before dropping it, then don't expect any results. There are no miracles in real life. Suppose you have accomplished this task brilliantly. You would think your wish would come true. Guess what you will get? Well, you will no doubt see this house more or less exactly as you pictured it. But it won't be yours. It will be someone else's house on the street or in a movie. Because you get what you order. After all, you honestly made an effort to visualize the house, but you did not, in any way, explain to the server that the house was yours. Therefore, he accurately brought your order to you. You were so caught up in the visualization process, exactly as it was described to you in the book, that you forgot the most important thing, the owner of the house. This is the main error of those who practice this type of visualization. A film will remain a film. You will never be part of it. You are speechless in front of him, like a beggar speechless in front of a shop window. The third group of visualization, you do not watch a film as a spectator, but you take part in it in thought. It's already much more efficient. You play your own role. You grant the parameters of your radiation to the corresponding lifeline. For example, your goal is to have a new house? Don't look at it in your mind as if it were a photograph. Create a kind of virtual dream for yourself when you are awake. Enter the house, walk around it, go to the different rooms and touch all the things around you. Lie down in the armchair facing the fireplace, feel the cozy warmth and the smell of smoke, put some wood back in the hearth. Go to the kitchen and look in the refrigerator. What's in it? Go to sleep in a comfortable bed. Are you okay? Sit at the table with your family. Celebrate the housewarming party. Move furniture. Caress the grass in the garden with your bare hands. The grass is green and soft. Plant flowers. What flowers do you like? Pick an apple from the tree and eat it. Feel at home. This is your home after all. Don't look at it with the eyes of a troubled, intimidated dreamer, as if it were something unattainable or a distant possibility. You already own this house. Act like it's true. Persistence is only necessary in the early stages of the process. Later, viewing the shot will become a habit and you won't have to force yourself. Good. And finally, if the goal is not yours, but you have been forced into it by a pendulum, you will never achieve agreement between your spirit and your soul. I will talk about it in the chapters to come. But if you concentrate your efforts towards your goal with all your heart, then visualizing a snapshot will undoubtedly bring a result. Answer: nothing will ever happen. You could do this every day for the rest of your life, and yet, in the best possible scenario, you'd just see briefcases full of cash more often, in movies. The chances of you finding treasure or winning the lottery are very slim. Do you want to take the bet on this probability? Once you have the real determination to have, the external intention will find a way to achieve your goal. You might ask the question, why would it be like this? After all, I constantly visualize in my mind how I open the briefcase with my hands, grab my money, caress the briefcase, and even almost how I lick it. The visualization of the third group is not a movie. What else should I do? And what about the almighty external intention? If you thought a snap was the viewing method in transurfing, you were wrong. Even a snapshot of extreme quality can take a long time to come true, especially if the goal is in a remote sector of the space of variance. The process of achieving goal can be accelerated with the help of transurfing visualization. You are about to find out what it is. Looking at the situation from transurfing's point of view, then two errors can be identified. The first: your goal is not a briefcase will tire very quickly. Then you have to ask yourself if you really need this shot. Second, you need to keep in mind that external intent will not immediately materialize, a cliché. It carries you gradually towards the lifeline of your goal. You will need to stay calm, have patience, and be persistent. Let's see the next little problem. Let's say your end goal is to get rich. To achieve this goal, you visualize a suitcase full of money. Visualization is carried out according to all the rules of the third group and for a sufficient period of time. Question: what will come out of it, and when? Visualize the process. Your comfort zone expands, of course, and the outer intention does its job. But you're not helping him in any way. You must at least move your legs. I'm not talking about the fact that you also have to act. For now, we are only talking about the visualization process. Let's define the basic and fundamental difference between visualization and transurfing and usual visualization processes. As you know, focus on the goal is desire. Focusing on movement towards the goal is intention. The driving force behind any action is intention, not desire. So it is not you contemplating the goal that brings you closer to that goal, but rather you visualize the process of moving closer to the goal. Accomplishing intention is a process, not focusing exclusively on a setting. Of course, the goal itself is part of the visualized image. Yet the principle is based on the process of approaching the goal, while the goal is only the context in which you move towards it. Let's return again to the example of raising an arm. Imagine that you want to raise your arm. First, think about how you want to raise it, and the result, which is your raised arm. And now raise it up. In the first case, your desire works and nothing happens. What's basically happening is that you're just expressing the fact that you have a desire to raise an arm, and you visualize the goal, your arm in the air. In the second case, the intention is at work, and it is working all the time the arm is in the air. During this process, the goal is implicitly something you have to pursue, but you focus on the actual process of reaching the goal. Ultimately, to go somewhere, it is not enough to simply desire it and imagine yourself where you want to be. You have to take action, that is, to realize the process. One might think that all of this is just idle reasoning. Yet look at what conclusion we come to using this argument. Visualizing the goal is the work of desire, and yet the goal is not getting closer. It turns out you're just shooting blanks, wanting something to happen. Full of money. Money is just an attribute. It's not even a means to an end, let alone make it an end in itself. However, we'll talk about your goals later, so don't rush. The second error is fixing the final goal. Unless you are just one step away, setting the goal is not moving toward your goal in any way. Up to now, your usual experience has taught you that when you want to achieve something, you must direct all your thoughts and ambitions towards that goal. You will have to forget all this. Just as I promised you, transurfing works unconditionally, but you have to let go of your received ideas and accept other ideas that are quite unbelievable, if considered from a normal point of view. Visualizing the exact goal differs from visualizing the process of reaching the goal in the same way that desire differs from intention. Desire does nothing. In transurfing, you visualize the process of approaching the goal. Intention works in this case, so you will reach the goal sooner or later. Moving towards the goal is not something that happens as quickly as in a dream, but the movement is there, and it is quite tangible. After studying the last chapter, you will even be able to actually see your movement along the variety of lifelines. You won't see any problems arise with proper visualization for your situation. The secret is not only to contemplate your object, but also to imagine the process of the birth and growth of perfection. You don't have to imagine how your creation, a work of art, for example, is drawn, modeled, built itself. You are the one who creates it. It becomes perfect in your hands. You create and admire your work at the same time. If you create software for computers, then when you come home from work you imagine how to make it even more efficient and convenient. Tomorrow, you will add more details, and your software will surprise everyone. If you are working on a business project, then imagine how more and more brilliant ideas are popping up in your mind. Every day, you put forward new and original suggestions. Watch your project grow. Keep telling yourself it turns into a beautiful. Whatever you do is a long process. Visualizing this process will help you. Such visualization is especially useful when you are doing something creative, when the end goal is unclear. A good example would be a mother who takes care of her child, makes him grow. What do we mean by visualizing the process? Let's say you are working on a piece of art, and yet you don't really know what it will look like when you've finished it. However, you know the properties you would like this object to have. Between each work session, try to imagine how the object becomes more and more perfect. Today you have finalized some details of your artwork, and tomorrow you intend to add new touches to it. She feeds him, puts him to bed and imagines her baby growing every day. She takes care of it, considers it with love and confirms to herself that it is becoming more and more beautiful. The mother plays with him, teaches him things, and at the same time, she imagines her little boy becoming more and more intelligent, and that he will soon go to school. As you see, it's not about contemplating the process, but rather about creating and visualizing the process simultaneously. The mother not only observes her child grow, but also imagines his development and the type of person he will become when he grows up. Imagine how your creation transforms. You give it more and more characteristics, and it turns into a masterpiece, right there in front of your eyes. You are happy, immersed in the creative process, and your baby is growing with you. The path could be quite long, not necessarily in terms of time, between your future goal and your present situation. It is not only your situation that will change, but also your way of thinking and acting, and perhaps even your personality. You won't be able to adjust your settings the right way without taking this trip. But visualizing the process is not everything. The material realization of the space of variance is inert, like tar. Therefore, the transfer must be done gradually, unless, of course, you have the external intention of a Messiah. Gradually does not mean it is a continuous process. The transfer can also be done in stages. This is the secret behind another feature of Transurfing's process visualization. Example of professionalism. If you were trying to practice visualizing the process of moving toward a rather distant goal, you might be tempted to, if you work with your body, then grow it, as a mother would with her child. Imagine your body gradually getting into the desired shape. Take care of it, train it, and then imagine your body building up muscles in places and getting thinner in others. Either way, visualize the process, how your work moves toward completion. A simple contemplation of the final result extends the comfort zone, and that is already something. But as you visualize the process of approaching the goal, you significantly speed up the work of the external intention. If the goal is on relatively distant lifelines, then it is nearly impossible to attune your radiations to those lifelines. For example, if you are about to take an exam, but know nothing about it, you will not be able to agree on which line you would pass that exam. Visualizing yourself answering questions correctly won't work if you don't know anything at all. If you don't know now how your goal might be realized, don't worry. Continue to view the snapshot calmly and systematically. Once the goal is fully integrated into your comfort zone, then the external intention will provide an adequate option. Don't struggle desperately to find solutions to achieve your goal. Reject importance and rely on the flow of variance. Don't look at the cliché, live it. You will then involuntarily go in the right direction. Transfer chains. Rush and try to make everything happen faster. It won't get you anywhere. Or any result. You will feel disappointed and upset, which in turn will turn the balancing forces against you. As you can see, it's simple. It's not complicated to find out which are the separated links in your chain of transfer. And what if you don't know the order of progression? Or if I am now able to give you the final definition of visualization in Transurfing. The visualization in Transurfing is a mental image of the process that completes the current link in the transfer chain. By mental picture of the process I mean pointing your thoughts in the right direction. You just have to give impetus to your thoughts, and they will act on their own, just like a script in your dreams. You really have to live through the process of making this chain consistent with your thoughts, as well as your deeds. Your thoughts and actions must be coordinated. You could play images of the distant future in your head all you want and nothing bad would happen to you. Still, visualizing a process of moving toward a line you won't soon be arriving at can take you God knows where. Imagine that you have to go down a winding river. You wouldn't hoist your boat up the banks as a shortcut to avoid the bends in the river, would you? If the goal is to be achieved in several steps, then you will have to complete these steps in order, whether you like it or not. For example, you cannot become a professional in any field all at once. First you have to find a training institute, then find a job, then shape your professionalism, etc. Such a step-by-step journey through the space of variance is called a chain of transfer. Each link in the chain is a separate step. The steps are linked together, and this is because until you complete a given step, you cannot start the next step. For example, you cannot start a doctoral program if you have not obtained your master's degree. A link in the transfer chain brings together interconnected and relatively homogeneous sectors of the space of variance. The path to the goal is structured and composed of the chains of transference and the current of variance. The structure of the variant space is well ordered. If you pursue your goal in a disorganized way, then you will never achieve it. You already know that you should avoid getting out of the mainstream of variance. Do not create excessive potential, agitate the water with your hands, or face the current. Only one more rule to follow. Practice visualization, in which you imagine the process of moving towards the goal. In your current step, I encourage you to imagine the end result as much as you want, as long as it's in the form of a shot. But you should visualize only the process of movement towards the goal, inside the current link in the transference chain. Don't rush, everything will be done for you in due time. Now we have to clarify what place we give to the third visualization group and if we really need to deal with it. The answer is simple. Definitely yes. It is absolutely crucial to practice goal visualization in any way that is convenient for you. The goal holds in your head as a cliché, which expands your comfort zone and tunes mental radiation frequencies to the lifelines associated with the goal. This is the unique and main function of the visualization of the third group. Have no idea what that means or the path to your goal? It's not a problem, so don't worry about it. I repeat once again what you need to do in such a case. At this point I would like to add a few words about signs. If you interpret a sign which, as you believe, could portend the possibility of achieving your goal, then you must know that these signs can only apply to the current link in the chain of transference. They have only a distant relationship with the final goal. In other words, clues are only relative to the path you are walking on. You can interpret the signs for all questions that concern the current link in the transfer chain. But if the line of your present life is separated by several links from your goal, then the signs cannot serve as an indicator of the goal. This does not mean that there is no sign of the distant goal. It's just that you can't interpret them with a sufficient degree of reliability. Overall, interpreting signs, aside from those of your soul's emotional comfort, is the least reliable method of transurfing. Thus, you should not attach great importance to signs and their interpretation. Be that as it may, the ongoing transference to the lifelines associated with the goal is still accomplished by the toiling little horses of transurfing, the visualization of the process of movement towards the goal. By visualizing the process, you unify your internal intention with the external intention. If you don't yet know how your goal might be realized, don't worry. Continue to view the picture calmly and systematically. Once the goal is fully integrated into your comfort zone, the external intention will set up an appropriate option. Do not torment yourself by desperately trying to find ways to achieve your goal. The cliché will make you act in the right direction unintentionally and even unconsciously. Dismiss importance, remain calm and rest on the current of variance. Abstract. Once the importance is no longer there, the cliché ceases to exist. Don't look at the snapshot as if it were an image. Stop beating yourself and shift your focus from negative to positive. Illusions are not a figment of your imagination. They are visions of another reality. Create a positive snapshot of yourself that is pleasing to both your mind and your soul. Live it, at least virtually. Take all the information that comes from the world of your dreams. Look at your shot more often, and add details to it all the time. Any man living in the material world is able to perceive an alternate reality. Contemplating only the result will not get you to your goal. Visualizing the process of moving toward the goal will. Your perception of the world can be distorted by your own assumptions. Under no circumstances should you copy the look of someone else's picture. A cliché is something that exists in your mind, but not in the minds of others. If you are not determined to have, you will not get what you want. Clichés distort reality. Allow yourself the luxury of being worthy of all the best there is. Man tends to project his clichés onto others. The determination to have is knowing with certainty that you are worthy and that the choice is yours. Positive shots will help you bring the incredible into your comfort zone. Importance is the basis of a cliché. If you don't know yet how to reach your goal, continue to visualize the picture. The visualization in transurfing is a mental image of the realization process that the current link in the transfer chain is undergoing. The snapshot itself will point you in the right direction. Do not contemplate the result. Instead, imagine the process of creation and development towards perfection. Every human being is born as an individual, a unique creature. From the first day, his individuality develops. Thoughts, knowledge, beliefs, habits and even personality emerge later, like a thin coating. And yet, all of this did not just appear out of thin air. What was present at the very beginning? If it was just a white sheet of paper, try to be that white sheet of paper for at least a minute. Close your eyes and stop any thought that crosses your mind. If one gazed into the black void, Then for a few moments one could manage not to have even a single thought in one's head. And how would you explain that you are you? Usually a man becomes aware of himself as an individual in the context of his social position. But imagine for a second that the social environment is gone and you find yourself suspended in space. You have nothing, no society, no earth, no sun, no past, no future. There is nothing but a black void around you. It's all gone, only you are left. And what remains of you and your original character? It is very difficult to approach this question within the framework of our mental conceptions. In this book, we will not ask ourselves that ancient question of whether the soul exists or not. It would take a long time and would not be. Let's say that at some point there are no more thoughts in your head. You have reached a state of emptiness. But did you stop being you at that moment? Your mental activity has paused, but that sort of whole feeling that you are is you. All your knowledge and thoughts are related to your living environment. Your habits, mannerisms, desires, fears, interests, personality, also operated only in association with this existing environment. But it's not now. So what's left of you? Your soul and your spirit. Chapter 3. The wind of intention. Man has tremendous power, sometimes called psychic energy. Everyone has magic abilities, but they were buried deep within. Apparently, you don't have to look very far to unlock your inner reserve and potential. L'Merveilleux is just around the corner, but the men don't notice it. The soul enters this world, just like a child, stretching out its arms in confidence. The man is nothing. He is only a drop that for a while rose from the ocean. The biblical texts, in this regard, reveal a truth that the mental conception has distorted. The statement that God made man in his own image is true. Simply, the way it has been understood is incorrect. God can take any form, but his substance is not to have one head, 2 arms and 2 legs. If we were to compare God to an ocean, and a man to a drop, then they would have a common substance, water. Of no use. This question is not a significant principle for the purpose of transurfing. If you do, then believe in the existence of the soul, or perhaps the existence of the subconscious. You might agree with the concept of immortality, or not. There is only one area that remains beyond doubt. The human psyche encompasses the conscious as well as the unconscious. The mind is completely in the grip of the pendulums and its own ideas and preconceptions, which in turn have been imposed on it by these same pendulums. A person's level of freedom is limited by the narrow boundaries of what is permitted. This person mistakenly takes his role in this world as that of a servant, or as that of a master. From transurfing's point of view, neither of these situations is suitable. One could take the sheaves of ocean waves to illustrate the process of birth and death. A drop that has separated from the ocean cannot feel unified with the ocean and obtain its energy from it. This separate drop thinks it exists on its own and has nothing to do with the ocean. But once the drop falls back into the ocean, she realizes she is one with him. The drop and the ocean merge into unity. Their essence is one and it is the same, water. A separate water particle could take different shapes, a drop, a snowflake, a piece of ice, a vapor cloud. The forms are different but the substance is the same. A water particle does not remember and understand that it is the same as the ocean. The particle thinks that the ocean is waves, foam, sprays of water, icebergs, calm water. In the same way, the particle thinks that it is a drop, or a snowflake, or a small cloud of vapor. It is difficult for the particle to discern the single common substance that hides behind these many external forms, which is called water. This is a well-known, yet unclear and subtle thing. From the beginning, we have agreed that we relate all that is conscious to the spirit, and all that is unconscious to the soul. For the sake of simplicity and practicality, we need only clear up a very small part of the question relating to the soul. Just draw a rough line between soul and spirit. Feelings are for the soul and thoughts are for the mind. Experiencing a feeling of pleasure and inspiration, or like having wings, these are feelings of the soul. Having a heavy heart and feeling depressed are also experiences of the soul. When the shape of the kite satisfies the necessary characteristics, it rises thanks to the currents of air. In the same way, a man is picked up and carried away by the wind of external intention, and soars into that sector of variant space which corresponds to the parameters of his mental radiations. To determine his movements in the space of variance, he must feel this wind of external intention just as clearly as if he felt the movement of air or water. It is rather difficult, and yet it is an accessible feat. As we have already demonstrated, the work of external intention is most evident when realizing your worst fears. In this case, the external intention is working against your mind's will. We now only have to determine what we need to do to achieve our best expectations. In the chapter called Intention, we were able to identify according to people who have lived the border between life and death, the experience of the soul is an inexplicable calm and the perfect happiness of feeling that it is one with the universe. The drop is returned to the ocean, and once again becomes aware of its former nature. The drop is of the same essence as the ocean. All the energy from the ocean enters the drop. What does a man who knows enlightenment get? The entire energy of the ocean, the universe, is at his disposal. He sees no substantial difference between himself and this infinity. His mental energy resonates with the energy of the ocean. It is the moment when the intention of the enlightened turns into external intention, this formidable and incredible force which directs the world. Until a man realizes the essence and nature of his concordance with the ocean, he will not be able to control external intent. We will not make enlightenment our goal. It is too difficult a task. In fact, you don't have to achieve enlightenment to achieve your goals. There is no need to retire to Tibet and practice meditation. Transurfing offers a niche that allows you to have control over external intent, only a little bit, but it will be enough to make your dreams come true. The principle of this niche is quite simple. The mind has will, but is unable to control external intention. The soul is able to become one with the external intention, but has no will in itself. It's like flying through variant space like an out-of-control kite. To submit the external intention to your will, you just have to obtain the unity of your soul and your spirit. Throughout the entire history of mankind and human civilization, people have strived to bring together a sense of being one with the universe while being alive and well. All schools of spiritual development actually pursue the same goal. To achieve enlightenment, or, in other words, to feel one with this world, to dissolve into the energy of the ocean, and at the same time not to getting lost as a separate being. The navigation of the soul. People perceive themselves in the external manifestations of the world only as material objects. All material objects have an informational energetic essence that defies usual perception. This is what exists in the space of variance and determines the behavior of the material realization. The language of abstract symbols to which we are so accustomed only describes the external manifestations of the informational energetic essence. It is impossible to unambiguously describe this true primordial essence by the language and definitions of spirit. Hence the large number of philosophical and religious movements. For example, if we have never seen the energy field of a human being, then our mind simply will not let it appear before our eyes, because it does not conform to the usual pattern. When we were young, no one drew our attention to the aura of a living creature. So the aura was not part of our model of the world. Now we know that the aura exists in theory, but in practice we are not able to see anything. The mechanism of perception of the surrounding world is still a blank spot. We can only talk about its separate aspects. Ants, for example, have never seen the stars. They did not see the sun, the mountains, or even the forest. Quite simply, their vision is made in such a way that they only deal with nearby objects on the ground. Their perception of the world differs fundamentally from ours. Our perception is so shaped because in our earliest childhood we were told to focus our attention on well-separated elements. Look, what a pretty baby. Here are tiny arms, and here are tiny legs. Here is your delicious porridge. There, look, a little bird flies away. Our perception matches our experience at all times. Our mind is constantly trying to fit everything it sees on the outside into its format of the world model. And what does the world really look like? Here is a nice attempt at a supposedly objective question to receive an objective answer in return. However, the question in itself is not objective. The world simply appears as it is, because the concept of something appearing a certain way is also part of our perception of basic conditions that must be realized to master the intention consciousness. Lower. You will soon dis imkapverten eques en ktriopsa onfturna en suarifixen jarrally seed hes wireless, loto like hoi ipven teeth he digu oral. To. This mysterious world of external intention. But the world does not exist because people have described it based on their own ideas and concepts. In this sense, the human soul will always remain illiterate. She does not understand human language. It only understands what we are used to thinking about in terms of sensations. A thought comes first and only then is it put into words. You can think without words. And this is precisely what the language of our subconscious is able to understand. Words are not the basis, thoughts are. Trying to speak to the subconscious with the language of the mind is absurd. Take, for example, the Mona Lisa painting. It is a language that everyone understands. Here words are superfluous. Words are incapable of expressing what is obvious to everyone anyway. And what this obvious something is for each person is of no great importance. Each person understands and feels in their own way. We could, of course, say model. In the pattern perception of, say, a blind mole, there is no such concept as appearing a certain way. The world manifests itself to us, according to the pattern of our perception. And at the same time, the world does not appear in a particular way. There is no point in arguing that the world appears as it usually does, or as an accumulation of radiant energy, or in any other way. We can only talk about the different manifestations of the world that we are able to perceive. We are far from being able to explain everything with the help of the existing range of concepts. As you may have noticed, I still haven't been able to clearly explain what external intent is. Fortunately, people still have access to a universal method of expression, works of art. It is something that can be understood without using words. Everyone understands the language of the soul. It is the language of things that have been made with love and desire. When a person moves towards his precious goal through the right door, more precisely, he creates a masterpiece. It's when she does exactly what she loves that art is born. Human consciousness is a social product. It is based on the ideas and definitions of everything around us. The soul, the subconscious, resides within any given person from the moment the person is born. Yet her consciousness emerges once everything around her is defined and labeled with concepts and definitions in human language. You could be a graduate of a music conservatory and only compose a tasteless melody that no one could remember. You could paint pictures that are hollow and yet perfect in technical execution. Yet no one would think these are masterpieces. At this point, if someone can say of an object that there is something in it, then that object can be considered a work of art. Art connoisseurs and critics will explain later what this something really is. But this something is immediately obvious to everyone, and without a word. When you first see Buddha smile, there is an odd mixture of bewilderment and curiosity. That's because it reminds us of a drop of something distant and forgotten, the feeling of being at one with the ocean. The flight of the unconscious soul through the wind of external intention occurs spontaneously, without control. Consciousness is what provides the opportunity to express one's own will with determination. In the very beginning, when the languages of soul and spirit were not separated, the unity of soul and spirit was achieved quite easily. Later, the mind drifted away constructing a representation of the world within the context of its labels and definitions. This, in turn, has led the mind further and further away from understanding that initial essence, which serves as the basis for external intent. Anything that reminds us of the past unity tugs on the sensitive chords of the soul. Once the human language appeared, the language of the soul gradually dissipated. People have been carried away by the language of the spirit. The time then came when the spirit took over. The process itself has been distorted and reshaped by the concept of the spirit. I am talking about the legend of the Tower of Babel, where the gods got angry with men who had decided to build a building that would reach paradise. So the gods mixed up the languages of the humans, so that they could no longer understand each other. As a result of these gigantic intellectual efforts, the mind has achieved impressive results in the technological world of material realization, but it has lost all that pertains to the unrealized space of variance. The mind has strayed too far from understanding all that is external intent. This is why a number of claims that transurfing brings seem so unbelievable. And yet our mind that she has a mysterious smile or that there is something elusive in her, and so on. Nevertheless, words will not be able to explain this something that makes this painting a masterpiece. In fact, most myths and legends are true, but it is the mind's version of truth that uses its concepts. The Great Tower may serve as a metaphor that symbolizes the strength the people gained by developing the ability to articulate their will with the language of the spirit. Mona Lisa has already caused such interest because of its mystery. Haven't we already mentioned the similarity of his smile with that of Buddha? It is known that Buddha attained enlightenment during his lifetime. In other words, he was able to feel like one with the ocean, just like a drop of water. Buddha's smile, on all the existing images that represent him, is totally detached, and at the same time it expresses calm and perfect happiness. One could say that the smile contemplates eternity. As has already been said, the soul can feel the wind of external intention, but it is unable to trim the sail to use that wind. The sail is regulated by the will of the spirit. Will is an attribute of consciousness. Your soul has everything it needs to fulfill your desires. Do you remember the story of the Wizard of Oz and the Emerald City? In this story, a clever scarecrow dreamed of a brain. The brave tin carpenter wanted to have a heart, the brave lion wanted to become brave, and the girl, Dorothy, wanted to go home. All of these characters already had what they wanted. But if the Wizard of Oz had told them, this revelation would have been so incredible that they would never have believed it. In fact, all they had to do, the scarecrow, the tin carpenter, and the lion, was to let themselves have the desired qualities, which were already well present in their hearts. Dorothy's case was not very complicated. She needed an undeniable determination to have, in order to go home. The magic ritual helped her acquire this absolute faith, and the wind of intention transferred her to her house. As we have already mentioned, not all that relates to external intention fits with the conceptual framework of the mind. He steered himself into that position, and the pendulums did a lot to get him there. Having control of the external intention gives man freedom, and it goes against the interests of pendulums. So the Wizard of Oz pretended to perform a magical ritual. They take advantage of your situation as a bumbling little bolt working in the service of these monsters. The personal realization of any man would be a disaster for the pendulums, since the free individual does not work for the pendulums, but for his own development and prosperity. So pendulums get people to believe in commonly accepted norms and roles, which turns them into disciplined, easy-to-use adherents. In a certain way, it is a positive and necessary aspect to teach a person how to live normally in this world. The one who breaks can restore what has been lost. You just have to repair the relationship between your soul and your spirit. The difficulty is that your soul, unlike the mind, does not think, it knows. As your mind thinks about the information it has received, passing it through the analytical filter of its representation and model of the world, the soul obtains its knowledge directly from the information field, without any analysis. In the same way, it is able to speak directly to the external intention. To make his calls match your goals, you just have to align the will of your spirit and the aspirations of your soul, to bring them together. As soon as you achieve this unity, then the sail of your soul will swell with the wind of external intention, and push you straight towards your goal. The internal magician. One had only to separate the spirit from the soul to deprive man of his ability to control external intent. Throughout human history, great efforts have been made to separate the soul from the spirit. The mind was constantly developing the language of its labels, becoming more and more detached from the language of the soul. The pendulums of religions, like the pendulums of science, pulled the spirit in different directions, but as far as possible from the true essence of the soul. The development of industrial and information technologies over the past centuries has totally disrupted the connection between soul and spirit. You are capable of creating fantastic works of art, of making ingenious discoveries, of achieving remarkable results in sport, in business, or in any other professional field. To achieve this, you only have to turn to your soul. It has access to all kinds of knowledge, creations and achievements. It's just that you've never asked your soul for such a thing. All the great geniuses in art, science and business were able to create their masterpiece because they had consulted their soul. And why would your soul be worse? She is not. Commonly accepted standards becomes a loser or an outlaw. But on the other hand, such a suggestion heavily suppresses a person's uniqueness. The result is that people are unable to say exactly what they want out of life. Moreover, they are not aware of what they are capable of. I would just like to suggest to you, respected adventurer, to ask yourself the question, why him, her, and not me? What do I need to become one of those chosen few? I'm not the Wizard of Oz, so I won't do any magic rituals. I'll just give you the answer. You have everything it takes to become one of those chosen ones. You just have to use it. You can do anything. It's just that no one told you before. There is no question for you or for me of saving humanity. Your mind can make a flawless copy, but only your soul can create the original. The influence of the pendulums is particularly strong today, since everyone reads books, listens to the radio, watches television and surfs the internet. Humanity has accumulated an enormous amount of knowledge and just as much false information. False information resists as well as true knowledge. The main loss of humanity is the broken connection between soul and spirit. Only a select few achieve success in business, science, art, sports and other professional fields. Everyone has become accustomed to this as the meaning of the world, and it never occurs to anyone that this is not normal. Each masterpiece tells us the language of the soul. No matter what kind of work you do, your work will only make an impression if it comes from your soul. Your mind can only put together a new version of a house, using old bricks. But that won't surprise anyone. This statement could remove some doubts. Yet you have no doubts when someone tries to convince you that you do not possess certain abilities, certain potentials or other qualities, that you are unworthy, that others are much better than you. You easily believe these statements which erect a huge wall on the way to your goal. So do yourself, not me, a favor. Allow yourself to know that you are worthy of all that is best, and that you are capable of accomplishing anything with your heart whole. Whether or not you benefit from your rights is up to you. If you allow yourself to have, you will have. You must begin by believing in the infinite possibilities of your soul, and turn your mind to your soul. How could and why should we fight such a wondrous, amazing and magnificent thing inside of us? Debate. All you need is to take at face value that your soul is capable of anything, and you let yourself use that knowledge. Yes, it is both as simple as that and inconceivable. But you should still allow yourself the luxury of having. The determination to have depends only on you. You are capable of anything. You will only live once in this lifetime. Isn't it time to look beyond your established beliefs? They could turn out to be fake and you wouldn't even know it. You just wouldn't have taken the time to find out. Life would pass, all your potentials would be exhausted, and not you, but others, would have gotten the best things this wonderful life can offer. Or take the next one, which sadistically says, you must know how to strangle your creative inspiration. This is one of humanity's biggest mistakes. Nobody could stop you from doing it, But the current worldviews and the pendulums will try in every possible way to convince you that it is impossible. There are all sorts of reasonable arguments for your limited potential. Reject these arguments, and add the following unreasonable and unfounded argument to your arsenal. Together, your soul and your mind are capable of anything. After all, you lose nothing by doing so. Did you get a lot under the reasonable arguments? One of these false beliefs is presented more or less as follows: the hardest thing is to surpass yourself, or the hardest thing is to fight against yourself. The exact fact that you are worthy of all the best and are capable of anything is totally hidden from view. You have been led to believe that it is naive to believe in your unlimited potential. But it's actually the complete opposite. Wake up and shake off all those imposed disappointments. The game will continue according to your own rules, if you consciously use your rights. False beliefs are on the way, and many of them are being forced open with the transurfing model. The mirage is not in us but on the surface. It's like a layer of dust on a painting. If the dust is removed, a pure soul is revealed. Throughout his life, man is led to believe that success, fame and fortune are reserved for the chosen ones. When she enrolls in educational institutes, competitions, contests and various certifications, it is quite obvious to a person that she is far from perfect, and that others are better and more worthy than her. Those who refuse to believe it attain success, fame and fortune in abundance. It's as simple as that. The only thing that is not so simple is to believe that each of us deserves them and can obtain them. But you could really believe it, if you intended to. You have a real treasure in your possession. Any creation of yours can be inspired by your soul. Having your mind enables your soul to produce ingenious creations. The thing that hides behind a multitude of masks and costumes that you wear really has wonderful virtues. Your job is to let yourself be you. Have the masks you wear help you achieve success, prosperity and happiness? You don't have to change anything about yourself, it would only be to put on another mask. If you dropped all your masks, imposed by the destructive pendulums, a treasure hidden in the depths of your soul would be revealed to you. You are truly worthy of all the best, because you truly are a wonderful, extraordinary, and unique creature. Just let yourself be that creature. In general, the standard of success is consistently recommended. Pendulums like to demonstrate the successes of their favorites to the average follower. Pendulums attempt to present their favorites as a role model of success one should strive to be in order to achieve all the good things in life. A star gets everything you can have in this life. She is bathed in the brilliance and glory of fortune and fame. Who would say no to that? Even if you do not wish for fortune and glory on a planetary scale and luxury is of no use to you, you are unlikely to say no to being in contentment and well-being. As a result of your a lot of people want to be stars, to be hugely successful. Do you like the creations made by the geniuses of art, science or cinema? You could become one of them. You love the works of a genius because they have been brought about by his soul. Your creations might be enjoyed by others just as much, but only if they spring directly from your particular soul. Everything common and normal was made by someone's mind. The creations of the mind, like the mind itself, are not unique. Only your soul is unique. The stars are born by themselves. But the pendulums are those who bring them to light. What I mean is that the cult of star loyalty was created and is thriving enormously these days thanks to the pendulums. They do it intentionally. In movies, on stage, in a stadium, on television screens. We are constantly presented with the best of the best, the chosen ones. Pendulums especially highlight how fans are totally ecstatic as soon as they meet a star, the magnificence that stars have in their brilliant achievements. We are constantly led to believe one thing indisputable: everyone loves stars, and that's what we should try to be. These are the slogans advanced by the pendulums. They don't deny that anyone can be successful, but they painstakingly hide the fact that everyone, without exception, has unique talents and qualities. It would be a real disaster for a pendulum if everyone discovered that they have unique talents. In such a situation, all adherents would become free individuals. They would slip out of hand, and the pendulum would simply disintegrate. On the contrary, the pendulum feels good when adherents think and act in the same direction. This is why many young people are caught in the traps set by the pendulums. These young people try to be like their idols, copy them, put posters of these idols in their rooms. Pendulums have their minds on a leash, and their minds follow blindly. The dull mind makes it clear to the soul that the soul is not perfect. It's like saying to the soul, even I, with all my abilities, can't be successful. There is no way you can get there. But these people are a whole different story. Look how cool they are. We must follow their example. So sit down and be still, you and your imperfection, while I try hard to really be on success. What goals do pendulums pursue when they put their favorites on a pedestal? They are perhaps attentive to the personal success and well-being of their members? Absolutely not. They demonstrate the success of their favorites so that the average follower is stimulated to work even harder for a particular pendulum. After all, how does an ordinary person become a star? By working hard. Only the best of the best become stars. Anyone can become a star, but you have to work hard for it. Follow their lead, do what they do, and you too will be successful. Stars have unique talents and qualities. Not everyone has them from birth. So you have to work even harder to achieve success. As you remember in Chapter 2.6, the uniformity of the thought of the adherents is the essential condition which, when it is fulfilled, gives rise to a pendulum and enables it to exist. A star's incredible personality is an exception that rather proves the rule, precisely because it is an exception. And this rule says, do as I do. Trying to look even more like their idols, young people try to catch a mirage. The aspiration to follow an example and to be like those who are successful is a work for the internal intention of a fly hitting a window pane. These young people fit into someone else's sector, where they will be nothing more than a parody. But then, how do you find your own sector? Your mind doesn't need to care, your soul will find a way to express itself. The task of the mind is to forget all about someone else's experience, to admit that their soul is unique, and to let the soul go its own way. The mind is capable of creating different copies, but you will not amaze or surprise anyone with a copy. A star becomes a star precisely because he or she is unique, original, and because he or she was different from anyone else. Every person's soul is unique in its own way. A unique soul has its unique sector in the space of variance, where the exceptional qualities manifest themselves in all their glory. Teenagers are especially vulnerable to pendulum activity because they were new to the world and don't know what to do or how to act. It is easier, safer, and more reliable to blend in with a crowd, not stand out and live like everyone else. The herd instinct provides a sense of security, but it nips individuality in the bud. You can see that the majority of young people dress the same way, they use the same expressions, cool, giant, too, and behave uniformly. Despite a veneer of independence, they wisely obey the rules of the pendulum, do as I do. The teenagers themselves think that they are the modernity of the new generation. But which of them creates its novelty? Every soul has its own star sector. It is obvious that there can be an infinite number of such sectors. But we will consider by convention that there is a single sector for a given soul, its individual path or goal. The leaders and the marginalized among adolescents are always those few who have allowed the particular qualities of their souls to emerge. By developing their characteristic traits, such individuals will later become those who set the trend, set the tone, create new trends, reveal new perspectives and potentials. They didn't copy someone else's experience and didn't obey the rules. Instead, they let the unique qualities of their soul come true. Pendulums can stand individuality, but there's nothing for them to do but accept the rising star and make them their favorite. But the mind, engrossed in the lure of the pendulums, will have a confused head prowling around in someone else's sector, trying to copy someone else's qualities, or copy the script of someone else's success. Someone else, like them, But trying to imitate someone else's script can only create a parody. A soul cannot realize itself in someone else's sector. There's nothing wrong with a boy wanting to become as strong as his hero, or for a girl to want to be as beautiful as her heroine. Once you admit that your individuality is beautiful, others will have nothing to do but agree with you. Allow yourself the audacity to have. Just don't copy the things you like about other people. For example, wanting exactly the same muscle mass, the same way of moving, speaking, singing, playing as someone else. You liked this other person precisely because he had realized his own qualities in his own sector. All great actors play themselves. It might sound weird, their roles are, after all, different. But you can guess that the character, personality and charm, regardless of the role depicted, belong to one and the same person. The most difficult episode to play is the one where you let yourself be yourself and take off the mask. It's easy to represent another person, because it's much easier to put on the mask. But that would just be professional acting, performance, or technique. Removing a mask is much more difficult. And if the actor succeeds in this, then it is no longer a role-playing game, but what can be called his real life on stage. Now is, of course, the first example, like a demonstration prototype, as long as it's not the model of perfection or someone you're trying to be like. Your perfect role model is your soul. Just let her reveal the virtues of her own sector. It's better to put your own photo on the wall and admire instead of a superstar's. Loving yourself is a very good and useful thing to do. Your love for yourself could turn into vanity and be punished by the balancing forces, if and only if accompanied by contempt for other people. You are truly unique and special, no one can take that away from you. Just let yourself be you. You have no rival in your uniqueness. Keep in mind your right to be unique and you will gain a huge advantage over those who want to copy someone else's experience. Trying to be just like someone else won't get you anywhere. Be yourself. Allow yourself this luxury. If you put on the mask of an existing star, then it will either be a copy or a parody of that star. You won't become a star trying to be like someone else. Pendulums put the indisputable favorites on a pedestal. These favorites are then shown to the mass of adherents as examples. Once you stop your futile attempts to be like someone else, everything resolves. Once you stop your futile attempts to repeat someone else's script, everything works out for you. You just have to get rid of all the stereotypes imposed on you by the pendulums. And finally, you just have to start believing in the infinite potential of your soul. Pendulums won't be able to stand in your way if you turn away from someone else's experience and let yourself become a star. Pendulums can only put depressing thoughts in your head like, a star must be beautiful, and I'm not. A star has to sing well, play an instrument and dance, and I can't do any of that. You can have a great voice and still be unknown. Or you can sing very badly, but be original in your performance and people will think you're great. You can have a bright, sharp intellect and never accomplish anything. But a good-for-nothing wretch who keeps running around with his crazy ideas will sooner or later make a great discovery. You can have an impressive physique but never be a sports star. However, whoever dares to break the stereotypes will start to play for him, in a strange way, and will end up victorious. You have the table. Have the audacity to direct your mind to your particular and original soul. Don't be afraid to break the pendulum stereotypes. A star must have talent, and I have none at all. I will not arrive there. I'll see how the others are doing. Simply, do not fall into another trap set by the pendulums. Of course, watch the stars of music, science, sports, business, etc. Many, if not all of them, don't quite fit the ideas and standards of how a star should be. They might provoke you and make you pursue someone else's goal, which would bring you nothing but disappointment. Why would you need someone else's goal? Listen to your soul, not your mind. Your soul knows much better the area in which you can reveal yourself as a star. Every celebrity has a lot of flaws, which could overshadow their virtues. For example, This superstar has a long nose, and yet, she is considered beautiful. And this one doesn't really have a voice, and yet everyone raves about her singing. This actress has no acting talent, no director would want to work with her, and she still managed to become a star. This actor is short and fat. What's so great about him that all women adore him? This guy is worthless. Why do we see him everywhere? And what about this uninteresting guy? What does he really have of a star? It just seems difficult. In fact, it is very easy to decide to have. It's as if individuality doesn't meet the do as I do rule. But don't you agree that it is this in particular that constitutes the indispensable condition for a star to be born? A bright personality breaks the rule, and pendulums are forced to admit that she is an exception, even if the stereotypes still hold. All stars are exceptions. And you too will be an exception among common stereotypes. Transurfing can break that law, but it can break the law for you specifically, if you want to. The pendulums will have to make you their favorite, if you take advantage of the particular qualities of your soul. That's not the important thing. Your guardian angel has no appearance in itself. You are the one who makes it look in your imagination. So imagine it in the most comfortable way for you. You might even compare your guardian angel with your soul. If you have psychic abilities, communicate with your guardian angel. Otherwise, don't worry. He will find a way to put you on the right path. The most important thing to remember is that you should never blame him, and above all, never get angry with him. Many believe that the guardian angel helps their soul. If you believe in your guardian angel, great. It means it exists. You think of him. You put your hope in him. You are grateful to him, and those thoughts make him real. Have no doubt about it. Absolutely everything exists in the variant space. You might even believe that your thoughts are creating an independent energetic entity, if that's easier for you. The more sincere you are in expressing your gratitude and love for the smallest things, the stronger your little angel will be, and the more he will be able to help you. In the end, it doesn't matter if it exists independently of your thoughts or was created by your thoughts. He knows best what you need to be protected against and what direction you should take, because compared to him you are like a blind kitten. You can criticize it. You have no idea of the dangers he is trying to keep you away from. Well, there's nothing wrong with not believing in your guardian angel. If you feel comfortable without a guardian angel, then you are fine. In the end, you get what you believe in. I would start believing in him if I were you, because what if he exists despite your beliefs? What if he loves you, takes care of you in every way he can, and you forget about him and leave him just like that? He is then weak, lacking in energy. He is unable to help his protege, you. And at the same time, you are giving your energy back into the hands of the destructive pendulums. They can also help you, but only within the limits of their own interests. He doesn't care about a person's well-being. Your guardian angel cares about you. There is a law in operation in the world of pendulums. Only a few become favorites. All others must perform the tasks of ordinary adherence and obey the rules established by the system. Imagine it any way you can, as a cherub with wings, as a little cloud, as a bird, or whatever you can imagine. Guardian angel. God showed the man the whole way of his life, and you could see from the footprints that God had always walked by his side. But then, the man looked at the hardest times of his life, and there was only one footprint. He then turned to God, and said reproachfully, "Lord, you have abandoned me in the most difficult moments of my life." And God replied, "You are mistaken. These are not your fingerprints. I carry you in my arms." Your excessive potential for pride dissolves. And at the same time, you can safely leave room for your soul party. Be as happy as you want. Let yourself be happy, and distribute your pride to your guardian angel. Because anyway, you know that no one can take away what you have achieved. It is difficult to overestimate the role of a guardian angel. Already, the mere notion that there is a creature that cares for you and protects you with the best of its talent puts weight in the balance of your confidence and trust. which generates calm and peace, plays a major role in a man's life. If you are alone, you can share your loneliness with your guardian angel. If something bad or good happens in your life, you can also share it with him. But your guardian angel has an additional property, which you could take advantage of. Unlike you, he is not subject to balancing forces. Instead of creating excessive potentials of pride, or thanking the pendulum that made you happy, it is better to reward your guardian angel with gratitude. He does not ask you for your energy, but if you take pleasure in your success, then you praise yourself and are proud of yourself. It's good. It is better to celebrate yourself than to blame yourself. The only bad thing about it is that when you celebrate yourself, you create a small but excessive potential. So the balancing forces will ruin your soul party. After celebrating yourself, a little later you will make a mistake or cause something annoying to happen. So what? Does this mean that you now have to fear being happy with your successes, even if you celebrate them in secret? There is another way to enjoy your happiness and your pride, without creating excessive potential. Share your happiness and your pride with your guardian angel. After all, he took care of you and helped you on your way to success. He too deserves praise and gratitude. When you rejoice in your successes and are proud of yourself, remember the angel and be happy together. Talk to him. Give him your praise and gratitude. It is better to praise him than to praise yourself. No need to pretend. Sincerely distribute your rights to the reward. You have nothing to lose. You already got what you wanted, so compliment your angel and say thank you. There is a story about a man who met God in heaven. Think of your success as its accomplishment. What happens then? Don't really need it. If you think you got help from a pendulum, you can thank them too. It won't hurt anyone. People give the pendulums their energy when they express dissatisfaction, annoyance, anger, worry, and when they take part in the battles of the pendulums. Your soul came into the world, full of confidence and hope, with eyes wide open. But the pendulums immediately took over your soul, and made her believe that no one was waiting for her here, that no one was happy to see her, and that she had to do dirty and difficult work in exchange for a small piece of bread. Of course, not everyone is born poor, but the wealthy also have their own problems. They are just different. Simply, don't forget your angel. Keep reminding her that you are grateful and that you love her. It will be stronger and will give it back to you 100-fold. We have been led to believe that fighting for one's own survival and natural selection are two normal life processes that help drive the development of life forward. It is true. Such processes favor the development of an aggressive world, and yet natural selection is not a critical condition for life to develop. Life could develop according to other, more human laws. We are used to living in this world of pendulums, where depression, hostility, rivalry, wars and other competitive relationships are common. It is not obvious to us that all this is not normal, that it could be different. Look at this world from the perspective of a pendulum. Remember all the manifestations of their insatiable thirst for energy, and imagine what the world would look like if it were rid of all its pendulums. If there is no informational exchange of energy, then there is no structure that tries to appropriate the energy of others, giving rise to competition. It is hard to imagine a world without pendulums, but it is safe to say that there would be much happiness and very little suffering in such a world. In such a world, there would be enough natural resources, wealth and opportunities for everyone. Your soul did not come to this material world to suffer. But pendulums benefit when it's normal for you to fight for your place in the sun. As you know, a pendulum that has been created by common thoughts and actions of a group begins to live its own life according to the laws of informational energy structures. Pendulums make their adherents obedient through an informational exchange of energy and force them to think and act in the interests of the pendulum. A box for the soul. In most cases, any dispute is resolved in favor of the animal that roars the loudest or scares the most when it bares its teeth. Well, what if the blood is spilling? What can you do about it? Their legs are heavy after all. In nature, The struggle for survival does not have the same fierce and aggressive characteristics as in the human world. People's pendulums are much more powerful and aggressive than natural pendulums. The fact that there is always someone to eat someone else in the wild does not mean that war is constantly brewing. A lion eats a cow, just as a cow eats grass. Animals and plants have no idea of the importance, and therefore the natural balance is not disturbed. Importance is an inherent property of the human species. When a man observes a natural phenomenon from the tower of significance, he interprets the normal coexistence of living organisms as a violent struggle. As you have seen in the previous chapters, such conditionings draw a person's energy, turn the balancing forces against him, and lead him away from his real goals, toward fictitious goals. In addition to all that has been said so far, external intention is at work in realizing your worst fears. And you'd be happy to break free. We can't change this world anyway. We have to accept the things that are out of our reach as they are. The myriads of limitations and conditionings literally lock our soul in a box. The spirit, captured by all these conditionings, becomes a jailer for the soul and does not allow it to develop its talents. Man is simply forced to behave in the way demanded by the world of pendulums, to express his dissatisfaction, to be angry, fearful and competitive, to fight for one thing or another. The behaviors and thoughts of a human being are determined by his dependence on pendulums. In the animal kingdom, even competition for territory or mate is of a purely nominal character in comparison with a war that constantly rumbles between different peoples. Animals rarely inflict bodily harm on themselves, except when hunting. In the world of pendulums, natural selection proceeds from a negative scenario, according to which the one who dies is the one who does not do well. Selection applies the method of repression and destruction. Has it ever occurred to you that another, positive scenario would be possible? According to a positive scenario, the one who survives is the one who does well. These two scenarios differ in their direction just as the negative differs from the positive. One could argue that both scenarios are at work in the process of natural selection. Yet the negative continues to be the dominant factor in natural selection. He who does not do well dies. In any case, in the world of man, the pendulums have established a rule even more severe than that of nature. Emotions like malice or hatred are not in the nature of animals. Bravery or cowardice are also absent. There is only self-preservation. Brave wolves and cowardly hares exist only in the imagination of man. Pendulums have great benefit in keeping people under control. They pursue only and exclusively their own goals, and for them, man is only an instrument, a means of obtaining energy, a puppet. If someone makes you believe that you have to work for the greater good of something or someone, don't believe them. If anyone tries to prove to you that getting anything out of this world takes a lot of effort, don't believe them. If someone tries to force you into a fierce struggle for a place under the sun, don't believe them. If someone tries to show you where you belong, don't believe them. If someone tries to entice you into a cult or society that asks that you contribute to the common cause, don't believe them. If someone you conditionings and dependencies, but you just don't know how. As you see, I have to repeat the same things over and over again, because it's hard to master or feel what I'm telling you, even though it's so obvious. This is how our worldview is deeply rooted in our consciousness, a worldview that has been shaped by the pendulums. You can free yourself from the box of conditioning if you follow the principles of transurfing. Great is the power of the pendulums, but they cannot stand in your way if you let go of importance and consciously use your right to choose and define your scenario. Your soul has come into this world as a celebration, so let yourself be part of that celebration. Whether you spend your life working for someone else's pendulum, or living for yourself, for your own pleasure, is up to you. If you choose to celebrate, then you must free yourself from the pendulums that hold you down, and find the door that leads you to your goal. Your mind needs to understand that you don't have to let the pendulums push you around. Unite your spirit with your soul, and you will get everything your soul desires, literally and figuratively. You just have to free yourself from the pendulums, and eliminate the dissonance between your soul and your spirit. Allow yourself the luxury of being worthy of all the best. You now know that the power of the pendulums is based on importance and ignorance. Man reacts to the provocations of the pendulums, unconsciously. He automatically falls into anxiety, fear and irritation, and out of habit expresses his dissatisfaction and becomes angry. He is easily depressed, and the obstacles in his path set his nerves on edge. This man lives as in a dream, submitting himself to the scenario imposed by the pendulums. He doesn't realize he can regain control of his own script. It seems to him that few things are really within his reach. Importance draws man into the game of pendulums, and ignorance deprives him of the last opportunities to exert any form of influence on his scenario. The game is interpreted by the rules of the pendulums. You won't need effort or persistence, just a conscious intention to keep your importance to zero. It says that you were born poor, and therefore you must remain poor until the end of your days. Do not believe it. If someone tries to make you believe that your potential is limited, don't believe them. Their game is cruel, and it is directed against the weakness of man. As soon as you slack off on keeping importance to a minimum, you will be defeated. But if your importance is zero, then the pendulums will fail in your void. The chalk dummy will fall apart. You will withdraw your strength by realizing that you understand the rules of the game. Once you realize that a pendulum is trying to grip you and throw you off balance, smile and continue to remove the importance. Gradually, such behavior will turn into a habit. It is then that you will feel your power. It is then that you will understand that you can define the scenario of your own game. Having won a victory in the game with the pendulums, you will obtain freedom of choice. You will see for yourself that the pendulums will not leave you alone. In this game, your potential is limited only by your own intention. The powers of the pendulums are limited only by the level of your importance and the level of your consciousness. Remember, if I'm empty, they have nothing to hold on to. If I am aware of the meaning of the game, then the pendulums are incapable of imposing a scenario on me. If they manage to disappoint you, hurt you, throw you off balance, then you have to look back and see when you overstepped your importance. As soon as there are a few seeds of determination to sow in your heart, the pendulums will create a situation in which they will try to make it obvious to you, in every way possible, that your potential is limited. As soon as you feel that you are able to choose and define the scenario of the game, the pendulums will try to mess up your plans. As soon as you feel calm and confident, they will try to goad you. Don't give in to provocation, and don't let them throw you off balance. Change your attitude about that specific thing that has thrown you off balance. Try to realize that it is the pendulums who need your importance, not you. The box for your soul is made of your importance. Do not attach excessive importance to anything. Keep your importance to a minimum, and act consciously. Simply, take what is yours, do it calmly, without insisting. If it doesn't produce anything so far, don't attach any meaning to it either. The pendulums are just waiting for the moment when you lose your spirits. If something bothered or hurt you, then remove its importance. Be aware that it is only the pendulums that play. It's true, they play. They don't attack. It's not a pendulum fight, since the pendulums are, in fact, like chalk dummies. You have probably come across people who possess an inexplicable charm. What's even stranger is that these people can be unattractive. However, as soon as one of them starts talking, you instantly forget their physical imperfections, and fall completely under their spell. If someone asks you what makes that person so charming, you can only mumble, "There's something about them," since you can't find any other explanation. You very rarely meet people who have such charm. And if it does not exist in your surroundings, then you can find such people among the stars of show business. Their most distinctive traits are extraordinary beauty and charm, which come from the depths of their souls. It's not about the cold beauty of a doll. You realize it immediately. The beauty of a doll only physically meets the demands of established standards. So, the secret behind this charming beauty is not that a particular person has a beautiful soul and spiritual qualities. No need to develop the definition any further. One can only guess what the frail actually is, since the frail is not obvious. It hides behind the mask of the spirit that every person wears in one way or another. There is no doubt that each of us possesses individuality and uniqueness. One could describe the personality, habits, mannerisms, and appearances of someone you know, but behind all these characteristics there is an integral picture that you understand without words. We will call this particular individual essence Frey, something that you are able to understand without words. Until now, we have spoken of sectors, in the space of variance, which have certain characteristics, certain parameters. For convenience, we have agreed to think of these characteristics as frequencies. If the frequency of your mental radiations corresponds to a specific sector, assuming that there is attunement between your soul and your spirit, then the force of external intention accomplishes the transference. In other words, the scenario and settings of a given sector materialize in the layer of your world. Each person's soul has a unique set of parameters. It's called soul frail. Again, to make the model as simple as possible, we'll think of frail as a characteristic of a person's frequency. One person's frail is different from another person's frail, just as snowflakes always come in various shapes, none resembling another. The frail characterizes the individual essence of a person's soul. The unity of soul and spirit equates a person's energy with the nature of the external intention. Being satisfied with yourself, or having your soul and spirit in harmony, also creates something similar. Your soul's emotional comfort ignites an inner light, which reminds the soul of its true nature. Thus, people perceive the beauty of harmony as charm and spiritual beauty. Such beauty may even cause some individuals to secretly envy that radiant person. How come you are radiant? Frey shows itself in hobbies, interests, in everything done with love and pleasure. Frail strings are often silent for a long time. Sometimes a sign makes them vibrate. It can be a random remark that, for some reason, stirs something in your soul. Or it can be something you see, something that draws your soul directly, as if by magnetism. It means his mind is set on the frail of his soul. It is then this rare circumstance, which we usually call happiness. But if a person is happy with himself, loves himself, enjoys his life and does what he loves, then it is as if he is radiating from within. The soul feels good when the spirit does not smother it in its box, but also when it pampers it, like a rose in a greenhouse, looks at it with love, nurtures it carefully and lets each of its little petals untie. So what's in the way of your spirit getting in the way of setting the parameters with the soul? The same old importance, the same old friends, the pendulums. They impose bogus goals and values on people. As we have demonstrated before, pendulums are those who set the standards for beauty, success and well-being. Internal and external importance pushes the person to compare themselves to these standards. Of course, his mind finds a multitude of flaws and imperfections, begins to hate itself, and therefore, to hate the soul as well. The mind tries on all possible masks, tries to fit its frailty into the framework of if a person does not love himself, if he is dissatisfied with himself, if he does something he does not want to do, or his mind is confused, at odds with the soul, then he cannot have spiritual beauty. Any conflict between soul and spirit affects physical appearance and personality. The attraction of which you are vaguely aware will soon reappear again and again. It is the outer intention of your soul that is at work. But since it is a vague pull of your soul, the external intention works without any particular purpose. You have to listen carefully to what your soul is telling you to do, so that the spirit will notice it. It is then that you will be able to grasp the external intent, and quickly get what you want. You must accept, or not, depending on your wishes, another paradoxical conclusion of transurfing: there is no such thing as spiritual beauty. There is only harmony between soul and spirit. The mind thinks that if one were to put on a correction mask, then one could lean towards the established standards. As you understand, trying to catch a mirage is nonsense. Instead of using the uniqueness and preciousness of his frail, the man blindly bangs his head against the glass, chasing someone else's success. But a star's success was created by the very fact that his mind was attuned to the frail of his soul. The mirage hunter fails in his mission, and ends up being even less satisfied with himself. If a man expresses his dissatisfaction with himself, he will never land on a lifeline where he is satisfied with himself. The parameters of his radiation fulfill the conditions of these lifelines, where there are even more reasons for this man to be dissatisfied with himself. How do you tune your mind to the frail of your soul? The only way to do this is to convince your mind that your soul must be loved before anything else. First, you need to love yourself, and only then notice the virtues of other people. Don't confuse self-love with self-centeredness, narcissism, and complacency. These arise when you put yourself above others, and such an attitude gives rise to the most dangerous excessive potentials. The spirit then leaves to hunt the treasure everywhere other than towards his soul. The pendulum sends out strong and enticing invitations, while the soul only tries, timidly and quietly, to communicate to the spirit its abilities and tastes. The spirit does not listen to the soul, it tries to change its prey. Obviously, all this does not lead to anything good. As a result, soul and spirit agree not to accept their supposed imperfections. The external intention transfers the person directly to a lifeline where the supposed imperfections are even more present because they have come true, in the literal sense of the word. Pendulums impose their meaningless game on people. But this game actually has a very specific meaning for pendulums, since dissatisfaction and dissatisfaction are their favorite dishes of energy. Loving yourself means understanding your uniqueness and accepting yourself as you are, with all your flaws. Your love for yourself must be unconditional, otherwise it will turn into excessive potential. Don't you just deserve to love yourself? After all, you are unique. If a person has gone too far in the fight against his frailty, then he will find it difficult to simply love himself. How can I love myself if I don't esteem myself? Look at the position the mind takes. I love myself if I esteem myself. Here is excessive potential in its purest form, created by internal importance and established standards. In practice, nothing good comes of it. So the disharmony between soul and spirit only grows. How can the speech of the soul feel comfortable in such a case? The spirit showers its rose with reproaches and dissatisfaction, and the rose withers more and more. The unity of soul and spirit, no need to search for the holy grail somewhere in the jungle. The saying to start loving yourself, knock external importance off its pedestal, and stop believing in other people's standards. Who prevents you from creating your own standards? It would be better if you let others run after your standards. Drop your internal importance and let it drift away from you. You don't have to match or follow anyone else's standards. You should always be aware that the pendulums are the ones who need your importance, not you. Once you begin to love your soul with your whole spirit, the external intention will transfer you to these lifelines, where you will be fully satisfied with yourself. If you begin to esteem yourself against all odds, then you will play a trick on external intent and reveal virtues in yourself that you never thought of. Once the energy of your thoughts begins to radiate your satisfaction with yourself, the outer intention will grab hold of you and transfer you to the lines where there are truly things to be proud of. Grail is within you. It is the frail of your soul. The golden rule says, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. For X reasons, everyone emphasizes the need to love others. But the rule implies that you have to love yourself in the first place. Leave aside the games that the pendulums imposed on you, and start loving each other for the day that is beginning. Treat yourself to your favorite treat, and celebrate. Take care of yourself. Take care of yourself. Someone might go on exultantly, give in to your weaknesses and your bad tendencies. These are the bait fables of the pendulums, and I don't think I should begin to argue with them. You know for yourself what that means, to love yourself. Meanwhile, weaknesses and bad tendencies are actually induced by pendulums. By external External importance is high in the sense that the standards set by someone else are an indisputable truth to me. Am I overestimating the virtues of others? Internal importance is overstated in the sense that I myself follow someone else's standards. And who said that I was worse than the others? Me, and only me. The soul comes into this world, and, just like a child, confidently stretches out its little arms. But then it turns out that the world is ruled by the pendulums, which have turned it into a jungle. Pendulums immediately try to make the soul believe that no one is waiting for it, that in this world everyone must fight for their place under the sun and pay homage to the pendulums. They immediately want to put the soul, naive and spontaneous, isn't my self-esteem too low? So man is forced to accept the many limitations and bears his assigned role in an imposed game. The soul, placed in such conditions, is gradually withdrawn, and the spirit takes the reins of governor into its own hands. The mind treats the soul like a child asking for a toy it liked in a store. The responses of the spirit are usually quite standardized. For example, we can't afford it. And that's how you destroy the seeds of a dream. Look what happens. The child wants the toy right away. If you really can't afford it, then there's nothing strange about saying no to the child. But the soul has learned to wait. Nevertheless, the spirit, with the conviction of an idiot, puts a fatal end to the conversation, "We have no money." It then turns out that the dream is fundamentally unattainable. The spirit teaches the soul, as if it were a silly little baby, "I know better than you what must be done, and your chattering is of no use." For most people, the soul has become this fearful, disenfranchised creature that sits in a little corner and watches, with great sadness in its eyes, the mind go mad. Sometimes the spirit and the soul agree. At such times, the soul sings, and the spirit rubs its hands in satisfaction. But that rarely happens. Most of the time, the unity of the soul and the spirit is made in the refusal of reality, in fear and hatred. The spirit has its own reasoning which is imposed on it by the pendulums, and they benefit from leaving their adherents on a leash, without even allowing them the freedom to choose a dream. The soul has no logic, it takes everything literally. The spirit keeps telling him that there is no money. But the soul does not ask for money. She asks for a toy. However, the spirit puts a ban on the toy. It's impossible, too hard to get, and claims that there is no money. So the soul, condemned to a toilless life, only the soul has no right to its opinions when the choice must be made. Down. He is told that no one cares about his wishes or desires, that there is more suffering than joy in the world, that there are specific days for holidays, and that one must work hard to a small piece of bread. That's all. Her little ears fall out, and the tears of grief well up in her eyes. Or his indignation grows. You do not have the right. It is not fair. His hair stands on end. It seems to the soul that there can be only one alternative, either depressed, to wander the road the pendulums have forced it to take, or to continue desperately scratching everyone and everywhere to find one's way. Pendulums trap the human spirit on 3 different levels: mental, emotional, and energetic. A person's ordinary view of the world and behavior is shaped by the pendulums. Man thinks and acts only in the way which is most advantageous for the pendulums. By following the spirit, the soul is put in the box of conditioning. Conditioning is present in almost everything. The spirit might give other answers in a toy store. So far, he does not incorporate it into his layer of the world. After all, everything in his life must be logical and clear. He would just have to agree to have the toy, and the external intent would take over the financial aspect and find the money to buy the toy. However, the ordinary view of the world, shaped by pendulums, does not allow such a miracle. The freedom of choice of the members does not correspond in any way to the interests of the pendulums. The secret of happiness is just as simple as the secret of unhappiness. It's all about the harmony or disharmony of your soul and your anything. I know better than you what you need. We are simple people. It's impossible. It's not for everyone. You don't have what it takes. You don't have enough talent. It's too good for you. You have to do like everyone else, etc. If we didn't know that the pendulums are responsible for this type of reasoning, then we can accuse the mind of being totally stupid. But let's hope that, reading these lines, the mind then wakes up from its sticky, ready-made beliefs and sees all the absurdity of its reasonable arguments. Man mistakenly regards the rational view of the world as an indisputable law. However, this law is a sham, and can be broken. Unexplainable miracles happen frequently in our lives. So why not let one of these miracles into your life? The spirit can do very little without the soul. Together they were capable of anything, because if they merge they create a magical power, external intention. The spirit controls the internal intention, and the soul the external intention. Again, the soul is unable to control the external intention with sufficient determination. Once soul and spirit have merged, the external intention becomes controllable and can be used to achieve the set goal. You just have to let yourself have what your soul desires. If you remove the cobweb of prejudice and limitation with which the pendulums have ensnared you, if you sincerely believe that you deserve your dreams, and if you allow yourself to have those desires, you will get them. The essential condition for granting a wish is to let yourself obtain it. Give up inside herself and never ask for the toy again. The dream, thus, was buried. Anything that seems elusive or unreal is really hard to do within the narrow confines of a rational worldview. The mind is unable to imagine how this dream could come true. And no one disputes that. No matter what goal you set for yourself, I agree that achieving goal will be difficult within the framework of a rational representation. But you shouldn't give up on your dream just because fictional authorities have taken over the right to define what is real and what isn't. You too should take advantage of your rights to experience a personal miracle. On top of everything else, people are so preoccupied and concerned with the various jobs for pendulums that they just don't have time to sit down and take the time to really think about what their soul actually wants. You have to set a specific time when you will try to remember what your soul wanted when you were still a child. What did you like? What did you want? What really attracted you? And what did you have to give up, as time passed? Ask yourself, is your old goal still attractive? Think about what you want now. Could it be that this goal is not genuine? Do you really want it with all your soul, or do you just want to want it? When you think about your goal, don't think it's so precious and important. Descend the goal from the pedestal of inaccessibility. By doing so, you remove external importance. When you think about your goal, don't think about how to get there. By doing so, you remove the internal importance. Think only of your own comfort. If you reach your goal, do you feel good in your soul? Or is there a weight resting heavily on your soul? Doubting that your desires will be fulfilled does not mean in the moment that you do not need the object of a desire. The important thing is that when you think about the goal you have long desired, your soul sings. Even if the goal is all shiny, sparkling and very attractive, if you feel there is something to accomplish the unity of soul and spirit, you must first determine what the soul and spirit need to agree. In other words, you need to identify your goals. Although it may seem obvious to you, the question of identifying your goals is far from trivial. People know what they don't want, but they have a hard time articulating what they really want. This can be explained by the fact that the pendulums impose artificial goals on people, and that they try to enslave them to the self-interests of the pendulums. One cannot speak of a unity of soul and spirit if the spirit rushes in a chase towards a seductive pendulum, while the soul wants something totally different. When thinking about your purpose, you need to remove internal and external importance. If the external importance is high, the goal will fascinate you with its prestige and will be difficult to achieve. Perhaps you swallowed the bait of a pendulum? If your internal intention is high, then it may seem like the goal is ahead of you. Once again, the goal attracts you by its inaccessibility. But do you really need this goal? Spirit. The older the person, the greater the disharmony. The spirit submits to the influence of the pendulums, and the soul is unhappy. When you are still a child, the soul still hopes that it will have its toy, but the more time passes, the more this hope gradually diminishes. The mind finds all the evidence that the dream is barely achievable, and postpones the realization. This postponement sets in as a habit for the rest of life. Life is coming to an end, and the dream has remained in a dusty drawer. In the second case scenario, you have only one option: to start loving yourself. Haven't you forgotten about taking too much care of others? Put yourself back in the first place. Others will get no good from you if your own soul stays in the background. By devoting yourself completely to the service of others, even the people you love, not to mention the pendulums, you will waste your life in vain. Life was given to you not to serve someone else, but to fulfill yourself as an individual. By locking your soul in a box, you create a massive excess potential for internal and hidden dissatisfaction. It will then develop into all possible troubles for you and for the people you love. It will seem to you that you only want the good of others, but in reality all your attempts to care for them will hurt them. Transurfing is not connected to the pendulums in any way, which is why it offers a totally different track. Not to change yourself, but to accept yourself as you are. To turn away from nonsense imposed on you by the pendulums, and turn your mind to look at your soul. Listen to what your soul tells you to do. Safely withdraw. There is not a soul that wants nothing at all. After all, for her, this life is her only chance. Don't believe those who tell you that you have to change to be successful. You have heard something like that before, haven't you? This is the pendulum's favorite formula. It's like they're saying you can't get things done, and you have to do something about yourself. And how do pendulums think you need to initiate this change within yourself? You must turn away from yourself, watch the pendulums, and follow the do as I do rule to meet their demands and act in their interests. And to change yourself, you have to fight against yourself. How can there be any soul unity if you don't accept yourself, love yourself, and fight yourself? The soul will not accept fictitious goals. She has her own interests and needs. By chasing dummy goals, you will either achieve nothing at all, or, after achieving what you were looking for, you will realize that you didn't really need it. If you don't have a clear goal and there's nothing you really want, then either you have low energy or your mind has completely locked the soul in its box. In the first case, you can increase your vitality by doing something for your health. You may not even know what it is to be healthy. It's when life brings you joy and you want everything and everything at once. Then your soul will warm up and spread its little wings. Incorrect, your purpose may not be genuine. We will return to these issues in detail in the next chapter. Take care of yourself. Treat yourself with interest and attention. Realize the importance, let yourself get it, and you will receive everything your soul desires. If you forget to pay attention to the emotional state of your soul in time, later try to remember what your feelings were. When you made the decision, you had a passing feeling about something. At this time, your mind was so absorbed in its own analysis that it had no time to consider the feelings of your soul. Now try to remember how you perceived that very first fleeting feeling. If it was a feeling of a depression in the optimistic context of your mind's reasoning, then your soul was clearly saying no. To learn how to listen to the rustle of the morning stars, there is no other way than to develop the habit of paying attention to the emotional state of your soul. Whenever you have to make a decision, first listen to the voice of your spirit, and then the voice of your soul. As soon as your mind makes a decision, your soul will react, in a positive or negative way. If it is the latter option, then you will have a vague feeling of emotional discomfort. To bring your soul and spirit together, you need to be more often aware of the emotional state of your soul. You feel good when there is nothing bothering you or bringing you down, when you feel calm and peaceful. Emotional discomfort is the opposite. You feel a little uneasy. Something is weighing you down. You are afraid of something. You are flat and there is a heavy weight on your heart. If such feelings are quite obvious and you know their origin, then it is the mind that experiences the discomfort. Your mind knows very well what scares it, worries it, or depresses it. You can rely on your mind in such a situation, since it will give you the right solution. How far can you believe the premonitions of your soul? If you think you have an omen about a future event, then you can probably disregard such a premonition. There is no guarantee that your mind will correctly interpret the information provided by your soul. The only reliable interpretation there can be is your discomfort. It's a bit more complicated if it's your soul that feels uncomfortable, since it's not obvious by nature. Her feelings are more like a vague premonition. The mind keeps saying, everything is great, everything is going well, smoothly, and there is nothing to worry about. And yet, there is something that bothers you, despite rational arguments. This is the rustling of the morning stars. It is not so difficult to listen to the voice of your soul. The only thing to do is notice it. The voice of the spirit with its logical reasonings is too loud, and man attaches no meaning to vague and ambiguous premonitions. The mind, carried away by its logic of analyzing and predicting events, is simply unwilling to hear the feelings of the soul. Emotional in response to a decision made by your mind. Once the unanimity of your soul and your spirit has been attained with regard to the chosen goals, you have only to attain unity in the determination to have and to act. The inner intention of your mind must merge with the outer intention of your soul. If you are acting within the bounds of the internal intention, and the external intention is simultaneously working in the same direction, then you can consider that your goals will soon be in the pocket. If your internal intention is still a little fuzzy, that is to say when you don't really have a clear idea on how to reach your goal, work on the determination to have instead. If the goal has been chosen correctly, then both the soul and the spirit will be happy. Your pleasure can only be clouded by thoughts that your goal is very elusive, or by your narrow emotional comfort zone. By using cliches, you can change the following situation: your mind doubts the overall success, and your soul feels stuck in a new chair. You already know how to use snapshots. Having expanded your comfort zone, you will reach a deep joy of unity as your soul sings, and your mind rubs its hands together, both satisfied. Emotional comfort does not necessarily mean that your soul says yes. It could also be because she simply doesn't have an answer. External intent is much stronger than internal intent, so it will find a good fit for you on its own. But when the soul says no, you definitely feel it. As you know from previous chapters, the soul is able to see sectors in variant space. These will come true if the decision of your mind comes to fruition. The soul sees the results and expresses its attitude towards them, positive or negative. Nevertheless, you will be able to see for yourself, if you try it, that if your soul says no, it is always right in the end. It is important that you achieve the same unity between your soul and your spirit as in your determination to have, which manifests itself when you experience strong emotions. Soul and spirit usually come together in adoration, contempt, and the worst fears. We love, hate, and fear with all our hearts. When soul and spirit are as one, passion is born. He who says he does not know how to hate will not learn to love, said the famous Russian writer Nikolai Chernyshevsky. So when you have to make a decision, you have a healthy standard of certainty, the emotional state of your soul. If your soul says no when the spirit says yes, listen to it and reject the offer, if possible. The soul cannot wish bad things to itself. If your mind says you must and you will, you must act the way the circumstances require. Sometimes in life you have to accept the inevitable. In any case, the criterion of emotional discomfort brings clarity and emphasizes situations where you are indecisive. Sound clips really? Discomfort, on the other hand, gives the depressing feeling that there is a burden to bear, a kind of painful necessity, gloom, fear, and painful anxiety. If your constraint does not yield with the cliches, then it is obviously discomfort that manifests itself. Then you have to think again, without fooling yourself, do you really need this particular goal? However, in practicing affirmations, you must take into account the differences in the language of soul and spirit. Above all, the soul does not understand words. If you keep repeating something over and over again, It will get you nowhere. The soul only understands wordless thoughts and feelings. Words might to some extent shape thoughts and feelings, but that's not quite the case, because speech comes after thoughts and feelings. It is far more effective to feel something once than to repeat it 100 times. You must then focus on experiencing what you repeat at the same time. In some spiritual development practices, people use affirmation techniques. It's when you repeat the parameters of a specific goal over and over again. Take for example the affirmation, I am in excellent health, with excellent energy potential and great emotional comfort. I am calm and confident in myself. Repeating the affirmation aloud or in your head is more appropriate for auditory types. But because there is no pure type, anyone can successfully use this affirmation technique. I say it again, when you think of your goal, don't think of its prestige, its remoteness, and the ways of reaching your goal. Instead, pay attention to the emotional state of your soul. Do you feel good or not? Only that counts. In the worst case scenario, you could confuse your soul feeling forced with your soul feeling emotional discomfort. The compulsion or shyness stems from an entirely unusual situation, as if your soul is saying, is this all for me? Second, any particular claim must have a specific target. You should not put several goals at the same time. For example, the statement above sounds fine with respect to the affirmations work the same way as cliches. A person can belong to one of three types of perception: visual, kinesthetic, auditory. Some people are more comfortable using visual images, while others are more sensitive to physical sensations, and still others are particularly receptive to sounds. Until now, we have only talked about shots favoring visual and emotional images. Third, you must avoid monotony and conformity. Every new series of repetitions must be followed by new directions of experience and sensation. For example, if you constantly repeat to yourself the following sentence, I am calm and confident in myself, these words will sooner or later cease to have meaning. Trust arises when there is an intention to trust. The desire must be refined, so that you remain convinced of yourself for a long period of time. Intention, on the other hand, works right away. You want to be confident, be confident. However, if your spirit tries hard to convince your soul, then it does not believe it itself, and no repetition will dispel its doubts. And finally, you should not direct your affirmations towards fighting the consequences without having eliminated the cause first. For example, there is no need to repeat, nothing scares me or worries me, if the cause of your fears and worries is still there. In addition, your affirmation must have a positive tone. Instead of endlessly repeating what you want to avoid, program yourself for the result you want to achieve. For example, it is better to replace the negative affirmation, nothing scares or worries me, by the positive, everything works for me. Be specific about what you want to see work for you, so you don't have to worry about anything. Contents. It contains everything you need. Yet when you repeat such a statement, you are not able to encapsulate the entire spectrum of required sensations. It is equally useless to command emotional comfort for your soul. The emotional comfort of your soul is the consequence of the harmony between your soul and your spirit, which is achieved with respect to a single matter. You cannot achieve this harmony in general, that is to say in the sense of an abstract auto-suggestion. You can only accustom and calm your soul using a particular shot. Affirmations only have effect when you are in a zero emotional state, when there are no excess potentials. You cannot convince or give orders to your subconscious. As soon as there is any emotional input, you break the balance. If you insist, trying to push the same thought over and over again in your head, your soul will stop its errors. The most effective way to practice affirmations is to do them objectively, in a relaxed state. So maybe your mind will be heard by your subconscious. Note that you must say everything works. Not everything will work. If you put your affirmation in the future will never become present, and will instead turn into an oasis somewhere there in front of you. You must adjust the parameters of your write-offs as if you already have what you order. You can just as well use video snaps and affirmations. It's so good to sit and watch the fire. Outside, the rain hits the windows and a cold wind howls, but inside, it's cozy and warm. There's your favorite dish on the coffee table. There is an interesting program on television. You can see, hear, and smell everything, and you say to yourself over and over, I'm fine. You don't look or hear the cliché, you live it. It's like he's saying, okay, I'm quiet. Let's see what you are going to do now. As you understand, an affirmation is a kind of audio cliché. Let's say it contains the image of your new home. You are seated next to the fireplace. The rocking chair creaks. The wood fire crackles gently. The mind does not sleep. He actually does something opposite. He's very alert, but he has a different task now, not to think and not to speak. Let's say you are very focused and have then stopped all fleeting thoughts and words. It's like there's no words, there's emptiness inside, yet it's not the same as stopping the whole monologue. On you. Together they have the best effect. Here is an example of a complex shot. There are all kinds of thoughts, controlled and uncontrolled, going around in a man's head. Some call it self-talk, but it's actually a monologue. The spirit has no one else to talk to except itself. The soul cannot reason or speak, it can only feel and know. The inner monologue is very loud in comparison with the silent sensations of the soul. This is why intuition appears only very rarely and we hardly notice it. Calmly and without insisting, you simply take what is yours, as if you were taking your mail from your mailbox. If, mistakenly, you mistake your ambition for the determination to have, then you are only turning around the same point, after having taken the hand of a pendulum. At some point, the pendulum will let you go, and you will fall headlong into the pit of indecision. Again, once your determination to have is freed from the desire to have, the pendulum no longer holds. There is a notion that if one were able to stop the inner dialogue, then the mind would have access to intuitive information. That's true, but it's impossible to completely shut off the mind in a conscious state. It is an illusion. It just feels like the monologue has stopped. The monologue ends once the mind has ceased control, or you won't get anything if your mind puts pressure on your soul. The determination to have cannot be formed in the context of emotional arousal. The things you have seem ordinary and natural. A window of the space of variance. Intuition appears as a vague premonition, which is also called the inner voice. The mind has become distracted, and in this particular moment it is easy to feel the feelings and knowledge of the soul. You have heard of the rustling of the morning stars, a wordless voice, wordless contemplation, and volumeless sound. You realize something, but it's a vague impression. You do not think, but feel intuitively. Everyone has, at some point in their life, experienced what is called intuition. For example, you sense that someone is about to pass, or that something is going to happen, or you sense an unconscious urge to do one thing or another, or you just simply know something. When you dream, your soul flies randomly and therefore can be anywhere. In a window that opened in a conscious state, your soul is focused on a particular sector of variant space, compared to its random wanderings in a dream. This area is connected less, when it is no longer on standby. But with a mock stoppage of the monologue, the mind is on guard, and one could say that the feelings of the soul are further drowned in the noisy silence of the mind. One could use lucid dreaming as an interesting experience and as an opportunity to practice external intention. But could you use the stoppage of the inner monologue in a conscious state? This is where the gap lies. It sets up a narrow window that opens spontaneously, when your mind control is not so strong, and your soul's intuitive feelings flow through your awareness. When there is a series of thoughts, then the analytical part of your mind positions itself as the arbiter. The mind quickly sorts all the data with its tag files, so everything is logical and rational. Stopping the interior monologue would be the same as taking the referee's whistle and putting it on the bench. The spirit watches, but is now unable to control the game. Juggling all the data, the mind takes short breaks. It's like he's taking little breaks to sit on the bench and rest. This is when the window to intuitive information opens. In such moments, you are literally asleep. It may come as a complete surprise to you, but that's how it is. Everyone falls asleep several times during the day. You just don't notice it, since the window only opens for a very short period of time. If the mind were to cease its control, your perception would fall into the space of variations. True stops of the mind only take place in your sleep or in a state of deep meditation. The only practical gain that could be had would be in lucid dreaming, or if you master the technique of deep meditation, when your awareness is still active. The vague feelings of the soul appear as anxiety, depression, or inspiration and enthusiasm. All these feelings could be described with the help of an expression, moping around waiting. The soul, along with the detection of problems, actually helps to become aware of the imminence of a disturbance, since it contributes to the unity of the soul and the spirit. By applying this unit to your best expectations, you can turn external intent to your advantage. This is why transurfing suggests that you reject the important, reject the negative, and consciously direct your mental energy towards achieving your goals. As you already know, clichés help set the parameters for your mental energy, and you need to use clichés in a mindful state of mind. We could use the same method when opening the window, if you manage to capture this moment. To the thoughts that are going through your mind at this moment. So the context of your thoughts directs your soul's gaze to the corresponding sector in space. There, the soul sees knowledge that is related to the current content of your thoughts. As soon as the window is opened, this knowledge crosses your mind. If the awakened mind pays attention to the impressions of your soul, that is, if it remembers that brief flash in its dream, then it gets this particular thing called intuitive knowing. We can see from the transurfing model that the mechanism of enlightenment is quite different. The mind finds its conclusions through logical reasoning. Yet enlightenment, the missing link that could never be obtained from the current logical chain of information, comes to you from the space of variations, through your soul. It is as if the soul was trying to convey something to the spirit, but was unable to explain it. The pangs of anxiety, feelings of guilt, the burden of duty, depression, come true as the worst fears. The soul and the spirit agree on all these feelings. Our worst fears come true because of external intent and the work it does. You know that misfortune never comes alone. By emitting such radiation parameters, we are transferred to the worst lifelines where, as they say, misfortune never comes alone. Sometimes an induced transfer points us towards a dark period in our life, and it takes time for us to come out of it. You may notice that when your mind is weak, your worst fears come true instantly. External intent transfers you to unlucky lifelines, where the situation gets worse almost in front of you. Intuitive enlightenment is generally thought to be a spontaneous flash of insight into your mind. On the one hand, a decision suddenly descends from above into your mind, and on the other hand, it is asserted that your mind made that decision on its own. What then is the origin of this knowledge that came from nowhere? Ordinary worldviews overlook this strange fact and dismiss it, saying it is the nature of our minds. Simply that we get the fulfillment of a planned scenario in a dream. A dream has no effect in physical reality. Virtual reality will remain as is. So why doesn't the external intention realize a virtual sector? It seems to have something to do with the inertia of our physical reality. You'd think you'd get a similar effect if you played the shot before falling asleep, lying in bed. Then the cliché would slowly turn into a dream, and we would attain the unity of soul and spirit. Yet, strange as it may sound, it doesn't work. I'll tell you why in the next section. In the meantime, try to answer this question. Why is it not useful to play a cliché in your dreams? In a dream, everything happens in a more organized way. Just think or feel that an event must happen in a certain way, and it comes true immediately. The external intention in your dream works smoothly. So what does this give us? How to do for that? You have to catch the moment when the mind is distracted. You must not try to feel the feelings of your soul, but instead you must deliberately induce those feelings. That is to say, at this time you must put a shadow copy in the window just opened. This snapshot must contain the feelings you feel while experiencing it. When you put the snapshot in the opened window, you don't get information from the soul, but instead you direct the soul into a particular sector of the variant space. If you can do this, your mind will access external intent. There is no simple answer to this question. Both arrive. So our task is to be able to intentionally bring forth intuitive premonitions. This must be done in order to steer the sail of our soul in the right direction. There is a space of transition between events which have been produced by external intention, and events which have been predicted by intuitive feelings. In other words, when you feel something is about to happen, you casually touch the event with your thoughts, without any other intention of doing so. Usually this event happens, especially if the spirit agrees with the intuitive feelings of your soul. So here's the question: did you just sense this something about to happen, or did your subconscious thoughts act as the external intent and induce this event? Intuitive knowing and premonitions happen spontaneously. In this case, your spirit is passively using your soul's abilities. It simply gets the information from the sector where the soul is right now. Image. The work of the external intention is not finished until the realization in reality. The work of the external intention is not done only with a breath. When you are awake, your conscious and subconscious are within the boundaries of the physical world. The spirit maintains the attention of the soul in the sector of material realization. As we have already demonstrated before, the mind constantly adjusts its perception in accordance with established stereotypes. When you wake up and play the cliché in your mind, you are adjusting the parameters of your mental radiations to an area that has not yet come true. Depending on the degree of unity your soul and spirit feel towards your goal, your sail begins to fill with wind and gradually begins to move towards your goal area. And yet, it is not only inertia that prevents the external intention of a dream from materializing a virtual sector in physical reality. You could play your shot all you want, you could even play it in a lucid dream. It wouldn't get you any closer to your goal. The fact is that the external intention has only one function in a dream: to transfer the soul from one virtual sector to another. This is what happens in a dream. The spirit has adjusted the sail of the soul in accordance with its expectations, and the external intention instantly transfers the small paper boat to the corresponding sector. That's all. The job is done, and the mission of the external intent is accomplished. So playing the cliché in your dream does not contribute to the movement of material realization. The veil of your soul in a dream allows your soul to fly in virtual space, but in fact has nothing to do with the movement of material realization. The sole function of a snap in a lucid dream is to expand your soul's comfort zone. And that's already something. If you practice lucid dreaming, then the cliché in your dream will be an ideal way to expand your soul's comfort zone. But to move a heavy frigate, you need a large sail and a larger time frame. Yet the external intention of the dream cannot move the frigate at all, simply because only the pen has been hoisted onto the paper boat. The sail of the frigate has been folded. The wind of intention is only able to move the small paper boat of dreams, but it has no effect on the frigate in material realization. Indeed, comparing a dream with physical reality is like comparing a small paper boat with a large frigate. The little paper boat quickly flies away with the slightest breath of external intention. The wind of intention blows, but the frigate does not move. If the unity of soul and spirit is achieved, the sail is hoisted in the right direction. The size of the sail depends on the degree of this unit. The wind cannot instantly transfer the frigate to the correct sector. The parameters of mental radiation energy are already in conformity with the sector of your goal, but the material realization is delayed in an earlier sector. So the wind of intention must blow for some time to materialize the area of your goal. It's hard to grab the window, because your mind has to do it, even if it's dozing, which means the mind wakes up to grab the window, and the window instantly closes. You will find the window in the space of variations, opened during brief moments when the mind falls asleep, leaves the target of perception in the context of the material realization in progress. In contrast to an ordinary dream session, the sail of the frigate in the window remains hoisted. If you put a snapshot in the window at this precise moment, then the gusts of the wind of external intention would carry the material realization a significant distance. The effectiveness of the window rests on the fact that the unity of soul and spirit is at its peak the moment the window is opened. The sleepy mind lets go of control and lets the unreal into its pattern of perception, just as it does in a dream. The veil of the soul takes on a considerable extent, and the external intention acts with its greatest power. For example, you sign the contract and feel fulfilled. Or you pass an exam successfully, and the examiner shakes your hand. Or you finish first and rip the finish line tape with your chest. This formula will be the model, which you will have to put in the half-opened window. You can give the frame a title. For example, Victory. Yes. Grandiose. Or whatever you prefer. This title will be the reference point of the frame. Don't be disturbed by the fact that I use simple metaphors to describe all these complicated questions. Either way, there is no more fitting analogy for the list of labels in your mind, and so the essence of it all comes across more clearly. Play the shot of reaching the goal in your head a few times, and then take an integral mold of the whole shot, which we'll call a frame. Do you see the difference? The work of external intention in a dream comes to an end, while it continues when you are awake. In a dream, the parameters instantly conform to your desires, and that's it. In reality, however, it is a slow and gradual process. When you are awake and playing a snap, the sail of realization has been hoisted, so the external intention moves the frigate, not the little boat of dreams. Imagine how you would feel if what you desired happened. Material has arrived at its destination. This method is rather difficult, but you can try it. You have to start by always paying attention to your intuitive feelings, observing yourself. You will then realize that the window opens a few times during the day. Once in a while, the mind gets tired of its own chatter and controlling. So he loses his vigilance for a moment. At this time, you can intentionally put into the window the feelings you feel about a particular event that you want to induce. It should be feelings, not expressions in words. Create a hook, the essential sensation. So, you can try to immediately drag the frame into the open window as soon as the opportunity arises. The many, albeit unsuccessful, attempts will gradually turn into a habit, and your mind will learn to automatically launch the frame into the open window. The idea behind the framework is precisely that the mind should be able to activate it automatically without then being awakened. Either way, getting into the habit of paying attention to windows really helps. If you learn to seize the moment when a window opens, intuitive perceptions will be more and more frequent in your life. Step by step, how to get there. You will need strong intention and patience. First, you need to develop an event perception framework in the making with the help of your mind. Let him take an active part in this development process. Then, without trying to catch the window, play that frame in a way that clearly establishes the true nature of the feelings you will experience in reaching your goal. This is what should happen. Your drowsy mind must realize that it is dozing and in the moment throw the frame out the window, without having actually woken up at that precise moment. This will be the function of the external intention, when the internal dialogue has paused. However, if the frame method seems very difficult to you, do not be discouraged and leave it aside. I mentioned this method here for clarity of information. If it doesn't work the first time, then you don't need it. Continue to work with the usual snapshots and continue to visualize the process. Abstract pendulums conceal the fact that each and everyone has unique talents. Don't overmean anything. The do as I do rule creates stereotypes of pendulums, accepted by all. The mind has a will, but is unable to nurture external intention. Each soul has its own individual star sector. You don't need your importance, the pendulums do. Conscious intention, not effort and persistence, keeps importance at zero. If the spirit left it, the soul would find the right sector of itself. The soul is capable of nurturing external intention, but has no will. Frail characterizes the individual essence of a human being's soul. The spirit is moving further and further away from the soul, in pursuit of the standards of others. The unity of your soul and your spirit submits the external intention to your will. Allow yourself the audacity to believe in the limitless potential of your soul. Your soul is in no way worse than that of others. You are worthy of all the best. Allow yourself the audacity to claim your fantastic individuality. By having tuned your mind to the frail of your soul, you will receive a multitude of, leave the work to yourself, and give pride to your guardian angel. You have everything you need. You just have to use it. The behaviors and thoughts of a person are defined according to his dependence on the pendulums. Leave your importance at a minimum level and act consciously. Stars are born by themselves, but the pendulums are those who bring them to light. Emotional discomfort in your soul is an obvious no. Hidden virtues. When thinking about your goal, don't think about how glamorous and unattainable it is, or how to achieve it. When your soul and spirit are united, your soul sings, and your spirit rubs its hands together with satisfaction. Consider only the emotional comfort of your soul. An affirmation must be followed by the appropriate feelings. The mind, thinking of the means to reach the goal, puts a definitive end to the just attainable goal. Letting you get is the only condition to grant your wishes. An affirmation itself should be positive and focused. If you feel there is something unfair about your goal, no matter how charming, the goal may be bogus. Don't believe anyone who urges you to change yourself. Direct your affirmation to the cause, not the consequence. Formulate your affirmation in the present tense. You can say that your soul experiences discomfort when you feel pained, depressed, or when you feel like you are carrying a burden. When your determination to have is devoid of desire, the pendulum has no hold on it. Calmly and without insisting, you take your mail from the mailbox. Your soul's emotional comfort is not an obvious yes. I don't want to start this chapter with theory. You are probably already tired of complex theoretical bases. I've done the best I could in trying to make this heavy review easy to understand, but I'm afraid I haven't always been successful. What can you do? After all, we have tackled some rather unusual questions, and the conclusions have all been most incredible. Your mind would never have taken any of Transurfing's ideas seriously if I hadn't provided you with at least some form of theoretical grounding. But the more complex things are now behind us, so I'll start this chapter with practical questions. Searching for clothes is the simplest and most telling image of how to choose your purpose. And we can also use it to practice our dexterity in choosing our goal. You probably remember the times in this chapter. We will see how to distinguish the original aspirations of your soul from the artificial goals that are imposed on us by the pendulums over and over again. The problem is, no matter how attractive a fake goal may be, it will bring you personally nothing but disappointment. Either you will achieve nothing at all in pursuit of this phony goal, and all your efforts will end up feeding the pendulums, or, after having achieved your goal, you will realize that in fact you did not need this at all. Is it worth missing out on a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and wasting precious time correcting mistakes? Even though life may seem like a long time, it happens quickly and quietly. You must then know how to find goals that are truly yours, goals that will bring you, personally, happiness. Goals and Doors Chapter 4 How to Choose Your Business by Breaking the Locks of Stereotypes. You open the doors. Each person has their own path on which they will find true happiness. But how to find this path? You are about to find out. And since your desires do not always correspond to your possibilities, how are you going to achieve the goal you have set for yourself? You will realize, on your own, that your possibilities are limited only by your intention. By breaking the locks of stereotypes, you open the doors to what previously seemed inaccessible to you. The first object that seemed to please you was intended for another person. You may have seen one of your friends or a model wearing it. If something looks good on someone else, that doesn't mean it will look good on you too. And this is not a physical defect, but rather a quality. It's rather unfortunate to be a model on which everything looks good. It is not the consensual beauty that makes the strongest impression, but rather the finely accentuated individuality. I know you didn't need me to tell you that. But you spend a lot of time shopping and tormenting yourself by not knowing what to buy. Knowing the different styles, having an eye for fashion or even good taste doesn't help. After long search, you are still not satisfied with your purchase. To always find what you need, you must learn how to distinguish your stuff from the stuff that is for other people. So how? You can imagine how simple it is. Where you bought yourself an item of clothing that seemed to fit you, but then stopped liking it, or didn't fit you anymore, or had something wrong with it. And then there were other times when you found a piece of clothing, bought it immediately, and this one still brings you complete satisfaction. The difference between these two objects is that the first belonged to someone else, and the second is yours. To begin, identify in general terms what you would like to achieve. You don't need to figure out the details. The only picture you need is what kind of clothes you would like to have. For example, if you need a coat, make choosing a coat your goal, and that's it, with no more unnecessary conditions. Let your soul choose the object. Your soul is actually closest to who you are. She will not forget any detail and will certainly indicate the right object at the right time. As soon as you see, or rather feel drawn to, an object in the ocean of clothes, you will instantly realize that you have found the right object. I want to emphasize this again. You don't need to analyze why this particular object appeals to you. You just love it, and all you could say would be, "That's what I need." You will buy it without further reasoning. Above all, never worry about the problem of choice. It is obvious that the balance would be out of whack in such a situation. The more you torment yourself about it, the worse the outcome will be. There is no need for you to examine the various objects for a long time and analyze what is good or bad about them. Your mind should not interfere when you make a choice, since your mind and its thoughts are not you, but a coating resulting from the influence of the pendulums. Just walk around and look around, as if you were at an exhibition, without thinking of anything. But now the decision is made. Don't listen to anyone right now. Wake up and realize the following. How did you feel when you made the decision? Your soul's state of emotional comfort tells you its attitude toward the decision your mind has made. As I said before, while you are choosing things, you must not think about what is good or bad about them. As you already know, the emotional comfort of your soul gives you the definitive answer. Your soul doesn't always know exactly what it wants, so it too may hesitate. If you liked the object as soon as you saw it and that's what you felt immediately, then your soul says yes, but at that moment your mind comes and begins to analyze and justify your choice. If, after analyzing the situation, your mind says yes, then the object is for you. But if you decided to buy this particular object because it is worth buying, and not because you liked it from the start, then you should pay attention to the smallest discomfort that your soul may feel. Your soul always knows for sure what it does not want. But then comes the time for you to say either yes or no, to call the store clerk. At this exact moment, you are sleeping very loudly, although it may seem that you are not. Your sleep is particularly heavy when the seller or your friend tells you something about the object in question. Even if you have already searched for a long time and you do not find anything you like, do not worry. Your object will be in one or the other store. He may not be in the third store, but may be in the 10th. He is patiently waiting for you, so be patient too. Do not rush. Do not torment yourself with doubts and do not reproach yourself. Were you to be absolutely certain, I will reveal to you the secret which makes it possible to distinguish whether the object is for another or for you. It's just as simple as it is trustworthy. Fine, let him sleep. Don't disturb him until he has made his choice. If you are hesitating, If there is anything about this garment that makes you a little bit worried or embarrassed, if there is the slightest shadow of doubt or darkness, then this is the someone else's object. Your mind will try to persuade you by describing in glowing terms all the benefits of that particular item. If you catch yourself convincing yourself and trying to convince yourself that the object suits you both in style and size, then you can throw that thing away and without regret. While you are making the choice, only your mind is at work. He analyzes the pros and cons, organizes his concepts so that they are rational and convincing, and at the same time he listens carefully to the opinions of the people around you. Your mind is so absorbed in this process that it pays no attention to the feelings of your soul. In this sense, your mind sleeps loudly. It's not yours. As you can see, the process of choosing your own business includes all the essential principles of trend surfing. You shop as if you were at an exhibition, simply observing and not wanting anything at all costs, no matter what. Therefore, you reject the desire to achieve the goal. You'll become calmly aware that your object is waiting for you somewhere, and you know for sure how to tell it apart from someone else's object. So the importance is at its minimum level. You wake up immediately after making the decision, and you become aware of the entire process. Thus, you act in full awareness and you are the one who determines the scenario of the game. When you make the final decision, you connect to the state of emotional comfort of your soul. And you won't be wrong, because there is a solid pillar in this unstable world, the unity of soul and spirit. When you are buying clothes for someone else, a child for example, then this particular method does not work. In fact, it works, but without the same high level of precision that there would be if the definitive criterion of choice is contained within a simple sentence. If you must convince yourself, then it is someone else's object. Know this, that if the object is yours, you will not need to persuade yourself. Ultimately, you'll make things easier if you lean into the flow of variations, instead of setting a strict schedule, clinging to circumstances, and going your own way no matter what. Life is a celebration of light, if you allow yourself to get it. Take what is yours, calmly and without insisting. Well, and finally, do you have to listen to the opinions of others while you choose your object? I do not think so. No one except you can choose an item that is truly yours. If you really like the object, then you can be quite certain that others who have seen you wearing it will think that it is superb too. Well, that's how it is. You now know a simple and powerful method. You can calmly walk into a store, and even if you don't buy anything that day, you will save yourself from buying someone else's item. You will be calm and confident, because you know that your object is somewhere, waiting for you. And you will definitely find it. The most important thing is to remember that before you say yes or no, you must wake up and become aware of your sensations. There is only one thing I can say about prices: your item should not be found in expensive stores at all. But if so, transurfing will help you remove the problem of money from your life. If you define your goal and move towards it, and not towards having more money, then the money will come to you on its own, and you will have more than you need. Of course, this method is not limited to choosing only clothes. You can use it as soon as you need to choose something for yourself. And I would really like to hope that the book that you hold in your hands is yours. Seen from the outside, fashion deals with style, yet its internal substance is what suits you particularly, in the context of determined style. You just need to have a clear idea about what you want, to look trendy or to look stylish. It is not the same. And if one were to blindly follow the latest trends, then one could distort one's appearance. If you observe how people dress, you might not notice a few elegant people who don't do it according to fashion. On the other hand, you will immediately notice that there is a little something in the way they dress, and that no one has any idea to accuse them of not being fashionable. You were buying clothes for yourself. Your soul will not be able to choose an object that is meant for someone else. So you can only be guided by practical considerations. At this time, simultaneously, give the child the opportunity to choose his own clothes. Children, unlike adults, are quite capable of finding their objects. And at the same time, you constantly come across creatures who are dressed according to the latest trends, but you feel sad for them, because they don't suit them at all. Imitators walk blindly along the path of their internal intention, towards someone else's goal that has been determined by the pendulum of fashion. They keep thinking about their own preferences and submit to the rules of the pendulums, do as I do. At this point, I'd like to quote a Frenchman who said, "Don't be afraid to look out of fashion, be afraid to look ridiculous." Do you want to become a fashion initiator? After all, before, the only thing you had to do was pay attention to how other people dress, and try to be aware of the latest fashion trends. However, have you examined who creates this fashion? Fashion wasn't born in the salons of top fashion designers, they're just recovering. New fashion trends are actually initiated by people who are relatively free of pendulums. These people are ruled only by their own independent judgment and preferences, and this is how they become initiators of fashion trends. They dress the way their heart dictates, and hit the bullseye. Later, others notice this original idea. It is then recovered and begins to spread spontaneously. How to impose modes. You have probably already guessed that following fashion trends is nothing but taking part in the fashion pendulum game. Fashion trends appear suddenly and then disappear just as quickly. Chances are it won't work right away. Give yourself an indefinite period of time and reject the desire to achieve your goal. After all, if it doesn't work, it's not like you're going to lose anything either. Free yourself from the responsibility of achieving the goal. The secret of success lies in the fact that you have freed yourself from the influence of the pendulums and set out on your own path. And what do the pendulums do when they see that a new star is climbing into the firmament? As you know from the previous chapter, they put her in the spotlight. There is simply nothing else to be done in terms of what do you think is the best option? We could dress in retro clothes which are completely cheesy. But if that's your thing, then everyone will be green with envy. Forget all the current fashion trends. Pay attention only to your feelings, to how you feel when you look at a particular object. Decommission your analytical device. Stop thinking, evaluating and reasoning at the same time. As soon as you catch yourself trying to reason and analyze, immediately stop this unnecessary process. Listen to the rustle of the morning stars. Give up the desire to find something extravagant, something striking. Even if something appears extraordinary, it does not mean that it will bring you the desired effect. Believe me, you are already on the verge, and you are, of making several startling discoveries. Before long, you will undoubtedly discover an original and innovative solution. As soon as your soul and spirit are united, you will experience a feeling different from all others, like a mixture of surprise and joy. You'll realize it right away, but you won't say to yourself, "This is what I need." You will want to express something, "It is possible." Fantastic. And so it is. Your possibilities are only limited by your own attention. Make your goal look interesting and stylish. You don't have to specify the details. Just walk around the different stores and examine the clothes by practicing the method mentioned above. It would help to play the cliché of your goal in your mind at the same time. It should not, however, be the picture of what you look like in particular. The shot should be made up of the feelings you experience when you attract attention and look good, interesting and original. It is one of the shorter-lived pendulums. It's no big deal if you find yourself under the influence of a fashion pendulum. Drop the importance and release your grip. Just walk around and look at the different clothes, try them all to ignite your curiosity. Trust the current variants. It's a wonderful privilege to be yourself. And that's exactly the privilege any man could afford. But only if you dare. There is only one reason why this is so, a heavy addiction to pendulums. They need obedient puppets, not independent individuals. The only thing left for you to do is to understand this, to free yourself from their useless influence and become yourself. The unity of your soul and spirit is such a rarity that it could literally be sold for a fortune. All masterpieces of culture and art are a manifestation of this unity. Stars will remain stars simply because people care about what they lack, the unity of soul and spirit. Everything that has been said so far is not only about clothes, of course. These same principles can apply to anything you do. In other words, your mind must put the following simple truth on its list of labels. Everyone has a precious treasure, the uniqueness of their soul. Each person carries within them a key to success, and yet they do not use it. Let your spirit take your soul in its little arms, lead it to the store and let it choose the toy for itself. So far we have looked at the outer world as a space of variations with sectors that are brought together on lifelines. If the parameters of mental radiation energy correspond with the parameters of a particular sector, then that sector manifests in material reality. Yet, energetically, man himself is an individual being with a unique spectrum of radiation. Each individual has his own lifeline in the space of variance, a lifeline that is more appropriate to the frailty of his soul. When on his own line of life, a man encounters a minimum of obstacles in his path, and all circumstances are favorable to him. The frail of a man's soul successfully places itself on its own lifeline, and the man achieves his goal with ease. In exactly the same way, the house key easily turns in the lock and therefore opens the closed door. We don't need to know exactly how and why all this happens. The only thing that matters is the exact fact that each person has his own road, his own door. If she walks towards her goal through this door, everything goes well for her. It's about making you a star, their favorite. Pendulums try to keep everything under control, so they will even help you achieve your goal. And if you're lucky, you'll create your own pendulum and become his favorite. The goals of others. This man's error lies in his false convictions. If I overcome obstacles, then beyond that lies happiness. This is nothing more than an illusion. There is no happiness beyond. No matter how hard he tries, he will always be the one chasing after the sun. There is no happiness for a person who is on someone else's lifeline. The soul sees how the spirit, carried by the pendulums, ruins its own life, but it cannot change anything. The spirit, when it arrives in the world, does not know exactly what to do, what to want, what to seek to obtain. He wasn't there from the start. After all, it is a mirage created by the pendulums so that you give them your energy on the path to illusory happiness. I repeat it once again, there is no happiness beyond. He is either here and now, on the current lifeline, or he is nowhere. Imagine how such a stereotype could have come into being. According to custom, a man falls under the influence of the pendulums and turns away from his own path. Obviously, he will in such a case be led to encounter, so he is forced into many obstacles. Achieve happiness. Overcome these obstacles. Try to guess, where Rebu is THW Mason Task Teo? She is, perhaps, in the fact that he is heading for someone else's goal through someone else's door? Number. The answer will surprise you again, since everything else is in this book. In addition, you must constantly keep marching towards your goal, overcoming obstacles. One of the biggest mistakes is the idea that you have to fight for your happiness, that you have to be persistent, persevering, and that you have to overcome a lot of obstacles. Basically, you have to conquer your place under the sun. This is a wrong and very painful stereotype. In the worst case, if a person has turned away from his path, all sorts of bad luck falls on his head, and his life turns into a permanent struggle for survival. It is a real tragedy for your soul. It's a fact. You get depressed if the weather is bad on your day off, right? You can imagine how your soul feels when a once-in-a-lifetime chance given to it is wasted. Many people, who have reached their goal with great effort, feel nothing but devastation. Where has happiness gone? Many of us have been instilled from early childhood with the thought that success can only be achieved through hard work. Not near, not in any future. The soul, if it does not know for sure, can at least get clues about all these things, but the spirit does not listen to it. Pendulums immediately take the mind into their own hands, imposing their goals and rules of the game on it. They make people choose other people's goals and crowd them outside other people's doors. The feeble attempts of the soul to influence the mind are all in vain. It is on this point that the influence of the pendulums is strong. Another person's purpose appears in the form of fashion and prestige. However, actually moving towards your goal already turns every day into a celebration. Moving towards someone else's goal pushes the celebration into an illusory future. Achieving someone else's goal brings disappointment and devastation, but never brings you happiness. When you walk towards someone else's goal, you overcome many obstacles. The road to someone else's goal is always a struggle. A pendulum needs each one to do its job properly, like a small cog in a gear, for the good of the whole mechanism. You are struggling, but you will continue to struggle, because the pendulums have made you believe that the only way to achieve anything is through hard work. If you're plugged in, you must challenge yourself, overcome every obstacle you can encounter, go through fire and water, and conquer your place under the sun. And if you are weak, stay in your place, and be wise. Another person's purpose always compels you to do things. It is an obligation. If you find even the smallest obligation necessary for your purpose, then you can change it and give it up. You won't have to persuade yourself, if that's your goal. Walking towards your own goal is a pleasant journey. The process of attaining it brings you joy. What is happiness according to the transurfing model? Perhaps it comes if one achieves one's own goal? Wrong again. Happiness comes when you move towards your goal through your door. If a man is on his own line of life, on his own path, then he is already happy, even if the goal is still ahead of him. That's when life turns into celebration. Once the goal is achieved, then it is a double joy. If you walk towards your goal through your door, the obstacles are easily overcome, and any effort on your part is not really a burden. If, however, you are nervous, uninspired by your work and tired on the way to your goal, then it is either someone else's goal or you are trying to force walking through someone else's door. Now let's write down the characteristics of other people's goals. Pendulums need to draw you to other people's lifelines, and for this they do everything possible. The carrot must be mouth-watering. Then the mind rushes there without thinking. Pendulums cannot make you follow the do-as-I-do rule in any situation. You must want. Myths about the careers of successful stars are created to serve this purpose. These myths boast your purpose is what brings you real pleasure. It doesn't just bring you fleeting joy, but rather something that gives you a sense of exhilaration. Your door is the path that leads you to your goal. You feel enthusiasm and inspiration on the path that is yours. It's not that everything becomes easy on this path. The main thing is that moving towards your goal doesn't tear you down, but instead gives you a new burst of energy. After all, the others can sing very well, why can't I? Dismiss the importance of the goal and answer the question, do you want it with all your soul or do you just want it? If you want to prove something to yourself and others by reaching the goal, then that is the wrong goal. Your purpose is not a heavy burden round your neck, your purpose simply gives you real pleasure. Another person's purpose serves to improve someone else's well-being. If the goal does not improve your life, then it is not your goal. True goals always work for you, for your well-being and your success. Only you need your purpose. If it contributes directly to meeting the needs and improving the well-being of others, then that is the goal. Just because it's so hard to achieve doesn't mean another person's goal is so tempting. Man works in the following way. Everything under lock and key is attractive. Inaccessibility gives rise to the desire to possess. This property of the human psyche originates in childhood, when you want a lot, but only a few things are within your reach. This is often the case when a toy is refused to the child, who will then fret until he has obtained it. Finally, he receives the toy which then loses all its interest. Adults have other toys, but they also behave like children. For example, a big child is deaf and mute, but he thinks he likes to sing. In reality, the singing bird does not want to come to the conclusion that this is not his route. Another person's purpose is imposed by other people. No one but you can determine your purpose. You calmly listen to the preaching of those who know what you should do. Come to your own conclusions and do what feels right to you. But as soon as someone tries to tell you what you should strive for, immediately reject this gross intrusion into your soul. She's already getting so many wild ideas coming from the mind. No one can show you your purpose. There is, however, an exception, a sentence uttered accidentally, in passing. As you remember, unexpected phrases can be signs. If it's a sign, you'll feel it right away. An unpremeditated sentence from someone can suddenly create a small spark in your soul. If your goal has been touched on, then your soul comes alive, and it helps you realize that this is what you need, but it must be a situation in which no one is trying to convince you or to put you on the right path. On the contrary, it is a situation where, incidentally, a person gives you some sort of comment or recommendation. The method of their success and offer you the choice: replicate someone else's experience, or stay with nothing. How could you know how to achieve success? The stars know, their success is proof of that. Yet, as we've already demonstrated, stars achieve success simply because they break the do as I do rule and go their own way. No one but your soul knows the method of your success. From another person. The pendulum tries to put you at the service of other people with all plausible excuses. There are a variety of ways to do this. The words should generally have an effect on people through a high sense of guilt. These people don't really find comfort in dwelling on their supposed sins. Others may be influenced by the slogan "I need your help." It also works. As you understand, such methods are maintained by internal and external importance. You can make other people happy, but you could easily hurt them if you are unhappy yourself. You might ask, what if I don't know what I want? How can I find it? So I ask you the following question. Have you ever seriously thought about what you want? Strangely enough, most people are so busy doing things for the pendulums that they literally burn a candle at both ends and can't find time for themselves, for their soul. Questions about what they currently want out of life are answered only in haste, in passing, in a few snatches, without thinking about it and under the pressure of all the problems they encounter in their lives. No need to dig into your soul. You just have to calm down and find a place where you are alone, even for a little while, and if you are unhappy with your current place in this world, or if you are being dogged by a series of unfortunate events, then it means that at some point in your life you fell under the influence of destructive pendulums and began to move towards someone else's goal through someone else's door. Other people's goals require a lot of energy and effort. Your goals, on the other hand, pretty much accomplish themselves. Everything is going smoothly. The goals and doors of others always condemn you to suffering. Find your goal and your door, and then all your problems will disappear. Another person's purpose stirs up feelings of emotional discomfort in your soul. Dummy goals are usually very attractive. The mind delights in describing all the possible virtues of the goal in glowing terms. But if something brings you down, despite all the attractiveness of the goal, then be honest with yourself. Of course, your mind doesn't want to hear anything. Everything is awesome and wonderful. But then, where does the shadow of discomfort come from? I repeat the important rule of the previous chapter. When you think of your goal, don't think of its glamour and remoteness, or the means to achieve it. Focus only on the state of emotional comfort in your soul. Imagine that you have reached the goal and everything is behind. Do you feel good or do you feel bad? If there is a feeling of fear or heaviness mixed in with your pleasure, then you are feeling the emotional discomfort of your soul. Are you then involved in someone else's purpose? Your own goal is even more attractive and gives you even more pleasure, without any discomfort or anything. You just have to step away from the pendulums and find your purpose. And what if you don't want anything at all? This demonstrates that your energy potential is extremely low. In a state of depression, apathy, it is clearly evident that you have only the energy necessary to maintain your existence. You must then increase your energy reserves. It is impossible for your soul not to want anything at all. However, it is not actually a good soul, but rather a good spirit that takes flight. What's more, it's not good at all, but rather soulless. This spirit forgets its soul and rushes to help the souls of others. To simply listen to the rustling of the morning stars. Although a lot has already been said about pendulums, I want to give you a few more examples of how they might mislead you. Ask yourself, is a pendulum forcing someone else's goal on you under a plausible excuse? For example, we ask for help from a good soul. One might need help with, for example, animal advocacy, injured soldiers, starving children, or anyone else in need of help. Or maybe there are people out there fighting for their freedom, and they need your brave heart. A good soul will immediately fly to where it is needed. As you see, pendulums are capable of great skill in creating the most convincing stereotypes. But that's just demagoguery. And what about your own soul? Does your mind really give it up for others? This is why I so strongly recommend that you turn away from the pendulums and let your soul out of the box. As soon as you come to love yourself, you find the pendulums immediately offer all sorts of compensations. You will be shown the greatest sample of all the ways to waste your energy for the benefit of others. In fact, isn't that exactly why a man responds so enthusiastically to calls from others? What common stereotypes portray as kindness and tenderness may actually turn out to be the feeling of emptiness where the soul once resided. The void compensates for itself by caring for others, while the needs of your soul remain unmet. Pendulums take advantage of this by claiming that caring for others is the same as generosity of soul. You just don't have enough strength to hear it. It's like leaving your child in trouble, always going to save others. The good spirit has put its soul in a box to stay face to face with its own sensitive thoughts. An inner void is created, and must then be filled with something. Breaking stereotypes. Your goal. On the way to your goal, you will do a multitude of good, true and useful deeds. And, of course, you will help many poor and unlucky people, since you will have much more means. This defenseless nation, attacked by the pendulum aggressor, soon repudiates its defeated ruler, already turns to the representative of the protecting country to steal his humanitarian aid and begins to crawl before the aggressor. As you see, the adherents of the first, like those of the other camp, get involved in the battle of the pendulums because their internal and external importance is high. These adherents are empty and their souls are locked in the boxes. And since there is nothing to fill this void, on the contrary, it grows. After all, what do these adherents gain by getting involved in the battle? The defenders of war try to convince themselves they have been deceived. No one really needs this war. It brings misfortune to each of its participants. Defenders of peace also receive a blow in the nose. Let's say two pendulums are about to fight. One declares himself a liberator of the good cause and accuses the other of being a dictator as well as a potentially dangerous aggressor. In fact, this pendulum liberator only wants to make his rival swallow his saliva, to seize his oil or other resources. But we keep it all secret, and we launch a gigantic propaganda campaign to promote freedom and justice. It is quite clear that the great ideals, which the adherents uphold in the battle of the pendulums, are only soap bubbles. The interior is empty, but on the surface it is a layer, the colors of the rainbow, made of extreme importance. Do the souls of the adherents really need all this fuss? When the goal you have determined does not serve you personally, but in fact serves others, you can test whether it is yours or not using this simple method. If you are being imposed from the outside to help others in any way, then that is someone else's goal. If, on the other hand, caring for others comes from within, from the depths of your soul, then that goal is probably yours. For example, I just love spending. A man imbued with a sense of importance who has swallowed the bait of this pendulum says to himself, I will liberate the oppressed nation. I will show him, this dictator, this aggressor. Meanwhile, the other pendulum is gathering its camp of adherents. This pendulum dictator claims that he is in fact well-intentioned, and that whoever declares himself the liberator, is in fact the aggressor. Another man, full of importance, burst with indignation. How? They declared war without asking me? I will take to the streets and protest fervently. He might even go to war and give his life for someone else's freedom. The miracle only happens if you break the usual stereotypes and start thinking about the goal itself, not the means to achieve it. No one but yourself can identify your purpose. To let go of importance, turn away from the pendulums and look to your soul to, above all else, love and care for yourself. It is there, and only there, that you will find the way to your goal. We are so used to established stereotypes that we recognize them as valid experiences that have been achieved by humanity. In reality, stereotypes are created by pendulums, and people are educated to agree with them. The whole society is based on pendulums that live and develop on their own and attune it to their own laws, like creatures of informational energy that have submitted their adherents to their will. The influence of pendulums on man is so great that his mind literally becomes foggy and loses the ability to reason independently and consciously. There is no miracle from Transurfing's point of view. You have simply attuned to the lifeline frequency of your purpose. You have the determination to have, and the external intent transfers you to that lifeline. And on this lifeline, new opportunities are emerging. Doors that you never thought of on your previous lifeline are opening. The error of the mind also comes from the fact that it immediately seeks to assess how realistic reaching the goal is and to foresee all the ways and means to go forward. Because everything must be rational. If it is not clear that the goal can really be achieved, then the mind rejects it from the start, or stops it. With such an attitude, a man will never be able to tune into the lifeline of his goal. On the contrary, by thinking of the means to reach the goal, man agrees on the line of failure. After all, he plays out every possible defeat scenario in his head. The goal will not be achieved by ordinary means, and there will be no miracles. In fact, the elusive goal rarely comes true within the framework of our habitual worldview. And it will always be so, because the parameters of those who do not in any way correspond to the lifeline of their goals. Time with my animals. It's not a chore for me. Or again, I love my children, grandchildren, and I love taking care of them, watching them grow and rejoicing with them. However, when they grow up, you will have to find another purpose. So, what seemed improbable is no longer perceived as such. Suddenly, as if by chance, a perfectly plausible way of achieving your goal is revealed to you. From any ordinary point of view, it looks like a miraculous coincidence. In this case, the mind can only be perplexed. Who could have known? All the evil, cruelty and violence in this world does not originate from the so-called base nature of humanity, but from the greedy nature of the pendulums. The soul of man knows no evil. All evil concentrates in his mind like a coating resulting from the destructive influence of the pendulums. Take, for example, the crimes of Nazi Germany during World War II. Terrible things have happened. Is it possible that the Nazis were very cruel people with sadistic pathological tendencies? No, most of them were just normal, like you and me. They had families, they loved each other equally and cared for each other. Returning from the war, they found a peaceful life and once again became ordinary citizens. Are any of them cruel? Not at all, and their parents would swear to you. But, once under the influence of a pendulum, for example, once they have become part of a crowd, an adolescent boy or girl will cease to be aware of their actions. The spirit of a member of a crowd literally sleeps, because he is caught by the lasso of the pendulum. Do you remember the mechanism of induced transfer? Pendulums provoke people to make them violent not only towards other people, but also towards themselves. Do you like the courageous slogan that follows, "Nothing ventured, nothing gained"? It contains a provocation, a call to put one's well-being or one's life on the line in the name of someone else's ideas. Of course, if it's your idea and not someone else's, and the risk is justified, then it might be worth taking the risk. However, there is nothing crazier than an unwarranted risk, which puts your health and your life at risk. Pendulums induce man to commit risky acts, because the fear, tension, and excitement experienced by the person taking the risk are the favorite energy foods of pendulums. A pendulum tries to grab hold of its victim using the artificial stereotype of false courage or with the help of a particular adherent. Come on, be a man. Show us what you're made of. You don't want to look like a coward now, do you? And the man, filled with internal importance, rushes to prove otherwise, to himself and everyone else. He's trapped in an artificial stereotype, and it doesn't occur to him that he has nothing to prove to anyone, and that he can move on with nothing to do. What the pendulums think. So why does a respectable family man turn into an animal when he goes to war? This happens because his mind falls under the influence of the pendulums. Adherents involved in the battle of the pendulums are literally oblivious to what they are doing. This becomes especially evident in the sometimes unnecessary and cruel behaviors of adolescents. The psyche, young and unstable, is particularly defenseless and subject to influences. Take each of these teenagers separately. Your goals. I assumed from the start that you have a secret desire and at least have an idea of how it might come true. Even if you have no idea, it's not the end of the world. If you want to have the determination to get it, you will get it. The most important thing is to determine your true inner desire and obtain the determination to act and have. Intention transforms a desire into a goal. A desire without intention will never come true. But first, you have to see clearly what you really want from this life. Imprecise phrases like "I want to be rich and happy" don't work. Above all, one does not determine a goal in relation to temporary needs. It must answer the question, what do you want from life? The feeling of personal inadequacy forces man to be held on a leash by the pendulum. Obviously, an unjustified risk is absolutely not a show of courage, but rather an attempt to hide one's own supposed complexes. The spirit irresponsibly directs the life of its soul in favor of dubious stereotypes. The poor little soul, all folded in on itself, watches with terror what the spirit is doing on its own, while being unable to do anything about it. The spirit acts towards the soul at best like a chronic loser, at worst like a drunken, angry bully punching its helpless child. Imagine that you are walking around town aimlessly. You just wander around aimlessly. Where will you end up? No one knows. On the other hand, if there is a particular destination, then sooner or later you will get there, even if you don't know the details of the route. It's the same in life. If you don't have a goal, then you're like a little paper boat in a storm at sea. Get there well. Or not. There is only one case where you will be 100% guaranteed that you will reach your goal, if the goal is yours and you walk towards it through your door. In this case, nothing and no one will be able to stop you, because the key that is the frail of your soul ideally corresponds to the lock on your way, at your door. No one can take what is yours. So there will be no problem in reaching the goal. The only problem is finding your purpose and your door. Let your mind get out of this nightmare. He possesses a priceless and marvelous treasure, his soul. By uniting your soul and your spirit, you will obtain true peace as well as true strength. Don't be afraid to break the stereotypes that have been created by pendulums. The inner nature of many things in this world will be revealed to you. By breaking stereotypes, you open doors that were previously forbidden. However, if what you love to do, even if it is your favorite thing to do, is not that one thing that will bring you joy and fill your whole life with the benefits of comfort, then you might to consider this thing as a door, but in no way could it be called a goal. Remember that a goal should turn your life into a celebration, with all the attributes associated with it. Don't think of the means to your goal just yet, that is, don't think of the doors that lead you to your goal. The most important thing is to identify the goal. The doors will come by themselves in due time. You wanted to have an apartment? We could replace well-paid work with an even more specific formula, becoming a unique expert in your field. What area is your soul in? Here a question arises. Will this work make sense in your opinion? If so, you're in luck. Your goal is your door. Suppose your soul is in a specific field of science. culture or art. So, by doing what you love to do, you will make discoveries and create masterpieces. Happiness on such a lifeline is something that is here and now, not somewhere in front of you. All the benefits of a comfortable life that others get from doing hard work will come to you on their own, as a matter of course. After all, you're on your way. How about a yacht? Find your main purpose. Attaining this goal will bring the satisfaction of all your other desires. If you cannot think of anything specific, then you can. For example, start by formulating the following overall goal. You want comfort and well-being in your life. What are comfort and well-being for you? The need to have a house, a car, nice clothes and other objects in a comfortable life could be replaced by a goal to have a well-paid job. But, as you understand, this is not even a goal, but a nameless door. You wanted to have a boat? Ask yourself the question, in what area is your soul? What will turn your life into a celebration? Let go of any thoughts you may have about the difficulty of achieving it and the prestige of your supposed goal. You must not charge interest to any limit. If you don't believe in it, then at least pretend that everything is possible for you, and that you only have to choose. Don't be shy and ask for the total. What will make your life enjoyable and happy? Only that counts. You can consider everything else as the residue of pendulums. How about a mansion? You wanted to be head of department? You wanted to buy cheap land to build a house on? You wanted to work a lot to have a lot of money? How about both not working and living for your own pleasure? Do not formulate your wishes with your mind. Allow yourself plenty of opportunities to find what your soul wants. The expression "I do according to my soul" speaks for itself. It does not reflect an opinion, but rather an attitude. Opinion is the product of the cognitive activity of your mind. Attitude comes from the depths of your soul. Therefore, only an attitude can have the function of recognizing your purpose in the purposes of others. When you are in the process of identifying your goal, you need to keep asking yourself, how do I feel if I place myself in the context of achieving the goal? Imagine that you have reached the goal and everything is behind you now. As soon as you have arrived there, you must stop thinking about the goal and listen carefully to the feeling of your soul. Do you feel good or not? If you feel a mixed feeling of joy and fear, you can go on with these. So how about? Ad infinitum. You cannot even imagine the modesty of your demands compared to what you can get if you walk towards your goal through your door. How about being president? Do you really want it with all your soul, or do you want to want it? Are you trying to prove something to yourself and others? Do you really want it? Maybe it's a tribute to fashion or prestige. A person with a disability may believe with all their heart that they want to go ice skating. But in reality, such a goal does not come from the heart, but from resentment due to its inability. The goal tempts it because it is unattainable. If the goal is reachable, try to dismiss it and keep an eye on your reaction. If you feel relieved, then that's someone else's goal. If you feel irritated and there's inner protest, then maybe that is your goal. How about your own island in the Mediterranean Sea? The only reliable criterion in choosing your goal is the emotional comfort of your soul. It is your soul's negative reaction to a decision your mind has already made. The state of emotional comfort can only be tested once the mind has made a decision and identified its purpose. Let's say you made a wish. In order to know if this is really your wish or not, ask yourself 2 questions. The first, do I really need it? The second, but do I really need it after all? Test all the characteristics of someone else's goal with this wish. Don't a heavy feeling or a feeling of need or obligation or something like that. Then your soul is clearly saying no to you. The mind can even imagine what kind of problems this goal can contain, even if it is so well packaged. If you feel discomfort in your soul in relation to specific aspects of your current purpose, then that is someone else's purpose. If you feel discomfort that the goal is difficult to reach, then the goal is not in your comfort zone, or you have chosen someone else's door. Don't think of ways to achieve the goal until you have clearly identified it. If you can see a clear picture of yourself in the role you've planned, you may not be ready to accept it yet. You can expand the comfort zone by using snaps. Don't worry about doors. The determination to obtain is the only thing that is required of you. Don't confuse the feeling of embarrassment in your soul with its experience of emotional discomfort. As I mentioned in the previous chapter, the embarrassment or feeling of shyness results from an unusual situation in which your soul finds itself. Is this all for me? Really? The emotional discomfort of your soul is a heavy, weighty feeling, which seems vague to you, compared to the optimistic arguments of your mind in the background. The compulsion in your soul can go away with the help of cliches, while the emotional discomfort in your soul never goes away. It would be a gross mistake to think that you don't deserve something you want. Absolute nonsense. The pendulums pushed you to stick to a primary label. You deserve the best. In any case, do not rush to make a final decision. Try experimenting with your purpose using cliches. If you notice that the feeling of tightness does not decrease over time, then you are in the presence of the discomfort of your soul. But the soul truly feels the real nature of the goal. Then the external intention will sooner or later show you the right door. Don't succumb to the temptation to identify money as your goal. It is like saying that once I have money, then all the problems will be solved. I know what to buy with this money. Do you remember the briefcase filled with banknotes in the chapter Clichés? It is written there that money cannot be a goal. It's just an attribute. You can immediately agree with this opinion. However, it is not such a light statement. We are so used to money that we could put a price on just about anything. But money is an abstract category meant for the mind, not the soul. The soul has no idea what it can do with money, because it is unable to think in abstract terms. The end goal should be obvious to your soul. She must know what you want to buy with the money you ask for: a house, a casino, an island, etc. There is no question of means, as long as your soul loves what you desire. Feelings of emotional discomfort can be vague and indistinct. She is only able to see and feel. You must work to be free from destructive pendulums, but that does not mean that you must completely isolate yourself either. The whole society is built from the interaction of the pendulums, and then you should either go to the Himalayas or seek your own pendulums. It is easy for the hermits to talk with the universe, because they are very far from the pendulums. But bring even one of these hermits back into the aggressive environment of pendulums, and he would immediately lose his balance and all sense of detachment. An active search for your route will get you nowhere. Do not worry. Just keep waiting and watching. If your target is the search for your goal, then the required information will arrive by itself. At a specific time, you will receive a small piece of information. Analysis is the activity of your mind. Your soul is unable to reason. You will be unable to identify your goal with the means of analysis and reasoning. Only your soul is able to identify the true purpose. As long as your internal accounting department struggles to calculate the means to achieve the goal, you will be unable to identify your goal or tune into the lifeline of your goal. Activate your observer and gain height each time your mind tries to avoid answering the following question: what do I want from life? The elusive goal stereotype is the most persistent of them all, so you'll need patience. Your mind will keep trying to answer another question: how do I get there? That's when your soul should say to your mind, calm down, this doesn't concern you, we're choosing a toy. Your mind's job is to process all things external information, while paying particular attention to the emotional comfort of your soul. Your mind only needs to have a target. I'm looking for something that will turn my life into a celebration. You can then let in external information and keep an eye on the feelings of the soul, while keeping the target above in mind. The work of your mind is not to seek purpose in the process of seeking purpose. Your mind will do this in the usual way, that is, by using analytical methods and constructing logical arguments based on commonly accepted stereotypes and labels. If one could determine one's entire life path in this way, then everyone would be happy. Your goal also belongs to a pendulum. There is no danger to you in this, as long as your purpose is genuine. Find your purpose, and the pendulum will be bound to make you its favorite. You can even create a new pendulum. The main thing is to realize your right to freedom of choice and not let the pendulums establish control over. You are freed from the burden of fake goals and breathe again. You can speed up the arrival of the required information. The most useful thing to do is to increase your interest. Go on an adventure. Go where you've never been before, to the museum, take a guided tour, to the cinema, take a camping trip, to another part of your city, to a bookstore, anywhere. You don't need to be active there to search. Simply expand the range of external information and observe. Let's say now that you have finally got rid of the temptation to think of means, and have identified your goal. Once you have the determination to have and to act on behalf of this purpose, then the layer of your world will undergo an extraordinary transformation. And here's what will happen. Sooner or later you will get some kind of sign or information that will spark a spark within you. Oh, that I like. You will then have to carefully examine the information you have received from all possible angles, while being carefully attentive to the emotional state of your soul, which will arouse in you a lively interest. The main thing is to be sure that it is not your mind that is racing with its thoughts at this precise moment. You will then have to pay all his attention to the emotional state of your soul. Keep an eye on your feelings and be more attentive to them than you were before. Let this target of yours be present and active in the background. Submit any information received through the sieve of the question, how do I feel about this? Do I like it or not? You no longer need to do what the soul does not want to do. You have given up the struggle for illusory future happiness, and allowed yourself to be happy here and now. Previously, you tried to fill the emptiness of your soul with cheap substitutes offered to you by the pendulums. But now your mind has let the soul out of the box, and you feel a sense of ease and freedom, as if spring has arrived, and you have woken up from a long winter sleep. The heavy feeling of oppression is gone. Don't you agree that it is more pleasant to walk towards your own goal, knowing that you have found something within yourself that you have previously tried unsuccessfully to find in the outside world? Your mind discarded the useless scraps of someone else's goals and simply allowed the good goal into the layer of its world. The soul chose its toy on its own and started jumping for joy, clapping its hands. You have given yourself unlimited time. Don't lock yourself into a set amount of time. Don't turn finding your goal into something you absolutely have to do. Just keep the following target in mind. I'm looking for something that will turn my life into a celebration. If you constantly have to overcome obstacles on the way to your goal, either you have chosen someone else's goal or you are walking towards your goal through someone else's door. The only thing that can be considered important in life is to identify your purpose and your door. By striving for other people's goals, you can spend your entire life getting nowhere. There is nothing sadder than admitting the fact that all your efforts have been in vain and your life is a failure. Happiness is always somewhere in the future. The artificial stereotype says that for the future to happen, you have to earn it, deserve it, or accomplish it. People frequently give up their favorite hobby for financial reasons. The activities are separated between interests and work that must generate income. In addition to the compromise of artificial goals, forced necessity is also another method used by pendulums in their attempt to divert a person as far as possible from their path. In fact, you can make quite a lot of money even by devoting yourself to your hobby, if that's your goal, of course. If it happens that you are forced to give up your favorite hobby only because it does not generate any income, then you need to know for sure whether this hobby is somehow connected with the purpose that your soul chose. Will your favorite hobby turn your life into a celebration or not? If this hobby cannot be related to your purpose, then it cannot be said with certainty whether it will generate an income or not. But if you are certain that your hobby is that particular thing, wait until the attributes of comfort appear and your pendulums have taught people to do what is necessary and to believe that is the way it should be. We endorse the stereotype of forced necessity to the point of absurdity, as if life were a sentence that everyone had to serve. or a civil service that everyone had to have done. Man is so used to this sense of necessity that the natural inclinations of his soul are pushed into the dark corners of his consciousness, waiting for better days. But life ends, and in fact, better days never come. Force open the dummy stereotype and you allowed yourself to get, despite the supposed inaccessibility of your goal. Then, the doors that closed in front of you in the past have opened wide in front of you. At that moment, your mind also finally realized that the goal could really be achieved. Now your life will turn into a celebration, because your joyful soul will skip, following your spirit which has allowed purpose to penetrate the layer of its world. Your soul and your spirit will begin to walk happily, hand in hand, on the pleasant path to happiness that is already here and now. Your doors. Let's say your goal is to be rich. You then need to figure out how you are going to get rich. After all, the money never comes if your goal matches your door. You will make a fortune with your hobby. Examine all possible options. Each option must be tested with the emotional comfort of your soul. In doing so, you can follow the same principles you used in choosing your goal. Look, what's going on there? Man works for other people for most of his life, thinking it is essential for his existence, while his soul gets only the crumbs of the time he spends mostly at work. So, who does this man live for? For other people? Your door is the path that will lead you to your goal. Once you have identified your goal, ask yourself the question, how can I achieve this goal? The external intention will sooner or later highlight various options. Your job is to find your door among these options. However, the artificial stereotype of forced necessity does not allow a person to devote himself totally to his goal. There are many examples that point in this direction. Here is this old friend. He goes to his necessary work like everyone else, and in his free time he creates and invents things. It doesn't even occur to him that his creations could sell for a lot of money. He lives in poverty, absolutely convinced that he must work hard for a small piece of bread. Whereas his interest is simply something he does for the sake of his soul. It's a little trickier if it turns out that your goal and your door don't match. But before you come to that conclusion, think about it very carefully. Your purpose cannot make your life much more difficult. On the contrary, having chosen your goal will make your life noticeably easier, and you will also get rid of many problems. Do not rush to choose your door. If you have the determination to have, the door will arrive. If you don't have a clear idea of where your door will be, then keep working with the snaps and expanding your comfort zone. Let go of importance and let go of the desire to achieve the goal. As soon as you allow yourself to have, the external intention presents you with an adequate option. Life. When the goal matches the door, a person need not worry about his financial well-being. She will have everything, anyway, if she wants it. Having reached your goal will grant all your other desires, and what is more, the result will exceed all expectations. Have no doubt, everything in this world that has been created by a soul is very expensive. The pure products of the mind are of little value in comparison. As you know, true masterpieces are created by the unity of soul and spirit. On the way to your goal, you will create masterpieces, unless you allow yourself to be diverted by the pendulums. In this case, everything is quite simple. You just have to calmly follow your path and avoid falling into one of their tricks. Sooner or later you will experience great success. Not from himself to a man, but to what he is. It could be a show business star, a great industrialist, an investor, an outstanding specialist, or an heir. So what would you like to be? You must find your own path to fortune, something that is filled with your heart. You must ask your soul, not your mind, what your heart is leaning towards. Your mind is a product of society. And society is made up of pendulums. Society says, become famous, politician, rich man, it's prestigious. But since your personal happiness does not interest the pendulum, it will not help you find the right niche in this life. Do you understand and are you aware of the rules of the game? Or do you obey a pendulum, with a tiny bit of willpower. The first of all, consciousness. You should be aware of the motives for any future action on your part. Are you acting consciously? Your spirit and the people you know are telling you that you need to look for a good paying job, like being a lawyer. Everyone says, once recognized as a lawyer, you will earn a lot of money. Of course, you would gladly have a lot of money, but it may turn out that the store is someone else's door. The store could take you to something totally different. If you chose the goal correctly, then the door will reveal opportunities you never dreamed of. Let's say you want the following in life: having your own house, a car, a good salary. When you walk through your door, you will get so much that your previous request will just look ridiculous. But for that to happen, you have to make the right choice when it comes to your door. Keep an eye on the level of your internal and external importance. Think of your purpose and your door as if you already had them. There is neither prestige, nor inaccessibility, nor necessity. Remove all importance. What you own is something familiar to you. Accept in advance any possibility of failure. If things work, perfect. If not, then above all it was not your goal, and that's it. Nothing to be sad about. Allow yourself to make mistakes. Make room for the defeats in your life. Keep them under your supervision. What's more, you will find later in the book that a disappointing failure is in no way a defeat. At most, it is simply another milestone on the way to your goal. Don't rush and give yourself plenty of time to make the choice. You will waste a lot more time and effort if you rush and make the wrong choice. Determining its goals and doors can take months. During this time, you have to maintain a sort of quick cleanliness. Where possible, you must follow without deviating the essential principles of trend surfing. They are already familiar to you. In order not to lose this information, you must put the clichés of the search for your goal and your door in your head. Let all the information from the outside world pass through this shot. Assess which ones are going well and which ones are not. Keep listening to the rustle of the morning stars, not what your mind is telling you. During this time, you need to keep an eye on what brings you down or makes you soar, not what you think about that piece of information. And again, don't rush. Continue to expand your comfort zone and tune your thoughts to the lifeline of your purpose until your purpose and doorway take clear shape. You must come to a specific conclusion. Yes, I want this, and it will turn my life into a celebration. Your soul sings, while your mind rubs its hands in satisfaction. Don't stop playing the clichés of your goal in your mind. By doing so, you expand your comfort zone and also attune yourself to the lifeline frequency of your purpose. The external intent will give you all the information you need. Pay attention to your soul's attitude to any information. At some point, she will wake up and exclaim, "That's exactly what I need." If your soul is already singing, but your mind is still doubting, keep expanding your comfort zone. It will help you to break the false stereotype that interferes, asserting that your goal is unattainable and unrealistic. Do you know why a door seems inaccessible? It's because it's blocked by the bogus stereotype of inaccessibility that sits in your mind. Once you break that stereotype, the door opens. I'm not urging you to believe me, neither you nor anyone else. You will never force your mind to believe. Your mind only accepts facts unconditionally. So, for the door to really appear in your mind, you must transfer yourself to the lifeline of your purpose. And that can only be done with the help of a cliché that contains your purpose. At the beginning of your lifeline, the goal is still in front of you, but the paths to reach it are already real and clearly visible. There is no point in trying to convince yourself and fight stereotypes. Forcing stereotypes is not appropriate. The stereotypes will disappear on their own when the external intention shows you new opportunities on the lifeline of your goal. That is why I draw your attention to the following. Do not try to convince yourself and do not fight stereotypes. All you need is to consistently play the cliché of your goal in your mind. This is not an empty and speculative exercise, but a specific movement towards the goal. Find yourself a safety net for that particular purpose, as a replacement. Don't leave your door too soon. Don't burn the bridges behind your lines. Proceed with caution. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. Have other alternatives available. For example, if you have a reputation for being a clown, then you might be able to become a great comedian. If everyone says you're useless, the only thing you can do is get dressed and prepped. Your door might lead you to become a supermodel, makeup artist, or designate. If the publicity bores you and you grumble about what was poorly done and should be presented in a completely different way, it is not just your dissatisfaction that speaks, but the hidden desire to develop your talents in this particular area. I have compiled a list of specific examples here. An unnecessary personal quality can manifest in an unintended direction. This direction will reveal itself to you if you turn away from the pendulums to look at your soul. Think about it. If you perform your stupid actions naturally and with pleasure, then there must be something significant. There's another way to know this is the right door for you. Someone else's door may feel like yours. You can almost feel that she has opened up in front of you, but when it matters most, she slams you in the face. Clearly, on your way through someone else's door, it's like everything is okay, but in the end, when it gets really important, it all falls apart. If such things have ever happened to you, then you were stepping through someone else's door. This is indeed the characteristic of the pendulums, which pendulums can mask your doors with a coating of false insignificance and little value. Everything you are able to do with ease, naturally, and with pleasure has meaning and value. You don't have a single quality that is insignificant. All the craziness that characterizes you, but which has no value within the framework of stereotypes, can be the key to the right door. Try to project the casual quality that characterizes you in a serious door. Everything mentioned above relates to the process of choosing your own door. But let's say you are already on your way to your chosen goal. Then there is a way to know if the door you choose is the right one for you. If you lose your energy and start to tire and wear yourself out on the way to your goal, then this is not your door. By contrast, if you are carried away by inspiration as soon as you do something that brings you closer to your goal, then you can go ahead and consider that thing as your doorway. Remember that material realization is inert, and therefore external intent cannot immediately carry out your commands. You will have to be patient. And if you are not patient enough, then you will want to reach your goal with ardor as soon as possible. If so, then start over and keep lowering the importance. If you desire so much, then you may have doubts that your goal can really be achieved. Again, keep expanding your comfort zone until you see real prospects opening up before you. Intention: the people who are swept away by the glamour are all together forcing the same one door, while their own doors are standing right next to it and are wide open. I presume that if you have spent time identifying your purpose and your doorway, then you have intention. Intention transforms a desire into a goal. A desire without intention will never be fulfilled. Dreams don't come true either. What is the difference between a goal and a dream? The difference is the same as between intention and desire. If you have the intention, your dream turns into a goal. Empty dreams and castles in the sky won't change that. Only intention, which is the determination to have and to act, is capable of changing your life. Normally, there are no crowds outside your door. And even if you meet a lot of people who want to walk through your door, everyone will immediately yield to you, and you will have free access. The doors that are available to all are open to all, but only if you pass through them. Remember again how the pendulums create the myths of glorious star careers, and how they get everyone to follow the do as I do rule. However, your door itself might have closed in front of you. This happens if you have heavily violated the law of balance. For example, if the goal is too important for you and you are willing to risk everything to achieve it, this door can open again, as soon as you lower its importance. We will talk about it at the end of this chapter. Let's say that you have successfully identified your goal, and that you are absolutely determined to achieve it. You're all excited and want to start as soon as possible. At this point, let go. Let go of the importance of the goal, let go of the desire to achieve it and leave only the determination to have. The only thing left for you to do is to act within the limits of a purified intention, that is, to do whatever is required unintentionally and without insistence. The only things that could ruin everything on the road to your goal are excessive responsibility, haste, meticulousness and coercion on your part. It may seem strange and unusual to you if you see it as part of the usual worldview. But now I hope you don't find anything absurd about it. Let's put things back in place. Open doors at the right time that are available to everyone, to make sure to trick as many adherents as possible and get them to walk through that door. Your mind's internal intent urges you to hit the water with your hands. I emphasize that. The external intent works in a whole different way. It turns out that, as long as you insist, you don't let the external intention achieve your goal by following the stream of variations. Allow yourself to appreciate life and accept everything as gifts. As soon as your celebration is disturbed by something, try to determine where you raise the level of importance. Why do you feel heavy-hearted? There is a simple answer to this question. You put too much pressure on yourself, or you can't wait to achieve your goal, or you attribute too much meaning to something. Let go. How could your mind know exactly how your goal should work out? Thoughts and feelings of depression can arise because your comfort zone is not wide enough. Suppose you should result in a large amount of money when the goal is achieved. Moving towards the right goal as you walk through your door is a smooth process. Nobody and nothing bothers you, as long as your importance is at a minimum level and you do not fight the current of variance. Once you follow your path, there is no need to worry, although some temporary difficulties may arise. No need to go the extra mile when heading towards your goal through your door. You don't have to force yourself to either. If not, you have someone else's goal or door. Yet your mind is used to struggling and overcoming obstacles. The mind creates all its problems for itself, when it begins to overcome things and struggles against the current of variations. Your lifeline has very few obstacles if you let go of importance. Then immediately appear a whole range of thoughts related to worry. Where am I going to put this money? What is the best investment to make? What if I lose it? How can I best spend it? What if they take it from me? If all these thoughts are popping into your head, then you are not ready to get it. When the realization of your dream is associated with thoughts of this kind, the result is that your soul inevitably feels constrained and therefore, on a subconscious level, you work to relieve yourself of these problems. In this case, the external intention is working against you. You have to walk towards your goal as if you were going to get your mail from the mailbox. What then remains of the intention, if it has been purged of importance and of the desire to achieve the goal? All that remains is the determination to have and the determination to move your feet. Stop thinking of your mail in the mailbox as a problem, and start moving your feet in its direction. Don't think about the problems, act in any way you can, and the problem will resolve itself in the process of moving towards your goal. Achievement. I wish to warn you against a gross error. There is one more stereotype that urges you to think only of the happy unfolding of events. Strange as it may sound, it's actually an artificial stereotype. See how many there are. What do you think? Will you make sure to only think about success? Hardly. If you persist in keeping all negative alternatives out of your script, then it won't work. You won't be able to convince your mind that everything will go smoothly. Your mind might pretend it believes it. But deep down in your soul you will still have doubts, because your mind is in doubt. Your soul will eventually find the more negative alternative in the closet where the mind left it. You must maintain the determination to have it all times. That way, you won't have to play the cliché of your goal in your mind. After all, you like to think about your dear purpose. Put simply, don't try to persuade or convince yourself. You could persuade yourself for a very long time and it would be totally useless. Intention, in contrast to auto-suggestion, implies that a decision has been made and is not subject to discussion. Obviously, the goal will be achieved. Any doubts you might have disappear as you continue to expand your comfort zone. I'm walking on wet pavement. It rained in the morning, and earthworms crawled from the lawn to the pavement, looking for the meaning of life and new discoveries. They all had different fates. The lucky ones managed to crawl to the nearest flower bed with rich black soil. Others were pecked by birds. Here, another worm got crushed by the souls of horrible monsters, trampling the pavement. The sun warmed the ground and dried up all the moisture, catching a worm right in the middle of the road. He realizes his mistake much too late. Now he doesn't have enough energy to crawl to the other side. A slow and you don't need to add goal success scenarios to your goal snapshot. This shot precisely must contain only the image of the goal reached. You already have it. All that is required of you is to enjoy the shot and move your feet with the help of your purest internal intention. By visualizing the process, you are already working with the scenario, but with other keys. You are gently convincing your mind that not everything will work, but it does. Visualizing the current link in the transference chain is in sync with what you are doing now, just a step forward. But by trying to convince yourself that everything will end in success, you are putting yourself in a deadly situation. Release the grip. Don't think about problems that aren't happening right now, and keep calm along the stream of variations. The fact that your soul strives for the goal, while the spirit worries about the means to reach the goal, is an element of mutual misunderstanding of your soul and your spirit. Your soul has no idea how to reach the goal. In your dreams, she's used to getting whatever she wants, just like that. Any rush of the soul is instantly realized by the intention of the dream. No one knows where the soul is, while your mind sleeps. We can only remember the dreams we have had when our mind is dormant. Upon waking from a deep dream, your mind begins to adjust the sail of the soul in accordance with its expectations and feelings. For this reason, dreams cannot tell you the desires of the soul. This is the perfect example of a stupid question. There is no way to believe in the impossible. I repeat once again what has already been said. You can never convince yourself, or persuade yourself, or make yourself believe. If your goal seems elusive from your perspective, then heavy thoughts and doubts about possible failure will ruin the whole ceremony. How can you believe in the impossible, to make it possible? Painful death will dog this worm for a long time, until it dries up completely. And then, suddenly, an inconceivable power seizes the worm and moves it to the damp earth. Such a thing was impossible, from the worm's point of view. He was unable to understand or explain it. But there was nothing supernatural for me. I just felt sad for this worm, and threw it on the flower bed. Apparently, this lonely traveler chose the purpose of his gate correctly, after all. The fact that the goal seems difficult to achieve should not bother you. It's hard for you to imagine how such a thing could happen. But you're wasting your time worrying about it. Your job is to choose the command correctly, and leave everything else to the server. Many people, having achieved breathtaking success, later said that they never believed they were capable of achieving such results. The mind is compelled to think of means, because it is used to acting within the limits of internal intention. And there is always a scenario that ends badly within these limits. Not only will the internal intention be of no use to you, but it will also act to get rid of this insipid problem, and occupy yourself with moving your feet on the way to the goal. For the same reason, we are unable to remember our soul's past lives, if any. The spirit, unlike the soul, comes into this world like a blank sheet of paper. There are a number of accounts of how, under certain circumstances, someone's mind accesses information from past lives. However, this is all another matter, and outside the scope of this book. Disadvantage. This is why I recommend that you cease any thoughts you may have about how events may evolve. On the way to your goal, the determination to have must predominate. It is the most important thing which must interest you. The residual part of the intention, the determination to have, must be totally cleansed of desire and importance. Exclude any manifestation of desire and importance from your attitude, regarding what you must accomplish to achieve your goal. If you start to make yourself nervous to reach the goal as soon as possible, if you have doubts about your potential, if you are afraid of difficulties, then the level of importance is too high. Allow yourself to be imperfect and to make mistakes. If you don't let yourself make mistakes, then others definitely won't let you make mistakes either. If you are afraid of not reaching the goal, then it means that you desire it. So, how to do? Accept mistakes in advance. Come up with alternate routes and backup plans. Have them ready. If you don't do this, you won't be able to free yourself from desire. After that, it is necessary to stop thinking about the overall scenario. There should be only the snapshot of your goal in your mind. This snapshot contains only the image of the goal accomplished, and does not include any scenario. Play the cliché in your head at all times. Live it. Your comfort zone will begin to expand and the parameters of your radiation will begin to align with your lifeline of purpose. Your determination to move your feet is a dispassionate intention to do the minimum that is asked of you. Acting dispassionately does not mean acting apprehensively and mindlessly. I think you understand what I'm trying to say. Being overly firm is also one of the consequences of importance. The more you are able to free your internal intention from desire and importance, the more effectively you will act. Fundamental point: do not under any circumstances put the goal in play on a single card. For example, you can't leave everything like that and fly away with your passions in life. And what if it quickly becomes apparent that you've made a mistake and mistaken someone else's goal or gate for your own? In fact, by having put all your eggs in one basket, you upset the balance. There must always be a plan B, an escape route. Your soul will remain calm, and the balancing forces will not harm you. For example, don't let go of your job until you actually find a new one. Do not close the previous door. Don't blow up the bridges. Be very careful and weigh the pros and cons. Even if you are absolutely sure that the goal and the door are yours, never make any sudden moves that could, if mistaken, leave you hungry and homeless. No one is you only need to think through the goal attainment scenario in general terms. Define the main steps on the way to your goal. Be the links in the transfer chain. Don't away from bad luck. I'm not asking you to blindly believe in the phrase "it's for the best." There are two pieces of truth in this sentence, an apparent and a hidden one. The apparent piece comes from the usual stereotypes and assumes that things are generally not so bad. That's right, the current of variance always moves along the path of least resistance. Problems always require great expenditure of energy, and these are due precisely to the fact that man tries to face the current. Changes that go in a direction of the current are considered unpleasant by man, simply because these changes do not coincide with his plans. Your mind regards these events as unfortunate, begins to hit the water with its hands and destroys everything. To prevent this from happening, allow the scenario to develop dynamically. Release your control, your grip on the situation. If something isn't working out exactly the way you planned, don't rush to change the situation. Instead, try to look at these unexpected events in a positive light, as something working in your favor. It's not always obvious at first, but in the majority of situations, that's exactly the case. The man gets angry for nothing, when things are actually not that bad. Either way, you're armed with the powerful techniques of transurfing, so there's far less to worry about. You at least know the rules of the game, and that's already a lot. In the world of pendulums, man starts a game with pendulums without knowing the rules. It is for this reason that he loses instantly. The methods you are beginning to become familiar with give you a great advantage. But it is not finished. In the next chapter, you will discover the heavy artillery of transurfing. The hidden piece of truth in the above expression weighs much more heavily. The thing is, if you decide that from now on you will perceive all seemingly unpleasant changes in your storyline as positive, then that will undoubtedly be so. Such a statement may seem both harmless and suspicious to you, but if you don't interfere with the external intent, by doing things that are too high level of importance, then the external intent will definitely bring you to your goal. Move along the variance stream and don't try to fight it. The thing that might make you fight the current is your mind's habit of keeping everything under control. And you probably agree that no one can know all the moves in advance. If you are visualizing the cliché of your goal, then it is the external intention that is directing you. And it operates outside the framework of the usual scenarios and stereotypes and thereby introduces unexpected changes in the course of events. When you take one step, you also intend to take the next. You must practice visualizing the current step on the path to your goal in accordance with the same principle above. Today is better than yesterday, and tomorrow will be even better than today. No need to anticipate all the turns to come in the flow of variance. Better to enjoy the moment and just keep moving your feet dispassionately and flawlessly. Suppose you want to swim in a pool. For this you need to run 100 meters, jump into it and start swimming. Now imagine that you dive into the earth and start moving your arms, without having reached the pool. Stupid, isn't it? It is equally stupid to try to visualize the next link in the chain and think of ways to reach the goal. While visualizing the current link, you verify that at the present time things are proceeding correctly. Everything is fine. On this basis, build another stage. Tomorrow will be even better. You plan in your mind to move before the next step that happens after the current step. Thus, a chain of reactions is created. As a result, moving towards your goal could be seen as climbing stairs. The approaching success is not seen as a cloud, suspended in the air, but rather as a staircase, where each step supports the next. Remember how a mother watches her child grow. At each moment, she looks at the current link in the chain of transference. The level of success grows as you go, just like climbing a flight of stairs. Each day carries with it a small piece of your future success. Don't worry about the future, live in the present. This chain is divided into very small links. The mother is happy because her son has stood up on his little legs today, and she imagines that he will probably take his first steps tomorrow. The mother does not try to imagine her child growing up and becoming an adult before her eyes. She derives her joy from the present and cherishes the present moment, convinced that another success awaits her tomorrow. We will discuss in the next chapter. On the way to our goal, pendulums will try in different ways to get us off the track. Take each failure as an apprenticeship. Nothing can go 100% smoothly. When you are irritated because of your mistakes, the current march breaks, and you by moving along the stream of variance, you can accelerate your progress with the help of an oar, by visualizing a link in the chain of transference. Unlike a cliché, the visualization process includes the script of your movement toward a goal. But as you know, viewing the link in progress does not include the whole scenario, only a small piece of what is relevant for the present moment. You move your feet, while being guided by the current intention. Don't go down the stairs. It makes you angry and dissatisfied with yourself, because the blueprint of your mind has been destroyed. Thus, you have taken the bait of the pendulums. If you are not satisfied with yourself, then you will never be on the lifeline where happiness and success await you. After all, are you happy with yourself when you're successful and feel good? How can you arrive on these lines, if the parameters of your personal radiations agree with the dissatisfaction of yourself? She already gets the smallest part of what she wants out of life. And besides, thinking about someone else's happiness does not seem possible to him. The soul doesn't care about others, no matter how well loved or precious they are to you. The soul only cares about its well-being. His life in this world is a unique and rare chance. All altruistic manifestations, regardless of popular opinion, come from the spirit, not the soul. The soul will do everything possible to achieve its goal. But if that purpose does not serve it, but serves someone else instead, then the soul loses interest and gives the spirit freedom to struggle to accomplish only that task. Now, one final warning. If you associate your goals with the dream of helping those you love, then you run the risk that it won't work. If, for example, you think that once your dream will come true, you will have the opportunity to help them. The soul is selfish by nature. Keep in mind that your mind perceives an unexpected change in the stream of variance as a failure only because it is not part of its script. What prevents you from perceiving this change as a learning process and seeing this mistake as a success? Play the next game. Meet any supposed error with joyful surprise rather than disappointment. After all, it is the external intention that works, and it moves you toward your goal in a way that is mysterious to you. And how could your mind know that this path leads to your goal? The mind thinks the goal is hard to reach simply because it does not see that particular path leading to your goal in the middle of the beaten track. Of course, you won't achieve anything if you don't let yourself go with the flow of variations and if you don't get to the path that the external intention is pushing you on. This is the famous fairy tale where Buratino 7, the wooden boy, sets out to be rich and thus be able to help his father. Here is his reasoning. I will plant the gold coins in the field of fortune, a tree of gold will grow, and then I will buy a theater for Papa Carlo. Of course, the goal does not come true, but, on the contrary, brings the wooden boy a lot. You shouldn't watch how others are heading for success, trying not to get left behind. Don't fall for the herd instinct. You have your own destiny. The majority of people walk along the beaten path, but only a small number of them achieve true success. Those who have not followed the do as I do rule and have gone their own way. Inspiration first error. The goal does not serve itself, but serves another person. Buratino's soul dreams of what it wants, while the spirit thinks of what is best for Papa Carlo. Altruism is a very beautiful quality, and if you have decided to dedicate yourself to the service of others, you will never be happy yourself. Seeing your happiness in service to something or someone else, helping the weak and helpless, giving up yourself for someone else's activities or ideas are nothing other than illusion and self-deception. In this situation, the mind is seriously trapped in the pendulum and sees its happiness only in the service of the pendulum. No matter how hard the mind tries to convince itself that it has found its happiness in the service of other people or great ideas, the soul of such a person is deeply unhappy. She was driven into a box, in which she doesn't even have enough power to proclaim her right to happiness. The conviction of the mind that someone else's ideal is his own, and that someone else's happiness is his happiness, is the disappointment of a person who has not found his purpose. Or who, perhaps, did not even seek it. The Buratino fairy tale is the perfect example. Errors. Buratino's second mistake was to see money as the way to get what he wanted. As you remember, money cannot be an end, or a means. It can only be an additional attribute on the way to the goal. It is useless to focus on the money. On the contrary, any thought about money only creates more excessive potentials. If the goal you have chosen is yours, the money will come by itself. You don't need to worry about this. This fairy tale confirms that if you find your happiness yourself, then you will be able to bring joy to others. Because if you have reached your goal, you will have money, well-being, and of course, you will help your loved ones, because you will have the means to do so. But for now, as long as you are on your way to your goal, you should only think about your happiness. By doing so, you will not cause your soul to run away from the goal you have in mind. Allow your soul to think only of itself on the way to the goal. Once you have achieved the goal, you can allow your altruistic spirit to help and care for your loved ones, nature, abandoned animals, hungry children and anyone else. You rush over the crest of the wave, directed towards your goal through the right door. The comfort you got for your soul of problems. When defining his goal, Buratino commits too big. The second part of the definition will help you understand where inspiration comes from and where it goes. You probably already guess what I'm talking about. The thing is, it's not about the inspiration appearing. In fact, it is only released when the potential for importance falls. What constitutes this importance? First, a fervent desire to achieve the goal, and second, a persistent desire to be inspired. Inspiration is actually a beautiful thing. She is just surrounded by a halo of mystery and misunderstanding. It is believed that inspiration is a difficult thing to bring forth, that it appears spontaneously and always when you least expect it. Inspiration is like a muse that comes to take a leap as if by accident. Later, This muse may fly away as suddenly as it appeared and not return for a long time. The poor man waits with boredom for the next time this lady will visit him, but does nothing to entice her. Moreover, it is not at all obvious that this can be done. By realizing your goal, you will undoubtedly attain the unity of your soul and your spirit, which is the very first vital condition of inspiration. However, this condition is not enough. What makes the aspiration suddenly appear and then disappear? Could it have to do with fatigue? But when you are inspired, you can work for hours without feeling tired. You will never get inspiration by doing work that your soul does not like. Makes it possible to transmit a radiation of harmony. In the chapter on the wave of success, we have already spoken of such a transmission. Yet, it is quite difficult to intentionally muster a feeling of positive emotional arousal, and to maintain it permanently. But now you are happy and calm because your soul and your spirit are in unity. The transmission will adjust itself. Everything will get better and a lot of problems will go away on their own. Inspiration will visit you often, unless you intentionally try to get it to come. Inspiration is when you feel your soul lift, when there is flow, simple, easy and above all, powerful, in your creative process. It is quite clear that something like this can only come into place when your soul and spirit are in harmony. By wanting to reach your goal, you will not reach it. I have already spoken about it a number of times. The perpetual desire to achieve a goal will only, instead of giving birth to the wind of external tension, unleash the storm of balancing forces which will quickly drive away all your good fairies and good muses. The desire to bring inspiration is of the same nature. All preparation, and, therefore, waiting for inspiration in reality, everything is much simpler than it seems. Inspiration is a state in which soul and spirit are united, and there is no potential of importance. The first part of this definition should seem clear to you. But this control must really be directed elsewhere. As usual, the mind bumps into the closed window with its internal intention, when there is a wide open window right next to it. In fact, what you need to do is the exact opposite. You have meticulously organized your workspace, thought of all the details, put everything in order, took a good nap and now you are ready. In other words, you have set up the necessary framework for meeting the muse. By preparing thoroughly, you have already materialized the excess potential with importance, and the wind of balancing forces is beginning to whistle behind your glass. Now you've set the table, lit some candles and sat down, waiting for the unexpected lady to arrive. But again, she won't come. And it will never come. You can be sure of that, because passive waiting is square desire. The storm of balancing forces is already raging outside your window pane. Again, no winged lady will ever approach your house. Again, despite the fact that inspiration seems impossible to control or predict, the mind has a specific way of establishing control over it. So inspiration won't come until you release your fatal grip of waiting for inspiration to come. Inspiration doesn't come to you. It's just released when the potential for significance leaves. To put it another way, inspiration is bottled up when the impatient mind leads the soul into the waiting room. The evil habit of the mind to put everything under its willful control destroys the whole celebration. Creates an excessive potential of importance. Second, drop all preparation for mystery. All preparation to be inspired, no matter what it involves, results in the creation of excessive potential. Getting ready means you want to attract something that you don't have. The more thorough your preparatory ritual, the worse the effects will be. Remember this. Do you see the negative consequences that your desires, preparations and expectations of inspiration will have? First, let go of the desire to achieve your goal. Your goal won't go anywhere, if that's really your goal. Sooner or later it will be achieved. The determination to have, without pressure or finality on your part, plays the most important role. You take what is yours calmly and without insisting, as you would get your mail from the mailbox. The internal intention is just to move your feet as you walk towards that mailbox. And if you show impatience bordering on desperation, then the raging wind will shatter your window pane and turn the energy of your home into chaos. The upheaval will build a wall between your soul and your spirit, and it will then take you a long time to regain the initial unity. Reviving goals. As a result, you will get the following picture. You prepare the table for yourself, light candles for yourself, make yourself comfortable and start drinking tea for your pleasure, without waiting for anyone to appear. You can be sure that the delicate muse will be shocked by such indifference. How could you forget it? She will appear instantly and keep you company. That's all there is to it. Third, stop waiting for inspiration to come. One of the hallmarks of inspiration is to appear when you least expect it, right? So why wait for it and thus destroy the essential condition of its arrival? Let's assume that the goal you have chosen is in fact someone else's. Do you want me to give you some advice? Should you give it up or not? If this is the case, you do not have, for the moment. What if you're walking in someone else's goal, but you don't want to give it up? Can you reach another person's goal? Of course you can. By arming yourself with transurfing techniques, you have a huge advantage over those who don't know the rules in the world of pendulums. Yet, to accomplish someone else's goal, you will need to exert much more effort, and you must be aware of this. You must follow the same principles in pursuit of someone else's goal that you would use in pursuit of your own. The only difference is that these principles will have to be followed 100%. That's about all I can say about achieving someone else's goal. Let's say you have met these three conditions. What remains of the internal intention? Only the determination to keep moving your feet, that is, to act. Just start doing things. Uninspired. It is then that she will appear. Inspiration will be released during the working process. You cannot fully disperse the potential of desire and expectation until you begin to act, no matter how good or bad you do it. As you know, active intention disperses any excess potential. Time that you have ever been in situations where you were actively preparing for something, an event or an encounter. In the end, nothing works, the plans have failed, or the meeting is cancelled. As long as the balancing forces are able to disturb the interaction of material objects, then they will surely have no problem blowing away the barely tangible inspiration, as if it were only a tiny speck of dust. The custom is for another person's door, which previously seemed available and open, to suddenly close in front of you. There will then be a rather reasonable excuse, and your mind will only have to take off its hat and say, puzzled, how could we have known? This situation is the exact opposite of one where the mind thinks of ways to achieve the goal and sees no real path or door to reach it. If it's too late to give up on someone else's goal, then you can very well work towards achieving it. You will need to totally free yourself from desire and importance. There are many obstacles in the way of someone else's goal, but the majority of them are created by the mind, when it tries to ride the current of variance and when it raises the level of importance. Rent out. Act in a detached way, while remaining aware. Do not face problems and obstacles. There's another reason why your goal is denying you. Maybe you're headed for someone else's door? Maybe you should look around and choose another door? But before you change your door, you absolutely must have dropped the importance and then see what happens. Even your door could close in front of you, if you have raised the level of importance of something too much. For example, you will have greatly raised the level of importance if you have staked everything. In this case, achieving this goal will be of enormous importance to you. The door will reopen if you drop the importance and put in place a safety net, a backup. You will now be able to determine this very easily. Do an analysis. When did you raise the level of importance? What did you assign too much significance to? When did you try to fight the variation trend? Drop the importance. Put yourself in rent, lean on the current of variance, and you will be fine. Fully assimilated the principles of transurfing. In this book, you are only given a map of the region and the rules of the game. But you are the one who makes the decision. If you are not ready to take responsibility for your destiny, transurfing will not help you. His methods only work if you take the helm of intention into your own hands. Now you know how to hold that rudder. But the direction you take is up to you. Only pendulums can provide you with ready-made solutions. By using someone else's solution, you are putting your fate in someone else's hands. Suppose you are heading towards your goal, but you encounter several obstacles that are difficult to overcome. What made them appear? But the fact is, if the goal is real and you're willing to let yourself have it, your doors suddenly open while other people's doors are closed. If you allow yourself to have, even the doors of others will open to you. Drop the importance and the problems will go away on their own. When you force your way through someone else's door, you inevitably run into trouble. From the outside, everyone will see that you are overcoming difficulties and facing problems. It's for the outside. Yet no one, not even you, will see that your soul resists in any way possible the compulsion to walk through someone else's door. Your mind pressures by its will, claiming that you must fight until the end. But even the soul of the person with the strongest will is unable to withstand this pressure. There is a high risk of cracking. The most annoying thing is that this failure will be perceived as an unforgivable fault. When a person experiences such depression, he commits elementary mistakes. Everyone can make mistakes, even the great and the all-powerful. It is unlikely that you will manage to free yourself completely from these pendulums which try to impose the doors of others on you. It is more likely that you have been forcing your way through these doors before. Even now, when you have some knowledge, you are not immune to making mistakes. Everyone can make mistakes. Just don't despair and blame yourself for these mistakes. Eventually, you will find your door. He who does not try is never wrong. You are surrounded by many people who simply live their lives. They set no goals and read no books like this. They want more than they have, but have no intention of acting. The advantage for these people is that they don't make mistakes. You will definitely make mistakes, so let yourself make them. True success is built on the ruins of your mistakes. When you walk through someone else's door, burnout, exhaustion awaits and you will make mistakes. On the other hand, do not allow yourself any mistakes in advance. When renting out, act impeccably. The paradox is that we could forgive a big mistake. No one will forgive a small oddity. Do not seek sympathy, even from those you love. And even if those loved ones are a little dependent on you, financially or socially, then don't expect any help from them. After all, you haven't fulfilled their hopes. In any case, both your goal and your door are not of a particular type, there can be several. So it's never too late to look for a new goal, even if some of your previous goals are already objectively unattainable. You can try to reach another's goal, go through another's door, and at the same time seek your own goal and your own door. No need to immediately stop what you started. The transfer to your goal line can be smooth. You can work for someone else's goal and play the cliché of your goal in your mind at the same time. Then, the external intention will gradually open the doors which are invisible to you, and which will allow you to change without pain what you do. You should pay particular attention to the advice that those you love give you. After all, they want the best for you with all their hearts. It is sometimes terrifying to watch loving parents predetermine the purpose of their young child. If you walk your path with determination, and you suffer defeat, then expect no mercy from your loved ones. They will start shouting, "Didn't we tell you?" But you never listen. You are extremely vulnerable at such times. You are irritated by your mistake, while the manipulators around you take advantage of your vulnerability and try to gain control over you. This is how they strengthen themselves, especially since you are already there, within reach, all modest and resigned. So sit down with us and bow your head. Live like us. We know life better than you. Doubt then inserts itself into this moment of weakness. Perhaps they are right, and that I don't understand anything at all? As you come to this point, you must be firm and uncompromising with the pendulums, and you must pay vigilant attention to your soul. As you can see, The only caveat in the process of choosing one's fate is the fact that not all goals and all doors in the variant space are yours. This absolutely does not mean that you cannot choose them. Accusers and manipulators don't set high goals, and that's why they don't make mistakes. Don't give them any reason to accuse you of petty, unforgivable faults. Act impeccably when it comes to small things. So, on the way through someone else's door, a breakdown wouldn't be so bad. A person who finds himself cornered in a small corner is always surrounded by advisors and manipulators. All of these are just pursuing their own goals, either growing up in their own eyes, lecturing the loser, or seizing an opportunity to manipulate you, or simply put you in your place. Their favorite words, wrapped in their sincere concerns, when translated, give something like, "Where are you going? What? You think you're better than us?" The question is whether you should listen to these advisors and manipulators. What if they were right? They are only right that you made a mistake. In trying to accomplish something, everyone will make mistakes at one time or another, even if we follow the advice of smart people. Only then can you find your purpose. Nobody else can do it. Even those who sincerely wish you the best cannot see inside your soul. After all, hearing your soul like the rustle of morning stars means you can practically hear it. Don't fall under someone else's influence. Believe in yourself. In the search for your purpose, listen to nothing and no one but your heart. No one is forbidding you to do this. But if you really choose someone else's door, expect trouble. And do you really need it? By choosing the goals and doors of others, you walk the path of maximum resistance. All the beauty of freedom of choice can be summed up as follows: personal goals and doors are much better for everyone than all the goals and doors of others. But to gain freedom of choice, you must free yourself from the influence of the pendulums which impose upon you the goals and doors of others. Your mind's goal is to let all external information flow through it, while paying close attention to your soul's emotional comfort state. Your door is the path that will lead you to your goal. Abstract, reaching your goal will fulfill the rest of your desires. If you don't know the way, keep playing the cliché of your goal in your mind. Where is your soul? What will make your life joyful and happy? Someone else's goal is always an obligation to do something you don't want to do. Don't think of ways to reach your goal until you have identified it. External tension will open your door on the lifeline of your goal. If you feel inspiration on the way to your goal, then this is your door. Once the decision is made, become attentive to the emotional comfort of your soul. Someone else's purpose has the appearance of fashion and prestige. Everything you can do naturally and with pleasure has meaning, and someone else's goal pulls you in by seeming unattainable. The compulsion of your soul can be eliminated by using clichés. His discomfort, however, can never be eliminated. Someone else's goal drives you to prove something to yourself and everyone else. Someone else's goal is imposed on you by others. Your soul always knows exactly what it doesn't want. The objective of your mind in the process of finding your goal is not to seek a goal. Someone else's purpose serves to improve the well-being of others. Someone else's goal brings up the feeling of discomfort in your soul. Value. Do not slam your previous door or destroy your bridges. Find a safety net. Do not include any scenarios in your goal snapshot. You already have all of this. Do not submit to the influence of others. Believe in yourself. Don't make your goal and your door the only option. Notes 1 medium. You may consider something very difficult or scary, but you still do it. Example: a student is worried about the huge amount of material he has to read, but he does it anyway. For Labrique, 1835, is the first published work of Danish writer Hans Christian Andersen, who is arguably best known for his fairy tale The Little Mermaid, 1835. To Gospel according to Matthew 8:13, 7 The Little Golden Key or The Adventures of Bratino, a Russian fairy tale by Alexis Tolstoy, adapted from Karlo Kolodai's book, The Adventures of Pinocchio. Buratino arranges to help his overworked father and to free his friends, the puppets, from the tyrannical rules of the puppeteer. At the end of the story, after a long struggle against the diabolical puppeteer and his rogues, Buratino, his friends, the puppets, and Papa Carlo, find a secret passage to a new magical theater, which they will then lead. 5. Théophile Gautier, 19th-century poet, playwright, novelist. 3. Procrustes, brigand of the Attica region. It offers hospitality to travelers, journalists, and literary critic. To torture them thus, he ties them to a bed, exactly where they must fit. If they are too large, he cuts off the protruding limbs. If they were too small, it stretches them until they reach the required size. 6. L&V, the space of variance, Chapter 2, the pendulums. Procrust has become the symbol of conformism and standardization. The Francophone Transurfing Center. In just a few years, Transurfing's ideas have gone around the world, first in Russia, more than 1.5 million copies, then in Eastern Europe, Latvia, Bulgaria, Czech Republic, Lithuania, Serbia, Slovenia, Croatia, Poland, Romania, Estonia, Germany, Italy, English-speaking countries, England, USA, Australia, etc., and Asia, China, Japan, Korea. Module 1. Direct your life along with a book. The first Transurfing Center opened in St. Petersburg to help readers move from the theory of the book to the practical application in reality. The methods and ideas of the Transurfing model are developed through a palette of proven tools, in order to allow the participant to implement the realization of his dreams and desires in concrete life. Transurfing seminars focus on feelings, the necessary awareness of the impact of thoughts on oneself, an essential step towards the position of observer. A very practical route to what looks like for the moment. Module 2. Freely and lightly a distant dream, but. The French-speaking Transurfing Center was created in Belgium in September 2009 by Tanya Siklerich, certified coach trained in St. Petersburg, and Olivier Maslot, certified coach and translator of Transurfing. The impossible becomes possible. Module 3. Play a game together. They were able to adapt and organize the first personal development seminars, the results of which, according to the participants, were incredible. Following the premature death of Tanya, it was Olivier who took charge of the development of the center, in agreement with the original center of St. Petersburg. Module 4. Where everything is possible. The French-speaking Transurfing Center is now fully operational in Belgium and Switzerland and is still looking for partnerships in France and Canada. The personal development programs it offers are based on 4 principles. 4 essential steps that allow you to acquire all the reflexes to move towards the life your soul desires. Contact info@transurfing.fr. You can get more information and participate in our training modules. www.transurfing.fr training by visiting the website. Legal deposit, November 2011. Printed in France, 58,500 claim. See print number 111,024. The Nouvelle Imprimerie Laboilerie is the owner of the Imprimebert brand. Completed printing in November 2011 on the presses of the Nouvelle Imprimerie Laboilerie _. Should I read more books? If yes, 1. Like this video. 2. Share this video. 3. Comment the title of the next book you want. Thank you for your watching. I see you in the next video.